What is up? Good morning, everybody. What time is it? About 8:30. Good. Great. Awesome. All right, we're back at it. Karen Reed, trial watchers. How are we feeling today? So. My shoulders are tired from carrying. We're gonna be back at it again. Let's go out to Norfolk County, outside the courthouse, and let's see what's going on. We feel rejuvenated. We got our bells. I feel really, really good today. Sure do. What's up, Truth Nation, Uncensored? Brian Kohlberger has a hearing today. So we will be checking in at that. The way that this will probably work is that a verdict will come in during Brian Kohlberger's hearing. That's how things work. So a lot of people think today's the day. Yeah. Lana, add sanity to your channel name. Truth, transparency, and sanity. Come on over. Excuse me. All the way from, good morning. I just saw somebody all the way from Massachusetts. There you go. Renee, I feel bad that you are a Massachusettsian, a Bostonian. I think if we don't have a verdict at the end of today, that'll be 8 hours. Well, 3, 7 plus. Where are we at right now? How many hours has it been? Let's go check it out. Let's see if it's even up. It'd be 17 hours. I feel a full acquittal coming on. That's just me.
Andrew was the one that gave him the very first how long did I go to church? He's wearing one. What did he want to make?
Okay, just touch me.
Oh, he's actually wearing it.
Nice.
He goes, yeah, that's the same thing. But yeah,
No, it doesn't. Did he really? And now, don't. Sorry, but yeah.
Because I'm just here to film you guys.
Yeah, just to
I
watch
have no
us.
comment about my employee. Tom?
Morning, another day.
Great day to have a day.
It does. What's up? Listen, if you see that lady, let me know.
I'll look at my pictures too if I can figure
But she must have taken it down and put it back, and then I went and took it. She switched it, so I've been going through everything looking for that freaking bandana. I don't have it. I mean, I got 3 of them. Don't make sense. There's Aiden.
No way in hell you have odds are at least 10 of the jurors,
Right.
according to most polls, think she's not guilty, right?
Okay.
So you're not gonna have 2 get 10 to change their mind, but you could get 10 to get
Change
2 to change
2.
their mind. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
It's a
see
lot
that.
easier. The facts are on the side of the 10. So most polls, like Court TV had a poll showing that 9% of 10% of people think that Karen Reed's guilty. So it's easy to convince. I mean, it's not a problem. Their job is a lot easier. The only way this thing gets hung, it'll not result in guilty, is it's got to be an asshole on the jury that refuses to budge. And I just don't see that in any of these jurors' faces. I think they all look reasonable. I hope they're all reasonable. And I think we're going to see not guilty, hopefully today, because.
All right, that's exactly what I asked. Actually, I wrote Turtle Boy, I said, you've been in there the most out of anybody. Do you think that any of the jurors are playing around and acting like they were a Karen Reed supporter, or in terms of like, when I say supporter, like that you're following, paying attention, smiling, doing stuff that in an overly overt way to make it seem like to give the defense a false sense of security of like, okay, yeah, the jury is ready to have this case. We don't have to continue on with 50 more witnesses. So I wrote Aiden that last night, and he's actually, that's exactly what he's touching on here is, that he doesn't believe, he's not getting any funny vibes, basically, like somebody was playing. And this was going to be the first point that I was going to make, is that, you guys, there is not going to be a guilty verdict. That's not coming. I promise you that. I promise you there is not going to be a guilty verdict coming. Why I can promise you that is because of numbers. I believe that I go with percentages. And if 10% of the population believes that Karen Reed is guilty, and you have, let's just say for easy number people, if you have 10 people in a room, that means one person would think that she's guilty. 9 wouldn't. 9 people could get 1 to change their mind. 1 person isn't going to be able to get 9 to change their mind. Okay. That's the reality. So where my frustration was coming out with the Norfolk County citizens is that, how stupid are you? How stupid are you? How are you not outraged and pissed? Take away the name Karen Reed. Take away the name Mick Alberts. Focus on what your taxpayer dollars went to. Nobody would be charged with John O'Keefe's murder with the investigation that they did. Period. That should outrage you as a citizen. So that's where my frustration was coming from, is that you must have not went to your government class in high school. You cannot not have government as a class that you have to go and take in high school. All right. And I think that's why I love when I see my son's progress reports. Hey, how'd you do in history? How'd you do in social studies? Fucking where he needs to be in this class, whatever the fuck they gave you now, these weird ass grades. I went to Catholic school. We got A's, B's, C's, and D's, and F's. Okay. At first grade, they weren't like, check. No. So anyways, I love stats. I love numbers. You're not going to be able to get 80 to 90% of the people in that deliberating room to say, okay, I'm going to change my mind from not guilty to guilty. That's not happening. What you're going to do is you're going to pounce on, okay, you think she's guilty? Okay, and you do, right? Well, you get up here. Here's the chalk. Teach us with this evidence. And I would make them go through it and sit there with my popcorn and just laugh. And trust me, I would outrage people probably in there, or people would love me and they'd be like, hell yeah, this bitch is fucking hilarious, or she's wild and I love it. But I would go ahead here, go show us. Here's a big whiteboard. Show us. For everybody that thinks Karen Reed's guilty, I haven't seen anybody's channel say that they're Karen Reed guilty, or these people that want to write on Twitter and kind of get up here. I'll send you a Hector projector screen and show me how Karen Reed is guilty. And like I'm going to say, don't use the name Karen Reed. I want you to see in this evidence Show me the evidence where anybody is guilty. Okay. And what I mean by that is that all of this discovery would be used to put the Alberts away or Colin away or whoever away. All right. It's not there. Where's the eyewitness? There's no eyewitness. Where's what? How many witnesses do we have say that walked out of the house and there is no body on the lawn? How do we even know that John O'Keefe was struck at 12:30? What if John O'Keefe wasn't beaten up? They took John O'Keefe's phone from him and they have him downstairs and they want to do like old school mafia style shit and say, yo, would you tell so-and-so? Oh, that's not the answer I wanted. Boom. Would you tell this person? Oh, that's not the answer I wanted. Boom. There is no evidence of anything. You know why? Because the police didn't do their job. So nobody can go down for this. And who's to blame for that? The police. Lally. They had an opportunity to go and get all their phone records. There was an order out there. What'd she do? What'd Bev do? Shut it down. No, the jury doesn't know that. The jury will find that out one day. But you're not going to be able to change 9 people's minds. Okay? You may have a chance to change 1 or 2 people's minds. That's why I am promising you right here, right now, Karen Reed is going to be found either not guilty or it's a hung jury. Period. There may be one asshole that holds out just because I can hold out. And you can hold out. You can be an asshole. You can. But that's where it goes back to what I was saying yesterday, as then that person is truly being an asshole because you can think Karen Reed, you can dislike Karen Reed, you can dislike her lawyers, but based off of the law and what you were there to do, nobody, based off of what the state Commonwealth presented, can be found guilty for a goddamn thing, to include the McAlberts. Understand? Nobody. The police is who you could probably convict before you could convict the McAlberts. The police fucked this up and the police should go down for this. That's what should happen. Because that's how the rules work in society. Like, you mess something up, John O'Keefe is never going to get justice unless people come forward and physically have stuff that, and it's going to take a minute to get those dominoes, and it's only going to happen if these higher entities go after that. And I believe what they're going after is they're going after the police departments. Sometimes in the way, if I was living in that community, I would pray for John O'Keefe's family. But listen, I want my kid to grow up in a better system. Okay? And that means that we need to get these cops off the streets. And I'm sorry, but John O'Keefe is not going to get that justice that he deserves, because no one, I think, is going to be in trouble for what happened to John O'Keefe. But we have a chance to make sure that another John O'Keefe situation doesn't happen. And that's something that we can control. And that's what we need to make sure that doesn't happen. And that's how we can memorialize John's life, is in that type of capacity, that because of John O'Keefe, we're never going to know what truly happened to him. But because of him, other people, it's going to save future lives. Even in the manner of, like, these people pinned a murder on an innocent person. What do you think they've done even to somebody that maybe is guilty of selling drugs, okay? But then they hiked it up to all this other bullshit. And now they're sitting away for like 30, 40 years, but they didn't do that. You know what I mean? These officers need to get the fuck off the street. Okay. Period. And that's what I want to see come from this. I want to see that I have come to truly care about a lot of people in that area. And they have to live there every single day. They have to live in that community every single day. And that's so, like, that's terrifying. And some of them put their faces out here every single day in front of these cameras. And these law enforcement agencies know that. These local law enforcement people know that. And it's like, don't worry, they'll get theirs one day. Trust me. That's how those people think. So it is, it's a vicious cycle. Okay. And the frustration for me comes out with like, this is the law, but people don't know the law. But we didn't talk enough about, hey, what reasonable doubt is. And if Alan Jackson would have had just one more hour to talk. You know how fast Alan Jackson talked? And that's what I want to talk about today. He talked so fast because I'm going to speed him up and I'm going to show you guys how fast Alan Jackson talked in order to get in everything that he did in 59 minutes. He didn't have 1 hour, by the way. He had 59 minutes by the time he got up out of his seat. So we're going to clock it. And started talking. He talked so fast to get all of that in. He was like on Lana speed when she gets going. All right. And the reason that he had to stick to his piece of paper and his script is because he couldn't go off and like elaborate on anything, because he would have been a lally and been like, time's up. Like, who does she think she is to limit a closing argument to get so personal with a jury to 1 hour on something that's taken 10 weeks? That is where the fix is in. And stuff like that. Bev set that time. Why? You think that helped the Commonwealth, or do you think that helped the defense? That helped the Commonwealth. Extremely helped the Commonwealth. Because you have a fumbling, bumbling, fucking piece of shit in Lally. Okay? Alan Jackson is a decorated motherfucking man that that wanted to get personal with that jury and couldn't. She prevented him being able to get personal with that jury. And that's sickening. That's discretion. And guess what? That's appealable, in my opinion. I think that's appealable. Anything that's discretionary is appealable. You know what? One thing they never taught you in school is they need to put government class and math class literally back to back. Because what they never taught you in school was how much money you better have if you think you're going to go through our legal system with a lawyer, a competent one. Because it's not just a lawyer you need a couple good investigators, you need a researcher, you need a paralegal, you know what I mean? You need a team. You know how we pay for healthcare? You know how we pay for like insurance? Think about this. Last night I couldn't sleep. And I said, if I was back in school again, I'd write a thesis and I would say that we need to include how we have health insurance. we need to include that I would pay. Think about this. Would you pay a monthly insurance premium to have a legal defense? Enroll with a legal defense like your whole life. Think about that. That if I was to be picked up on charges and I'm insured because I'm paying this premium, right, each month, like I do with healthcare, that I would then, that gets me, you're paying for your tears, right? Think about that. That's what I would be writing as a thesis for the United States of America. I want to insure I'm insuring myself. Okay, because I have business competitors out there that may try to come at me and try to do crazy ass shit, or I'm a minority, and I'm already prejudged. Or hey, you know what? Whatever the case is, but think about it. Think about it. If we paid, would it be worth it to you? There is that insurance out there. No, there's really not.
It's called a retainer.
It's called a retainer. No, that's not what I'm saying either. Because a retainer just gets you, you still have to pay a billable. Okay, an hourly billable. Fuck a retainer. That's not what that is. No, I'm saying that, just think about it. Think about how you can incorporate that down the road. Because that's something that needs to be there. Because Karen Reed, I hope the figure comes out one day. I hope that, because if I ever get a chance to interview somebody with this case, I've already started my questions that I want to ask. And one of those questions is how many hours have gone into this versus, okay, so there's how many hours, right? But, and then how much money went into paying like an expert versus, I want to know what the salaries, what that took. Because I think something that truly was needed was a visual aid for these people, these jurors. It's called a demonstrative exhibit. Taking that timeline and putting people in and out of that house the way that they say that it all happened, and playing it all out, and showing and asking questions as well as playing. Well, this person testified that this happened at this time, and that's where all these numbers are coming from. So we took all of the data points in the Excel sheet with all the timestamps, and we put them in chronological order of this is what was happening. And we're going to have 4 different videos here because while this is happening, they're saying that that's happening, and while that's happening. So it's like you're watching like a movie in a way to see how this supposedly happened. But then you really, really focus in on how many people walked past that lawn and didn't see that body. Would that help you as a juror? Because I don't see that there was any money spent in that. I see that there's a hell of a lot of money spent in salaries here. I want to, I want to know how much it would have cost to do a couple of the things. And I've been talking with Scott Roeder about it. And he said that's well over $100,000 project that you're talking about. And if you think about it, though, $100,000 ain't shit. If you truly think about it, how you spent $100,000. And he said, well, you could probably even slice it down if the person that you're working with worked with students. So you just look at all of this stuff and it all costs money. It's all money, money, money. And then I look at Sheldon Jeter Jr.'s fucking case and I'm just like, God bless it. If Sheldon just would have had like 1/100th of a defense that Karen Reed has, he would have walked out of there. Okay. Like they didn't even open up the discovery. They didn't even make any discovery requests, like supplemental requests. When I have to go through that case, because I work exclusively with his family, I just talked to his mom yesterday, and I love all of them, man. But I am the reason he's coming home. Like, no doubt about it. It disgusts me when I'm around lawyers. Why? I can't stand being around lawyers. I played a lot of golf in my life, and I play with at the country clubs, like the guys would be like, hey, we need you on our team for a scramble. You get to hit from the women's tees, and I can hit the ball 260. So from the women's teams, it's like I'm hitting a 400-yard drive down the middle. Like it's Pipe City. And I'm ripping Jaeger bombs with the best of them, and we're having like fucking amazing times. And I'm also winning the women's club championship, but never once have I ever been out on the golf course. I'm playing with doctors. I'm playing with stay-at-home housewives. I'm playing with, CEOs of companies. But I'm never out there playing with lawyers. So I wonder what the fuck they do with their time. What do they do for fun? If I was like, I have a doctor say, oh, hey, go get an x-ray, or here, just come into my office. I'll do an x-ray on your elbow. Let me see what's up. I would love to know if there would be a lawyer out there at the country who'll be like, hey, why don't you bring your case file? Let me take a look at it. Let me see if I can help you. Just think about it. The lawyers are out on the boats. The lawyers are out on boats. Besides, I would never want to play golf with a lawyer. You better have a faster cart than they do. They're going to have the best lie every time. Those cheating motherfuckers. They open up their mouth, they lying. So yeah, when people say like, Lana, why don't you just go be a lawyer? I could pass the bar probably right now. In fact, I might just go take it. But to be around such smug motherfuckers every day, fuck no. I can't stand that shit. I can't stand it. I am almost to 50K. So yeah, go ahead, subscribe. It's free. But let's go take a look at Canton here.
I'm good. The what list? Shenanigans, just shenanigans. They're always trying, but Alan Jackson was all over that, and we're good. We got it fixed.
I got a question. What do you think Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe and Colin Albert sitting in that courtroom that day? Do you think that had an impact on the jury?
Yeah, I think it had a negative impact for them. I think either that comes across as it shows how easily, probably to the jury, that they're able to manipulate the O'Keefes. I think that's what it shows.
Or maybe how close they are?
Well, it wouldn't matter if they're close, because that wouldn't prove anything. But I would say it shows how easily manipulated that the O'Keefes are. That Brian Albert couldn't come out of the house when John O'Keefe was on his lawn, but he'll show up for Karen Reed's hearings. Come on,
Yeah.
How's that look?
Stood up and they all.
I have a different opinion about that.
I would absolutely hire him.
Today's the day,
It is. Today's the day. You want a picture? You good?
Tom.
Okay, let's go.
Tom's like, I want to get a picture of the tube top woman. Ah, shit. I love it. I love it. Tom's always finding the tube top, baby. Oh, shit, Tom. I just had to bust your balls on that one. Wah, wah, wah. Oh, baby, we bring in the noise. Separate me from the boys. Okay. Oh, boy.
You want a picture? Oh, look at this. Okay.
What are all these cars doing
Thank
over
you so
here?
much. Listen, can I put this on my stream so people can do that? Yeah? No.
So when did they get there?
I want that one.
Okay, how do I send it to you, Tom? Hold on.
All right.
Oh my!
All
See,
right, I'm
Tom,
gonna
look
be
at
right back.
Tom. Always find the
Morning.
tube tops.
Good.
Look at all those cars there. Interesting.
Oh, wait a minute.
901. Let's see if we're in court. Fucking Deb. Bev. Bev sounds like a Deb. Deb sounds like a Bev. Yeah, right? Can you imagine? Go, Karen Reed! Woo! I can't wear tube top shit. Woo! I don't know how people can bartend in them. They're probably not like, Somebody asked Elena, what do you think happened? I'm going to finally give my complete opinion on what I think happened. And I'm going to do it while I'm walking through my Excel spreadsheet that I created. I love you have massive balls, Lana. Fuck yeah, I'll take down anybody anywhere. And guess what? Even if I get taken down, it's not going to be because you're going to have to take me down. Okay? There's no reason to try to take me down, though. And when I'm wrong, if I find out that I'm wrong, I will say that I'm wrong about something. If I give like a report on something, oh my God. Like, you think I want to fucking, I don't, hey, what can I say that's like, no, man, I want the truth. I want the truth. Everybody should want the truth. My opinion is that the jurors are fighting. Yes, they are. They are. There was a bomb that went off yesterday in that juror room. Okay. And nothing was going to get accomplished in those 30 minutes. Let's just see if we can go home. Let's all come back here tomorrow morning. Okay. Morgan, I love a good Excel sheet. Bring it. Yeah. Where's my girl, Holly? Hey, Holly, where the fuck are you? I'll call her up. The Innocence Project could 100% use your investigative skills. Yes, I've been approached. I have a new approach on how I'm doing some stuff here. Bella's one of I won't say it unless she tells me I can. That shows your intelligence right there, Lena. Oh, what? What part of this 33-minute rant? Me knowing not to jump up and down with a tube top? You guys. Love it. Lana's always here for the truth. Fuck yeah, man. Wouldn't you, if you're a parent, if you're a sibling, isn't that all you want? Like, if your loved one was like in a fucked situation? And if you can't handle the truth, then you shouldn't go seeking it. Isn't that the truth right there? That's what it's all about. Integrity. You're taught that too. You're taught to have personal pride, integrity. You guys, I believe there's a will, there's a way. You can get to point B and then C and then D and then E the right way. Trust me. It may take you an extra hour longer. It may take you an extra day or a week, but you can do it the right way. When you have sound fundamentals with whatever it is that you're working, like whatever you do for a living, whatever you do, if you have sound fundamentals, that cuts down on everything. Just like sports. You can't be the best without fundamentals. If you don't have sound fundamentals, you're going to get owned every time in a big game. All right, here we go. Let's go check out court. We got the fan on. They said that we're in the 8th hour, so it's interesting how they're counting, but we'll go with it. We'll go with whatever they're saying. Who is this? He's trying to call me. What she want? Why you calling me? Not answering. Leave a message at the beep. Bang, bang, we gonna ride out. Okay. It's on. Move that up. Move this over. We are live. Oh, did we miss it?
Those same 3 questions for you. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from?
Hear ye, hear ye. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoli, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in the Father County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. School is now open. You may be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
Have those same 3 questions for you. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here yesterday? Everyone said no or should. All right, with that, Mr. Fullard, I'm sending you and the rest of the jurors out to deliberate.
Good, all rise, jury up, please.
May be seated.
All right. Same as yesterday. Please stay in the building until 10 o'clock. Be back here at 3:30. If you leave the building, let the court officers know where you're going to be and be prepared to be back in your seats within 5 minutes. Okay? Thank you.
All rise for the court, please.
Okay. So let's get to it, class. Ready? This is what. Let me just make sure we go like this. All right. Now I'm going to share with you guys. Hey, Bella. Last night, this DGA33 says, last night I was watching Sean and I thought to myself, Bev giggled right before she scolded Karen. Yep, she did giggle because she scuffed off what Yannetti had said when he said he hadn't seen a juror slip like that before. She's like, then that's what Karen was reacting to with Yannetti looking. She was looking at Yannetti. Then your comment is read aloud saying, Bev laughed, so Karen laughed. TNT Nation thinking like, yes, 100%. Baby time, Holly Berry, baby time. I agree. Lana, war between jurors. That something happened that in that juror room yesterday. Yep. And so someone was like, all right, let's go through it. You know what I mean? Or, hey, we have to talk this fucking idiot off the deep end. Meaning this, those of you guys just joining, welcome to the transparency. I believe, just for easy sake numbers, let's say that there's 10 jurors. I believe that you have your 8 to 9 jurors, 100%. This is a joke. Get us the fuck out of here. I'm pissed as a resident, but as I agree with Bella, listen, you guys have not talked to each other about any of this you guys were in the same room for 10 weeks, however many weeks it was. So here we are, right? We're finally able to say, okay, we ate our lunch that day that we got it. All right, now, so yesterday basically is the day that I want to say they actually deliberated for, worth a damn. And yesterday a bomb went off in that courtroom, okay? In that jury deliberating room, rather, with like something fiery happened. Now, I believe all the polls out there, as far as your percentages, 90% say Karen Reed is innocent. So let's treat it the same way as the jurors in that room, okay? And for easy's sake, we know that there's more than 10, but just we have to convince one juror. Karen Reed is not going to be found guilty. You're not going to be able to have one juror convince 9 people to vote guilty. You have a chance, though, to convince one juror, okay, that Karen Reed is innocent, but that's not how I would do it. I wouldn't say Karen Reed is innocent. If I was, we have to go with the faith of the passionate people in there, meaning this. If I'm in there and I have to get somebody to change their mind, right? I can't do it by saying, you're fucking stupid, okay? I have to do it by saying, listen, it's my job to make sure that Karen Reed or whoever would be in that situation is that this is not a hung jury, okay? Because that's injustice for her, all right? We can't bring John O'Keefe back, but we can make sure that, 2 wrongs don't make a right. And so, listen, by us saying not guilty, I would be telling this person, we're not saying that she's not guilty of the crimes. We are saying that the Commonwealth didn't prove their case. And I would say if it was your kid, if it was your family member, even if it was the Mick Alberts or whatever they're calling themselves, like I would be coming across as, we couldn't convict any of those people, okay? Nobody can be convicted here with the case that the Commonwealth gave. So I would be using my persuasive abilities, which I think that I'm a decent person at, with going that route to say, listen, us saying not guilty doesn't mean that you think that she is innocent. It means that they didn't make their case. Can we agree on that? And I would say I couldn't convict anybody, Karen Reed or anyone, Lally, if it was the Albert, if it was Colin, if it was, nobody would be found guilty with what was presented. Okay. So Karen Reed, I'm promising you guys right here, right now, Karen Reed is not going to be found guilty of a goddamn thing. It's not happening. It's a matter of if we can get one person to change their vote from being, well, and I would try to get it out. Are you biased at all? Do you have an issue with Karen? And if they came across to me as saying, no, it's truly the evidence, I can't get past the taillight. But I would be doing some serious questions into the person's life to try to find out if I truly believe that there was bias or not. Because I would say that. I would say if you don't have any issues with the defense or the, us fighting here about what we think about that woman, no. And if they say no, how do we get past like all of the no, I believe in the evidence. And then I would say, walk me through it, right? If I'm a rational person, I say to this other rational person, okay, walk me through it. Here's the chalk. Go up to the chalkboard and let's go through it. And that's why a question like what you just said, why the cert question? Okay. Because remember, Bev allowed them to take notes the whole time. So I have my notebook and now we have egos in. So let me just go like this for you guys. So I have my notebooks. You guys all have your notebooks. And now somebody that's been decently cool with this crazy juror that thinks like, I'm not budging. So here's my notebook, let's say. All right. And so, and we're going through it and I'm like, okay, let me see what you wrote for this person. Let me see what you wrote for that person. Like you want to start eliminating let's start eliminating the evidence. Let's start doing a timeline. You guys want to do a timeline? If it could have been planted, if it wasn't planted. But how about this? We're over here telling you that it's about, did they make their claim? Did they make their case? Which murder intent. You think that she intended to kill them? No. So, but that's how you would have to talk off this person, whoever it is, that's saying, I'm over here guilty, 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 guilty. And I would say, okay, prove it to me. Prove it to me. I can't go in there and say, okay, well, I think that you're a fucking moron. Okay. I can't go in there and say you're a moron. So I would have to come there that day and say, okay, listen, I don't think you're going to be able to get all 8 to 9 of us to 10 of us to 11 of us to change our minds, but we'll give you the same opportunity to do that if you let us give you, like, you have to allow us the same opportunity. But the only way you could ever really see if you're really going to get that opportunity is you have to feel this person out. And you would start by saying, I believe we can't convict anybody because I don't know what killed John O'Keefe. I want to go off of the Commonwealth's own medical examiner. She doesn't know what caused his death. It is undetermined. It is undetermined. We don't know if the car hit him, if a dog attacked him, if he was beaten. Okay. And they're saying their case is that the car hit him. The case, the Commonwealth didn't say, well, Karen Reed, first of all, started punching him when he was on the ground. And, then she got out of his car and started punching him after she, hit him with his car. They have just this one thing that happened and they didn't prove it. They didn't prove that John O'Keefe's injuries are from that. Right? So that's where you'd want to start. You'd want to start with the car. And that's why they wanted the cert report. And now we said, like, listen, there is no technically a cert report, okay? Because they're associating, if they're going through their notes, they're thinking that a guy by the name of O'Hara has these reports, right? But he's the one that orchestrated the search, but he didn't document anything. So they were trying to find things that were under O'Hara's testimony on day 19. That's what we talked about yesterday. That's why they wanted the cert reports. But there are no, you have to go to Tully. Tully did these reports. And then, so if I was in that room, I would say, okay, here's every single day of trial. This is my notebook, right? This is my notebook, just like how you guys have all your notes. Here you go. And I would sit there and I would say, okay, what evidence points to Karen Reed's guilt? Actually, I wouldn't say it like that. I say, what evidence points that the Lexus killed John O'Keefe? Canton Police Department found zero pieces of taillight. None. So everything came after the fact. Meaning after the crime scene was just left for anybody to go over there. Go look at the cracked images. Yes, we can see, we're all going to agree, her taillight is cracked. Look at those pictures. It's cracked. Awesome. But if you look at those pictures, that's not completely gone. That's not completely gone. The hair. Everyone wants to say the hair. Okay. And if they're like, okay, Lana, then explain the hair to us. Perfect. The hair. Let's go to my Proctor day. Let's go to my Bukkake day. This is the order that they went. I have Proctor saying that he went to Canton at 10, and I have Bukkake saying they got there around 9:15 in the morning. That's a 45-minute discrepancy. Okay. Like, wow. Then they went to the McAlbert's house, right? Then from there, they went to Good Sam. They went and saw John O'Keefe. Proctor went to his room. They had an opportunity to get a piece of hair. Also, if that garage door at the House of One Meadows was just open, they could say, I don't care how clean anything is, you could find hairs wherever. But Proctor went and they were in John O'Keefe's hospital room. And they said they went there to go check his injuries, but also to see the defendant. But the defendant was already long gone and was actually right down the road. And they actually could have called her, and they didn't have to drive all the way to her dad's house if they would have, called her. But there you go. But the hair, they went to the hospital. That's Proctor. I would say, let's watch the leaf blowing video again. Let's watch the leaf blowing video again. Look at these big pieces that they say that they found, that the CERT team found, after all that snow was already then fallen, right? But if we go back to the leaf blowing video, remember how we were all making fun of this leaf blowing video? That leaf blowing video might be the video that saves Karen Reed's life with a not guilty verdict. I would say, okay, so here we go. Let's go take a look at this leaf blowing video. And the leaf blowing video comes when Gallagher, day 5. Gallagher. Let's go take a look. Come here, day 5. Day 5. Contents. I would say juror 69. Let's go watch the leaf blowing video we have here. In the leaf blowing video, okay, here we go, day 5.
play the last video, please.
Miss Gilman. There we go. It's going to be just like this. It's the Delphi. Look at.
Lieutenant Gallagher, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do.
And what do you recognize?
It's me operating the leaf blower and at the scene where John O'Keefe was discovered.
And who is operating the leaf blower in these videos?
I am.
And who, if anyone else from your department, is sort of present while this process is going?
Detective Sergeant Lank is documenting, and Sergeant Good is also assisting.
And Ms. Gilman, thank you very much. If you could just
Okay. Look back here. You see all back there? You guys see back there? Those are footsteps. Okay. So when they say there's no footsteps anywhere around, those are absolutely footsteps back there. You see those back there? Behind the bed?
claim on.
See, it removes the snow. I was removing
See?
the snow layer by layer.
Do you see these? Hold on. Right over here. Look, see these footprints over here? They go back over there. Back past the flagpole. Watch.
And right here, you can see it exposing the cocktail glass. You're going to see red spots appear as I remove it layer by layer.
That's
These
dirt.
pink spots start to turn to be dark red spots. As you see, we can control it. We were concerned with whatever other.
Oh, hold on and wait for a question.
As you can see, it just takes it layer by layer.
Hold on for a second. Mr. Lally, Ms. Gilman, can you pause it?
So look at, see those footprints? Do you see them over there? Look at that. When they were trying to say that there was no footprints walking back there, juror number 69, look at, honey. There's all those footprints right there, hon. Look at, see, juror 69? See those footprints back there? They came from back over there. So when they were saying there's no footprints around, that's not true, juror 69. So, and then right here, right there's the flagpole, okay? So this is all looking like it is 100% dirt because this is a flower bed, juror 69. So where's this big, huge, the pieces that the CERT team found?
So if you have a question for the lieutenant.
Where's the outline of John's body? Where's the outline of John's body that was supposed to be just on the ground, hardly any snow on the ground yet, okay, at 12:30, and he's on the ground, all right? He's on the ground, so there should be this outline of John's body.
All right.
Where is that?
Are you asking him to narrate the whole thing? We're not going to do it that way. And you can pause and then question. It's great you're keeping your voice up over the sound of the leaf blower, but it's a little distracting.
I understand that.
So do you have a question, Mr. Lally?
Just briefly at this point, so Lieutenant Gallagher, with respect to as you're conducting the flow process, what, if anything, are you concerned about as far as throughout this process of trying to locate evidence?
We were concerned with the weather destroying biological evidence at that time.
And so what, if anything, were you doing with regard?
We were trying to take the snow that had fallen over the blood, and we were trying to remove it to expose the blood.
And fair to say, as far as during this sort of removal process, how much of the snow were you able to sort of sift layer by layer with the leaf blower that you had?
We could control how much I wanted to sift. I did it I started out as gently as possible, and if it needed, more snow needed to be removed, I got a little more aggressive.
Thanks. Mr. Chairman, if you could, good luck. And the next video.
Right there. Look at all those. Look. Do you see what also the leaf blower did, guys? Look at over here. Those are footprints over there. That leaf blower is able to make steps in the snow disappear. Okay. But look at, you have steps here, footprints here. You have steps over here.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play the third video, please.
And that's not blood. Okay. This is, look. Wait a second. Holy shit. Wait 1 second. Okay, wait, take a look at this. Take a look at this.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play the third video, please.
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6.
Ms. Gilman, thank you very much. If you could just play and run.
See, it removes the snow. I was removing the snow layer by layer. And right here, you can see it exposing the cocktail glass. You're going to see red spots appear as I remove it layer by layer. These pinks.
This is going to be just like this. Wait a second. Okay, watch.
Lieutenant Gallagher, do you recognize what?
Right there. You see these spots? You see these footprints coming from over here? See this? Right here? See that?
What's up on the screen?
I do.
Walking diagonal towards the house.
What do you recognize?
It's me operating the leaf blower and at the scene where John O'Keefe was discovered.
And who is operating the leaf blower in these videos?
I am.
And who, if anyone else from your department, is sort of present while this process is going?
Detective Sergeant Lank is documenting,
1, 2.
and Sergeant Good is also assisting.
And Ms. Gilman, thank you very much. If you could just play and run.
See, it removes the snow. I was removing the snow layer by layer. And right here, you can see it exposed.
Okay, somebody take a picture, a screenshot of my screen right now. And put like the number 1 in the corner of it. Okay. And then when I ask you to take picture number 2 of a screenshot, then I'm going to ask you to email these to me.
Exposing the cocktail glass. You're going to see red spots appear as I remove it layer by layer.
It was a leaf that just blew.
These pink spots start to turn to be dark red spots. As you see, we can control it. We were concerned with whatever other.
Hold on and wait for a question.
As you can see, it just takes it layer by layer.
Hold on for a second. Mr. Lally, Ms. Gilman, can you pause it? So if you have a question for the lieutenant, all right?
Okay, now take a picture of that and put number 2.
You're asking him to narrate the whole thing. We're not going to do it that way. And you can pause and then question. It's great you're keeping your voice up over the sound of the leaf blower, but it's a little distracting. So do you have a question, Mr. Lally?
Just briefly at this point. So Lieutenant Gallagher, with respect to as you're conducting this whole process, what kind of thing are you concerned about as far as throughout the process of trying to locate evidence?
Were we concerned with the weather destroying biological evidence at that time?
And so what kind of thing were you doing with regard?
We were trying to take the snow that had fallen over the blood, and we were trying to remove it to expose the blood.
And fair to say, as far as during this sort of removal process, how much of the snow were you able to sort of sift layer by layer with the leaf blowers?
We could control how much I wanted to sift. I did it I started out as gently as possible, and if it needed, more snow needed to be removed, I got a little more aggressive.
Thanks. Mr. Chairman, if you could, give way. And the next video.
Take a picture of that. See where his boots are? Okay, this is the end of the video. The first one.
Gently as possible, and if it needed, more snow
Look where
needed
his
to be removed,
boot
I
is.
got a little more aggressive.
Boots.
Thanks. Mr. Chairman, if you could, give way.
Now he moves out of the way, so it should
And
just
next
be
video.
like, it's just so continue with his motions backwards. Right there. Screenshot that. Those are right there. Right. Oh shit! Right there at the end of that clip. Right here at the end of this clip.
You're asking me to
Watch.
narrate the whole thing. We're not going to do it that way.
No.
And you can pause and
Right.
Destroying biological evidence at that time.
Watch this.
And so what kind of thing were you doing with the car?
We were trying to take the snow that had fallen over the blood, and we were trying to remove it to expose the blood.
And fair to say, as far as during this sort of removal process, how much?
Right there. See all those footprints back there? He's not supposed to be he's not there yet, guys. He's not to this spot yet. You see those footprints back there? He's not to that spot yet. They weren't walking on the grass. They Did you see those ones that were right? Hold on. Make this bigger. Yeah, at the top of the right. Okay, hang on. Let me show you this too.
Gently as possible, and if it needed, more snow needed to be removed, I got a little more aggressive.
Thanks. Mr. Chairman, if you could, give way.
Here we go. Here we go. I'm gonna get it pause at the right
And the next
spot.
video.
He's about to get ready. He's crouching down. Okay, I'm gonna slow this down just to the speed. He falls back, right? He like almost falls. Right there. They're right there. Those are all footprints back there. See? Right there. Right there. Get a screenshot of that. Yeah, bitch. See that? See that? See that? See that? Yeah. All right, now check this out. change this. Normal speed. Right there in the corner. Right there. The corner of that screen right there. If this camera just moves it. That was right there, man. I got you, motherfuckers.
Gentlemen, if you could play the third video, please.
This is the third video. Here's Galaga. Oh no, that's right there. That's okay. Boom. This is Lank. Good is recording. Look at how deep his boot is right there. Do you see the snow on this motherfucker right here? Do you see it? Do you see his pant leg? Get a pic of that shit right there. Boom. Bang, bang. We're going to ride out. We're going to, Get a picture of how, see all that snow that's up all the way up there? You guys see, see that? I don't know. Because they need me on their team. No investigation to cover up. Don't know what that means. Okay. That's really high up right there, just saying. Okay. Now, I'm going to show you guys something. Now, I went to the house. So, see where the flagpole is? Well, here, I'll play it all the way through. You guys, where's the big red pieces? Where's the big red pieces of taillight?
Ms. Gilman, if you could play the last video, please.
This is the fourth one. Okay. See? All those footprints over there. You see this chunky snow down over here? Okay, look at. I want you to see how he's basically right next to the flagpole. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 steps away from the flagpole. Did you guys see that? Watch.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play the last video, please.
Flagpole here. Okay. Now, I just want you to count the steps. So now I'm going to show you guys where the flagpole is, what the flower bed looks like. I was just, over there. So now I want to go. Oh, wait, that's not what I want to do. Okay. We're going to come back to Galaga here in a second. We're going to go to. Oopsies. What did I call it? Okay. Here's my reenactment. Galaga. All right, guys, live here from Denham. This is the Walgreens that Karen said she parked her vehicle in. This is the parking lots. All right. Right here is CF McCarthy's. Is literally right across the street. And then over here is going to be on my right is the Waterfall Bar. Good morning. It is already a hot one. So when you're at the top, you walk down these stairs. CF McCarthy's is right there on your left. And right next to it's D&E's. Again, good morning. We're going to just take us on this. I wanted to count my steps. Enactment. I have all my settings set to record it all. Yeah, right there across the street. And I didn't realize, D&E's is literally right next to it. There was a Canton police officer right there. So, as we know, John and Karen had their drinks over at McCarthy's, and then they decided to walk across the street. Look at these waterfalls. Good morning. And then here's the waterfall bar. Literally, it's right across the street. So. All right, so there you go. Then I turned around. Oh, wait, I wanted to show you this. I want you guys to see the flags blowing. I didn't really know there was a waterfall. Oh, now I know. And you see these flags. These are the flags that were blowing, messing up the cameras. So that's it right there. Right there. Okay. And this is where Jen McCabe would have been standing when she was waiting for them, right in this area. And those two walked back off this way, and Jen McCabe walked off that way. You guys are just so pretty. So what we're gonna do here is, now this is the street where, in one of the reports, as we heard in testimony, the trooper said that Karen parked at the Walgreens, because that's what Karen had told them. And remember the Kolokithis? They testified early on. And Mrs. Kolokithis was surprised when she saw that Karen and John were together
up over this way because she was under the guise of that, Jen McCabe was trying to take Karen with her, or, you're coming with me. So. You know where we're going. Have you ever been?
Okay, so here we go. This is my reenactment of them getting in the car.
Added on right now. Oh my God, John, are you sure that we're invited there? Do you even know where we're going? Have you ever been there before? Like, I didn't even think that we had all I know is Jen was trying to take me and she said that she wanted to show me something. Are you even paying attention? Am I driving? Are you driving? Who's really driving? Well, turn left onto Sherman Street. Should we call them? Should we call them? Don't text and drive. I'm not gonna text and drive. You call. You call. You see. Oh, is she calling us back right now? Text. Okay, answer it. Now, a phone call. Turn left. A phone call would have been had, and it was 44 seconds. Now there is a train right here, and it's already passing.
I got the screenshots.
I thought we were gonna go to D&E's. I thought we were just gonna do that. I really don't feel that good. I don't even know if we were invited. I don't even know if we were invited. I hope you know where you're going. What was she saying on the phone? We were all quiet for 44 seconds because Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe said that they couldn't hear anything to their Bluetooth, Do you even know where you're going? Do I know where I'm going? You better be telling me when I need to turn. I don't know anywhere around here. I have no idea. I just know that that's the town of Canton's library. We're on camera right now. This is Sherman.
Right here, that's off to the left there. That's the Canton Library. That's the footage that they used in court. So right here. And this is the intersection that you see.
That would have been lit up over there. We are on camera right now. My taillight is intact completely because Trooper Proctor has not gotten to it yet. And it's not 5:08 yet. Okay, are you sure we're supposed to turn on Sherman? Okay, let's go this way. I hope you know where you're going. I'm just going to turn this way, John. Are you sure that we're invited? I cannot believe that, Jen was trying to take me somewhere. She's like, you're coming with me. You're coming with me. That's all she kept saying. And we were on top of each other at those high tops. They are so small, high tops. Well, I don't know. She told us to follow them out of there, but I didn't see where they were. So, make sure that, we're invited. Should we make sure we're invited again? Should we make sure that we're invited again? I don't know. Just make sure that you tell me where to turn, because, John, I don't know these roads. I think we keep going straight. Jen was saying something about some girl that used to do a pirouette that used to bang. At the next stop sign. Oh, there's Canton Junction. That's where we were earlier. Oh no, wait, we weren't there with them. Somebody else was. God, I just really hope I know where I'm going, John. I think we turn here. Do we turn here? I don't even know. Do we keep going straight? Wow, she's a chatty Cathy, isn't she? Well, I just can't. John, you're not helping me at all.
No, Karen, just keep driving. It'll be fine. They want us there. Higgins is there.
Higgins didn't even talk to me while I was there.
You sure?
Are you still giving me a shit about that stupid light or that camera? Are you looking at your Ring camera again, John? At the stop sign, turn right. I told you I did that just to show you like what it was like for me in Aruba, and you didn't understand.
Nothing
But
happened in
but
Aruba,
now maybe you get it.
Karen, you're delusional. Nothing happened in Aruba.
I saw with my. We're not even gonna go there. We're not even gonna talk about it. You know what? How about I just drop you off? Like I don't even feel comfortable. I don't know anybody around here. Like I don't even know these people that well. I get a feeling that they act like they're our friends, but they're really not our friends. Like, okay, here it is, Karen. Make a left here. We're right here. Are you sure you want me to go in? I'll go in and see if everything's kosher. No. I don't feel that well. These people just gave me the EBGBs.
The heebie?
In half a mile, the destination.
Okay. How, like, what house do we think it is?
It's right over here. You've been here before, haven't you, Karen?
No, I can't even. I don't know these people. Everybody has bald heads. I don't even know who's who.
They're nice.
I keep
Karen.
kissing the wrong person because I think it's you.
I'm sorry. You said you kissed somebody else?
Yes. Okay, is it coming up or am I gonna keep on going past? Oh, it's where all the cars are. Are they having a bunch of people over?
Yes, it's one of the kids' birthdays. It'll be
Oh,
fine.
okay. Like you think I know these people. Oh, is this it?
They
Is this
love
it?
you, Karen.
Okay. Here I think it's coming up. Oh, I see all of them getting out of the car right there. Okay, it's right here. Pull up a little bit more. I really don't want to stay. So,
Jen's texting saying to pull up behind her.
Okay, do you guys see how our I'm gonna just back it up just a tad. When we're arriving here, it gets a little wonky with the okay, so here we are. Do you see that nice view? Okay. Okay.
I really don't want to stay. So
Jen's texting saying to pull up behind her.
pull up. We'll pull in and then we'll pull out. So just pulling. I'm just pulling in the driveway. And I'm just gonna pull in the driveway. I'm gonna let you out, and then I'm gonna pull up. You can see if we're invited.
All right, I'm gonna get out.
Yeah. Pull up next to the yeah, right there. There you go. Just turn around. There you go. And now just turn around. There you go. And now just yep. There you go. Turn it back around out. Oh, look at them. They're all dancing so it's raining men in there. Do you see that? Look at them. They're all staring out the window. Yeah. Okay. John, run in. Check it out. Okay. I'll wait right here.
What to do, Karen? Come in or not?
Oh wait, we just blew into Higgins's Jeep. Now we just hit into somebody else's car. Now it's just a big old fender bender over here. Oh wait, Karen, back it up. I'm talking to myself now. Back it up. I'm just gonna sit here and wait for 8 minutes. Everybody's oh yeah, now we're on the curb. Oh, now we're on the curb. Oh God, whoa.
Oh, good job.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
You on the berm.
Listen, I hear them. Look at them. They're all doing keg
Right there.
stands now.
Keg stands, yes.
You know what, Karen? Karen, throw me my glass that I left that glass. There's a little bit left in there. Now we're just completely on the berm.
Now we're on
Oh God, now we're on the lawn. Oh no, gosh. Wait, let's see if there's any blood. Are there any more droplings over here? Let's see what we got. Anything? Any blood? You got any blood? I don't see any blood.
Right there. Okay. You guys enjoying this? Now I want you to take a look. Take a little look-see, okay? Here we go. Take a little look-see. This is that little area that they use with their boot, okay, to move the snow off of.
Okay, let's go. I don't see any blood. I see nothing here. You know what? Give me one of those Solo cups. I think I found something. Yeah. Yeah.
There you go.
Go grab
There you go. This is all the way over here where your fire hydrant is.
something.
Next to your already pre-busted up whatever green.
All right. Next up, one Meadows. I gotta just blow out of here. Just floor it. I'm so pissed.
No, you need to back up.
I'm so pissed. I cannot believe.
Back up at 300 miles an hour.
I cannot believe.
Can you do it?
I cannot believe.
Okay. So told you that the fire or that the flagpole is all up in the bed. Okay. There you go. It is in the bed. See? Pretty crazy. Now, hold on. I did more.
And I hear them. Look at them. They're all doing keg stands now.
Keg stands, yes.
Okay, wait.
You know what?
Look at that front door. Look at. So those footprints that you see guys walking off, where's it walking to, motherfuckers? Liars. Look at. This is a teeny yard. It's so tiny. It's walking off over here diagonal. When they were trying to say that nobody was walking, did you see any walking footprints diagonal? Now I come back over here and record it. Hold on. Oopsies. Based on Flamati, the video of right. Okay, this is us right across the street. Then this is us coming right there. Okay.
I really don't want to stay. So
Jen's texting saying to pull up behind her.
pull up. We'll pull in and then we'll pull out. So just pulling. I'm just pulling in the driveway.
Now,
And I'm just gonna pull in the driveway. I'm gonna let you out.
now I want to show you guys time it when we were ready to leave. Ready? 1 minute.
Seconds to move.
Hold on.
Cups. I think I found something. Yeah. Let's go and grab something.
Hey Heather, I'm gonna need you to go over there
Next
and
up.
take a picture from where the flagpole is and standing to be able to show people that are fucking absolutely out of their minds that it's just based off of the angle of the pictures from the CERT team's photos and then Canton's photos, but that 100% is the same little area that's brushed off is where they then end up planting the shoe.
One Meadows. I gotta just blow out of here. Just floor it.
Okay.
I'm so pissed.
No, you need to back up.
I'm so pissed. I cannot believe.
Back up at 3 miles.
For a second. You see me
1841.
coming? Honk. I'm gonna reverse.
Okay, so 1841.
Twirling umbrellas. I'm not going in there.
So this is me saying how it would have went down.
I don't even know where I'm going from here. The kids are home alone. John didn't come back out in the car. Everyone was staring at me. There's umbrellas in the house. They're twirling umbrellas. I'm not going in there. These people, I tell you what, all a little wacky. I want to just come to the bar for a couple. What is up, guys? Welcome to the transparency. This is one of the realest reenactments. There he is, another bald man. They have the same Baba.
We're going to One Meadows.
I'm calling John. John, get your fucking ass out here. I'm not taking care of your kids. All right? I'm leaving. I'm going to Mansfield. You're gonna, I'm leaving. You're not gonna leave the kids home by themselves. Kaylee's home by herself. That was a way to get him to leave the party. Like every girl has done. Because as we know, Karen didn't go to Mansfield, right? I cannot believe it. So let's see. The same Baba. They have the same Baba in town. Where are we headed here? Okay. Now I have to use my own. They said I didn't have my locations on. Yeah.
See this place on your right here? They have cameras. Okay, they have cameras.
Night. Yeah. How did I make it back to
and I want to double check. Where was Sandra Birchmore's apartments?
I don't even know my way around here.
They were the Canton apartments.
To get me back. But it's okay. My Baba, his name is Bick. Last name Reza. He's a hell of a man. I gotta go see Bick today.
You didn't see Gillette Stadium out here.
All right, so where I gotta go to now? Now we gotta make sure we get on that Canton Library. What's that? Oh, okay.
Thank you.
I didn't use my Waze or my Google, but yet here we are. This is the intersection where all the cameras were at. This is Sherman, Washington. There's the Canton Library. We're on camera right now. We blew through that stop sign like Justin Timberlake.
Okay, so again, where was that to be shown to the jury? They didn't have that camera. Okay, there is no camera footage that they had when Karen is driving back to the house, right? We're at 2217.
Okay. Next up. Now Jen McCabe's gonna be driving past. Hey Sarah, you don't tell your brother to leave. No, wait, it's not your brother. Julie, it's your brother. We're gonna do some pirouettes tonight.
We're gonna look at the bread in the back.
Tell your brother we don't need anything but the white powder. Okay, so tell him we got it.
Peanut butter in the bread. Yeah, you making the peanut butter and jelly sandwiches in here?
All right, you guys all live by One Meadows, right? Okay, we're giving you a ride home. We gotta go swing by there. We gotta see. Karen was saying that she texted and said that she left and went to Mansfield. So we gotta see if she's really truly there. Because if not, oh my God, those kids are gonna be by themselves. Oh my God, we gotta drive by. Now knowing what the text messages said, those people would have known what Karen wrote.
This isn't that close.
If they had his phone.
No, but like if you're left out front.
Yeah, well, 12:30. She left at 12:30. She left at 12:33, and she got home at 12:41. I've got it on.
Good authority.
In 900, turn right onto Meadows Avenue.
Oh, we're almost there. Okay, great. Oh, this is the white fence coming up. Well, this is what you see. This is where the cops were. This is this white fence coming up here. Is it? This was after that. It's after it.
What they call John Nutterfutter? What was that? What was it?
This is his back. That's the back of his house. There you go. Oh, you can see everything. See, we're on camera. Yeah, the front lawn. Oh my God, it's so small. Look at that. Look at that. We pulled right in here. No trespassing, or we're gonna kick your ass. Oh yeah.
Look at how small that parking.
Everything tiny. They would have thought, go, Jen, go, Karen.
24:19, 18:20. See, 6 minutes. 6 minutes, y'all. All right, now let's go back to this. Oh, do you guys want to see where I think some running happened? I found some shiz. We'll come back to that. Well, I'll let you guys decide.
Karen's really truly there. She didn't go to Mansfield. Like we read on those text messages. What a lying bitch. Go left here. I think we're gonna take Sarah, Julie home. We're just gonna throw your asses out of the car. You guys can walk the rest of the way. There's another flagpole. We should have put him there. God damn it. All right, next up is
All right, so
yeah, I want to see what that thing's. I'm just curious how long they keep those cameras for. Yep, I got it.
Karen would have drove right past this.
Right there. Holy shit. 510B. 510B.
So then I wanted to go to Canton High School. Okay. So I went to Canton High School and I wanted to check something out. And I was loving my surprise. Where is, here we go. Canton High School is right there in the mix of it.
Back around that.
So I want to show you guys. This is that intersection.
Straight.
You know,
Okay.
if we go straight.
Now, the way that they're trying to say that.
So right here's where we're on like the library. If you go through the intersection. So
They try to time it up from that Canton Library to right up here on your right is going to be the Temple Bafa, however the heck you say it. But right here on your left, this is Canton High School. Literally right here on your left is Canton High School. Okay, when I saw how close this was, here's Canton High School. All right. If we can we go in at the next one? Okay, there's the back area. I'm going to show you guys Canton High School's back area. The back end. The back end, if you can get over here. Well, look, they're having a picnic. This is Canton High School. Remember, Allie's driving all over and she's in the Canton. So we're going to see. Yeah, just drive all the way to the back here. I have my data on, so I'm collecting. Yeah, all the way back. Like, here we go, Canton High School. Turn left. Okay, yeah, and then go back around that way. And I want you to go all the way back past the courts. Yep, to the right. Yep, all the way back here. Okay, yep, go all the way down to that right there where that's like a gate guard. And I want to see what that. I'm gonna jump out really quick. I want to see something. Turn right. Then turn right. We got you. We got you. We got your navigation. Keep going straight.
It's a VFW right there.
Letting you go. Yep. Keep on going.
On the right side, it's so weird. It's a VFW right there on the corner, like in part of like the and they had cameras. They had cameras.
In half a mile, turn left. Yep. Keep going. This is the back way. Check this out.
This is where this.
Football.
This
Okay,
is where
but if you want to like make out and do stuff you're not supposed to do, go right. If you want to like come to a secluded area, if you're in high school, where would you come? Now this is the back area. This is where the football team plays football. This is a sporting. Okay. And so yeah, I want to go. So this is the field. Okay, it's all back through. So
If you go back through here, well, I show it here when I go like this.
see that trail back there? Hold on, my God. And I think that we're gonna go and take a right back over there. What's up, JLR? You like this boots on the ground? Actually, they're Nikes. Hold on one second. All right, so this takes you on a little path. Okay. This is all where the sports stuff is. Now go ahead and go down, like it's telling us that back way where that Jeep's going. Okay. All right. Yeah, that's perfect.
All right, see something on the trail.
Oh yeah, there's.
It cuts all the way back. Go straight to Fairview.
Talk about that back way.
This is how you could get from Fairview, like you could cut all through here. You could be walking all through.
It's
pretty crazy.
Type in right now. 34.
We're on
Okay.
I'll do the 34.
Okay, pause. Stop. Type in 34 Fairview. All these cops were.
And so we came to the one street that I wanted to come to that had the dead end. And
Be Sean Lee and what's
where is it? Right here.
It's no dumping, right? Does it say no dumping? But is there a path? If there's a path, we're on. Yep, there's a path. Fuck yeah. Okay. All right,
I found
I'll
it.
be right back. I want to see something. Bingo. Lana's right.
That'll take you all the way there.
Boom. All right.
Okay. Then I want to show you guys. All right, hold on. Then I want to show you guys this one more time. Day 5 trial. Okay.
And Mr. Officer, you can put the lights on. Okay. Thanks. Lieutenant, with reference to that process, how far into the snow were you able to go with using that leaf blower in that end?
We got almost to the ground, bare ground.
As far as sort of a
There you go. We got so let's go back to the deliberating room. Hey guys, come on, we're back all in here together. Hi guys, what's up? So we're back in here together, and so I'm showing this to you guys, and we were able to get all the way down to the ground. So now I want you guys to take a look at, and people sent me the pictures that I wanted. Now take a look at where the flagpole is. Okay.
gently as possible. And if it needed,
You're in the
more snow
bed.
needed to be removed.
This
This got a little more.
This is dirt. Okay, this is dirt. How would you be able to see anything red on black? Right? John was laying in the grass, they said, right? Carrie Roberts, where's his cell phone? Where the fuck is this motherfucker's cell phone? Oh, Carrie Roberts had already picked it up. This is in the bed.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play that last video, please.
Okay, now. 146. 146.
Temporary plastic evidence container. We were able to find large cups, and we took 6 samples. We bagged the 6 samples, and Sergeant Lang transported them back to Camp Police Headquarters.
And with respect to those samples and piece of glass that you located, eventually, what, if anything, was done with those? Well, first and foremost, when you came back to Camp Police Station, what, if anything, did you do with them?
Chief Berkowitz was at headquarters, and we had a meeting in the detective sergeant's office.
What I'm asking, sir, is with reference to those items that you took back from Fairview when you got back to the station, what, if anything?
Sergeant Lang placed them in evidence.
And then subsequent to Sergeant Lang placing them in evidence at some point, where did they go?
They were turned over on February 1st to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And was that something where they were driven to the crime lab, or did the crime lab come to the station?
The crime lab was already at the station.
Now, you go back to the police station and have a conversation with your chief, is that correct?
That is correct.
What was your chief's name?
Chief Berkowitz, Kenneth Berkowitz.
And following that conversation, at some point, did you return to Fairview Road that morning?
I did.
And who, if anyone, did you go there with?
I accompanied Detective Sergeant Lang.
And when you arrived, where did you go with reference to residence?
We went into a side door, and there were people in the kitchen at that time. I believe it was the kitchen area.
And did you know any of the people that were in the kitchen? Who, if anyone, did you know?
Who I remember specifically was Jen McCabe, who I don't know personally, but I know because that's who Sergeant Lang arrived to talk to, and I knew Brian Albert in a professional sense.
And so Brian Albert is also a police officer, is that correct?
He was Boston police officer, yes.
Now, as far as you recognize what's depicted on that particular flash drive?
Yes.
And what is depicted on that, sir?
CPD Sally Port videos.
You know, public safety introduced in the minutes of next exhibit.
Any objection?
There you are.
Here we go. Now there's allegedly missing video, like 42 minutes. So we'll find out if that's true today.
All right, if I may, at this time, seek to publish a portion of Exhibit 34 for sure.
Okay.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I could have a portion that's February 1st, that covers 12 a.m. to 12 noon.
So this is February 1st. And so this is the where they're, I have a bomb shelter release on what I think was used also at OK.
And from your review of this video, what
That's them working on the tail. That's them taking out the tail light, the housing.
Rear passenger side taillight.
He re-enters the Sally Port and with some tools, and he places his toolkit down on the tailgate of the Lexus.
And what, if anything, you observe to do after that?
He begins to work on the housing of the tail light.
So if we're all in a deliberating room together, you're saying, yeah, February 1st. Okay. So we need to make up for like, we're, January 29th, January 30th. And so then we're going to go to Alan Jackson's part right here. at 2:31.
We're told to respond to 32 fair, right?
That is correct.
That was a mistake on either dispatch's part or something.
Correct.
You figured out where to go once you got there. What's your involvement in this case?
I don't recall.
It was about a month ago, wasn't it? April 3rd, 2024?
When I was interviewed by, I don't know who you're referring to.
Formal interview by any law enforcement agency.
Oh, I was never, until about a month ago, prep. I was not interviewed, correct.
And that interview was conducted by whom?
I met at the DA's office with the prosecutor, Adam Lowry.
And there was also a state trooper there?
There was.
Lieutenant Tully?
Correct.
Okay. So Michael Proctor never formally interviewed you about your involvement in the case?
No, sir.
Never interviewed you about your involvement on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
No, sir.
Never interviewed you about your recovery of any physical evidence at the scene?
No, sir.
Which would include the bloodstains as well as the piece of drinking glass?
That's correct.
Okay. Never interviewed you about where that evidence ultimately went and how it made its way back to Canton Police Department?
He never interviewed me, no.
And his partner, Yuri Butnik, also, I won't go through the litany of things, never interviewed you as well?
Correct.
And until April 3rd, 2024, nobody from the DA's office had interviewed you either?
That's correct.
Did you write a report about your involvement in the case?
Not on that particular day.
Did you write a report after that?
Yes.
When did you write that report?
Possibly January 2023. I believe it was the request for the metadata, the acquisition of the photos report.
Okay, fair enough. Did you ever, I'll narrow my question. Did you ever write a report about your involvement on the day at the scene?
No, I did not.
So that's not documented, at least by you, that's not documented anywhere.
That's correct.
Did you take notes when you were at the scene?
No.
Did you go back to the station and memorialize your findings and your conduct at the scene by taking notes back at the station?
No, I did not.
So you have no notes and no report about anything that happened at Fairview on the 29th?
Not myself, no.
Were you ever instructed by any superior? You're pretty high up in the ranks. You reported to whom?
At that time, I reported to the chief of deputy chief of police.
Right, either the deputy chief or the chief.
Correct.
Did either the deputy chief or the chief instruct you, Lieutenant, don't worry about writing a report in this case?
No, they never said anything like that.
You would agree that it's one thing to respond to a scene, it's another thing to actually gather evidence at a scene.
That's correct.
Especially a scene where it's a potential, at that time, a potential homicide of a police officer.
That's correct.
Part of the reason for annotating, memorializing exactly what evidence is recovered is so you can relay that to other officers, correct?
Correct.
So for instance, in your direct examination just a few minutes ago, you said that you went back to the scene at one point. What was the date where the drone was considered?
February 1st.
You go back to the scene on February 1st. That's 3 full days after the event, correct?
That is correct.
After the incident. And you said, I directed them to where John O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
Yeah, sure. Yes.
But in fact, you never saw John O'Keefe's body, did you?
That's correct.
Okay. So you were giving them information that you had about which you had no personal knowledge, correct?
I had knowledge from other officers. I did not see John O'Keefe at the scene. He was transported to the hospital. That is correct. Yes.
Right. So you couldn't determine exactly how he was positioned, right?
Not precisely.
From head to toe, right?
Not precisely.
Where his arms or his hands were.
That is correct. Yes.
He's a 6'2" man, correct?
I don't know.
You don't even know that?
Is that not embarrassing? Right there. I was waiting for that part. This guy wasn't interviewed. So so here, remember, well, Lana, they don't get to look at this stuff. Well, then I'm going to show you guys this. Here is Lana's notes, just like they would have all these notes. Lana's notes. So where are we at here? This is all the direct examination. Then No knowledge if Proctor was there. Showed him on February, like where O'Keefe was found with the drone. Strike that for the record. February 4th, 2020, called Chief Berkowitz, asked if he is working. Chief Berkowitz called him and he said, no, Lank is. And this is when Jackson takes over. So, like, this is everything that they'd be going through. So, on the cross here, February 1st, 3 full days later, John O'Keefe's body, didn't see his body. If Mr. Lally told me, I would take it as fact. Diagram of where the cross coordinates, compass, position, measure. We don't use that technique. We estimate after he was off the ground. Emerging light. Emerging light at the home, at the house. Good called Tom Keller, responded. Open at the time. Reason called Keller versus Burke. Chain of command. There was an injury. Ranking officer on scene. Coordination of the 30 years. Never did a snow investigation. What exactly? How did you preserve the crime scene? Good, moved all the cars. Lank get some statements. So let's see. What else? This is what they would be doing. Already aware someone talked to people inside. Wind drifts. Told you where the body collapsed. Good Lank. Professional tent in your car. Tully, ask you about that tent. So I want to get to that part. What's the timestamp on that? On direct 252, you're saying trampled by first responders. Let's go to that. 252.
I don't know the size now.
If I told you that he's over 6 feet tall, would you have any quarrel with that?
If
Mr. Lally told me that, I believe him.
We're told to respond to 32 fair, right?
That is correct.
That was a mistake on either dispatch's part or something.
Correct.
You figured out where to go once you got there.
They can tell by the emergency lights. We're looking to take samples of snow. We wouldn't have, I know for a fact we did not have those. We needed bags, needle containers, things of that nature. We're all set. But as far as plastic containers that we wanted to utilize, we didn't have them.
Do you have any glass containers?
No.
So KPD does not have or utilize evidence collection containers that are plastic?
We have needle containers that are plastic. We have blood swabs that are in plastic containers. But for what we wanted to take a sample, we did not have. So we improvised.
My next question is, certainly Canton PD employs and owns sterile swabs.
Correct.
Sterile swab is in a container that's long, and usually the swab is connected to the lid, pop it out, and then it's sealed.
That's correct.
And forensically stable, correct?
Yes.
And the reason that it's sealed and forensically stable.
All right. Let's go take a look at what everybody had sent me when I asked. First up is wanted to use this one. All right, here we go. Picture 1. This is when he starts. Okay, picture 1. Picture 2. Picture 3. 4. Look at. All right, so then we got, this is picture 7. 8. Look at those steps over there. 9. The footprints lead to the tree line where they're deep, not to be seen. I don't know what that says, but I have another different one I want to show you guys. Hold on. Checking to see if you were called into court. I have it in my ear, so around 9 hours. Let's see. Yeah, they show. I don't know if they are being called in or not. We're checking on it. Found it. if I was on the jury and I was like, okay, guys, I want you to listen to this 911 call. 911 call.
Sergeant, and 2 days patrol traffic.
Now, how long have you held the rank of sergeant with kids?
Coming up on 3 years.
Now, with reference to had changed between the weather when you arrived and around 6 a.m.
It was snowing heavily.
Now, Your Honor, with court's permission, I would ask to publish that call to the jury.
Okay.
Carrie Roberts,
Hold on
911
one
call.
second, please. What number? Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Carrie Roberts, 911 call.
All right. Go ahead.
My name is Karen. I'm calling because my friend's boyfriend did not come home last night. We were at the waterfall. And now she is calling me hysterical because she doesn't know where he is. You didn't take anybody up by the name of Joe. Yeah, he's about to call and be on phone.
Boom. I knew it. You didn't pick anybody up by the name of John O'Keefe. They were at the waterfall. She was calling me hysterical. He's a Boston cop. Boom, bitch. There it is. That's the 5 a.m. call. Hey, come on in here. Let's talk about the jury. Hi, jury 69 or number 69. What you think Karen Reed's what? Guilty, baby. Okay. Well, let's just like put this like right here, right now. Carrie Roberts 911 call happens way before the 6:04 a.m. 911 call. Okay. And if you guys want an exact, this is Carrie's 911 call. This is really important. Carrie's. She says his name, John O'Keefe, Boston cop, all of it. They knew, motherfuckers. Okay. Again, let me back this up just a tad.
now working that sort of 911 dispatch area desk, at some point, just before 5 a.m., what if any calls did you receive around that time?
I received a phone call from a woman, generally asking if we had locked up or transported a male party that evening. It's not uncommon that people call and say, hey, did you lock up so-and-so or did you stop anybody? She said some version of he was out with friends. He didn't come home tonight and his girlfriend's worried about him.
At the time that you received that call, did you know who that person was on the other end?
No.
And fair to say at some point later, you had responded to Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes.
And the person who had called just before 5 a.m., did you have occasion to speak with them when you were on scene on Fairview?
I did.
Who did you identify that first call to come in from?
First call was Miss Roberts.
The Carrie Roberts, is that
yes.
correct? May I approach?
Yes.
So I'm showing you this. You recognize that?
Yes.
Before 5 a.m. Before 5 a.m.
You recognize that?
That would be the 911 call from our station.
And that would be specifically from Ms. Roberts, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm calling also to introduce the minister.
No objection.
Your Honor, with court's permission, I would ask to publish that call to the jury.
Okay.
So Carrie
Hold on
Roberts.
1 second, please.
Carrie Roberts testified that she called 911 to ask if they had transported or taken
All right,
John.
thank you.
Okay.
That's what you said.
Right
All right.
after Jen
Go
had called, or Karen had called her. Here's the call.
Hi, my name is Karen. I'm calling because my friend's boyfriend did not come home last night. We were at waterfall. And now she is calling me hysterical because she doesn't know where he is. You didn't push anybody up by the name of Joe. Yeah, he's about to call and we'll be on phone, so.
No.
If he tells me another line and has to have his own house, I don't know, but.
Yeah, no, we didn't want anybody else or anything like that. Hey, where does he live?
He lives on Meadow, downtown.
He lives on Meadow, Pleasant. Okay, and where? So like home, you said you grew up?
Yeah, they were out having drinks and then she left. And so because we got home at some point, they never did.
Yeah.
And so I said to her, my husband has been able to run her and I said, she wants to get home. And he kept asking me to do that because they're there. That's what.
Okay.
And so she knew we were having a little bit of the home because she nervous that she never knew how to.
Yeah.
So she said, they happened. And I said, okay. Well, the California hospital, nobody got paid. I represent probably. I'm not going to take him out to the back. I don't know.
Yeah, where? Did you drive up there?
No.
No. Okay. Yeah, I think, again, it's more, it would be driven by you. You would have to, call in a couple of patients and talk to us, but I mean, that's what I call it. It's more, you just get all Los Angeles, see this conference, sometimes we'll have a little.
I'm backing this up. I want to hear something. And I'm going to slow it down.
Okay, sounds good.
Hi, my name is Karen. I'm calling because my friend's boyfriend did not come home last night. We were at waterfall. And now she is calling me hysterical because she doesn't know where he is. You didn't push anybody up by the name of Joe. Yeah, he's about to call and we'll be on phone, so.
No.
If he tells me another line.
Okay. This is what's crazy to me. She doesn't call John's phone. I have a cleaned up version I can send you. That'd be great. Sure, go ahead. Why don't you call John's phone? I'm gonna try to make it so we can hear and understand the call.
I don't know, but.
Yeah, no, we didn't want anybody else or anything like that. Hey, where does he live?
He lives on Meadow, downtown.
He lives on Meadow, Pleasant. Okay, and where? So like home, you said you grew up?
They were out having drinks and then she left. And so because we got home at some point, they never did.
Yeah.
And so I said to her, my husband has been able to run her and I said, he wants to get home. And he kept touching with me to the people that they're bachelor.
Okay.
And so she knows we were having a day off and I to be home. Because she nervous that he never knew how to.
Yeah.
So she said, I feel like they happened. And I said, okay. Well, the California hospital, nobody got paid. I represent probably. I don't know if take him out to the back. I don't know.
Yeah, where? Did you drive up there?
No.
No. Okay. Yeah, I think, again, it's more, it would be driven by you. You would have to, call in a couple of patients and talk to us, but I mean, that's what I call it. It's more,
No, that's why. That's because she didn't tell me. That's kind of why she's more freaking out. So I think I called the other hospital, I said, call Kansas police just moved to our, you know, they take them, like I said, it's not complete stuff, and anyone that's people, if anybody says they come out. Yeah. Take it off. Can't we have it closed at the time? No.
Unfortunately, I wasn't there, I was stuck in it. But we haven't get any calls, anything like that. Nobody was arrested or anything like that. All righty.
All right, well, thank you.
All right, no problem.
Your Honor, with court's permission, I would ask to publish that call to the jury.
Okay. Hold on 1 second, please. What number? Okay. Okay. All right, thank you. I thought that's what you said. All right. Go ahead.
I'm trying to get rid of the echo, and I put the captions on.
Hi, my name is Karen. I'm calling because my friend's boyfriend did not come home last night. We were at waterfall. And now she is calling me hysterical because she doesn't know where he is. You didn't take anybody up by the name of Joe. Yeah, he's about to call and we'll be on phone, but.
No.
Okay. So the first thing I want to say, I think that's weird, is number one, is she sounds so awake. Like, this isn't someone that just woke up to me. Okay, she just sent it. Let's see. Where just sent it to? I don't have it. If you sent it, send it to the Mind Challenge at gmail.com. Yeah, alert as fuck, right? She sounds very, very Mind Challenge. So the Mind Challenge at Gmail. It's all together. I don't have anything yet, so I'll check my spam. Oh, yep, it was in my spam. Can you retry to send that email again? It's saying that it's not allowing me to take it. Okay. Now, so I have that she sounds super alert and she just had gotten woken up.
I don't know, but.
Yeah, no, we didn't want anybody else or anything like that. Hey, where does he live?
He lives on Meadow, downtown.
He lives on Meadow, Pleasant. Okay, and where is the last home you said you grew up?
Yeah, they were out having drinks, and then she left, and somebody when she got home at some point, they never did.
Yeah.
And so, I said to her, my husband had been out with her earlier in life, but then he came home, and he kept touching with me to the people that they're specialists.
Okay.
And so she knows we were happy when they all been up to be home, but then she nervous that she never even happened.
Yeah.
So she said, I feel something happened, and I said, okay. Well, so probably our hospital, you know, we got the president, probably take him out to the back, I don't know.
Yeah, we don't know. Did you drive
No.
Right there. Do you want me to drive over there? Do you want me to drive over there? And she says, no. That's number 2. Okay, so number 2 is, do you want me to drive over there? No. Meaning Carrie Roberts is saying, telling the police not to go over to the house. Why don't you go over there? Because I have no idea what's going on. Okay. Okay, let me see if I can get it this time.
And now she is probably hysterical because she doesn't know where he is. You didn't take that outside the name of John.
Okay, hold on one second. I think I can do it like this. Hold on. Thank you for sending it. It came through. All right, hold on.
She left. And somebody has to come home with some kind of way that was dead. Yeah. And so I said that you know, I haven't had enough of the other and I go that you know, you should go. So she actually needs to know because they're software. Okay. And so she was having what they all have to be off because she never said she never even happened. Yeah. So she said they're not and I said, okay. Well, so the hospital, she knows that they not president, probably. Some have to take them out to the doctor. I don't know. Yeah, no. No. Okay. Yeah, I think it's be her money. She would have to call and a conversation but it's more, you know, she did a whole lot better than she was calling. No, that's why. But she did me and that was me. That's kind of what she was working on. So I think I talked to her hospital, I said, can't police or something to her, and they go, I didn't, that's something that I don't know, that she goes, they do anybody something from us. Yeah. And we don't have a phone that's not, yeah, no,
Hold on. I thought maybe they got the transcript. There's got to be a transcript of this that exists somewhere, but I want to show you guys something. People make mistakes sometimes.
And now she is probably concerned because she doesn't know where he is. He took everybody outside of the insurance. Yeah, he's about to take off, and we are so. No. I don't know. Yeah, no, we want to get No. No. Okay. Yeah, I do. I didn't, it's not, it's a feature of my, you would have to look at the expectations, it's more, you know,
Hold on 1 second. Oh my God. Wait a second. Hold on 1 second. The IT guy, is that the first time that we get the video of Karen leaving the bar that they use? Is that when they use it with the IT guy?
For the Commonwealth? I don't know. Did they not use it with Jack? I don't know.
Thanks. When did thank you.
Tell me what video I'm holding my desk. If you're that.
The IT guy. Hold on, it's this day. Got it. Michael Trotta. Jutris, day 18. Hold on 1 second. The closed captions on the video. Holy shit. Remember I told you I thought the vehicle was turning the wrong way?
When we were out there?
Yeah. Holy shit. Day 18. Got it. $6.54.
Looking for video.
Correct.
And at some point shortly after that, did you receive any did anybody from the state police reach you?
Yes. Trooper Donna reached out. We had a phone conversation. And we had email correspondence relative to dates and times. We had pulled some footage from one site in Pequaside Farm that was put together. And then after that, there was a request for anything facing Washington Street, either from Town Hall or from the library.
And so as far as what was relayed to you by
Okay. See this road right here? Let me have him. There it is. Look at. There's no snow on the ground. Like where the camera is. Everybody pay attention to what I'm saying here. The side of the street that the camera's on. Okay, so this is really, really important. In order to go to 34 Fairview, all right, if we're going to drive to 34 Fairview, this is Washington Street. This is the main street. So if you're we're looking at it right here. To the right of it, that's where they're coming from the waterfall bar. Okay, this is like how we did it. All right, this is at so see, this is outside 1200.08. All right, now
what's up on the screen? What's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And as far as the view from this camera from the library, is that correct?
Correct.
And so as far as
remember how somebody said that the video that he it was Proctor, he said, I thought it had yellow writing, not blue. Look at this has
view from the camera
that has yellow writing. See this?
Served it on the security camera and as you provided it, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, sir. Do you have
Higgins dragging his plow.
Yes.
Sorry.
Are you familiar with this area as far as the area of camp?
Yes. Town Hall is right across the street.
And I'm sorry, I stepped right over your words when you were saying that.
Yeah, so Town Hall is right across the street. And the intersection here is at Sherman. And this is Washington, the longest street that you'll see.
So Washington sort of runs parallel with the street, and then Sherman is the street that appears intersect with Washington.
Correct.
In the area of town.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So if you could take that down and just up the flag to it. Again, sir, what's up on the screen? Do you recognize
Yeah,
that?
this is 5 a.m.
This is essentially the video that you provided to the troopers. They're retrieved from the town library from 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. later on that day, January 20th.
Yes, sir.
And the orientation as far as Washington Street, Sherman Street, that's all the same in reference to the earlier. The camera has moved.
Correct.
Hold on 1 second. Then he says, so. Let's go around. So does it come on from Gallagher's? Gallagher. 2 cameras. Flash drive. Chapman, Washington. Good. So he didn't turn it. Basics. That's all I have at this time because I got it. I know.
We approach justice to that.
Yes.
Then this couldn't have been possibly generated on 1:30. Like, how did you get that picture? You uploaded it? Who uploaded the picture? Because it was Good's phone that was used, you guys. Good was the person that was using the iPhone to record the leaf blowing dude, Gallagher. Good was used.
That was included in the first version of your police report, which was
All right, they're going to show it on the screen now. Here we go. Let's see if we're money here.
okay. And I'm sorry, the exhibit number was 42. 42. Thank you.
42.
May I publish 20A and 42 separately for the jury, Your Honor?
Okay.
Okay. 20A is, you testified, the photo of the burn that was included in the first version of your police report, which was P for identification, correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's put up 42, please. No. I'm sorry. Where is 42?
Right here. I don't have it.
Oh, you have it.
Yeah.
No wonder. Sure. The exhibit sticker's upside down, but there we go. That is the photo of the piece of taillight allegedly found at 34 Fairview that you have identified as exhibit 42, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, having seen those photos, one was included in P for identification, one was included in Q for identification, correct?
Yes.
Which you previously identified as your reports. Or report, I should say.
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I would offer the top portion of P and Q for identification as a full exhibit.
Okay, and there's an objection from the Commonwealth?
Yes, sure.
Okay. It will come in, when the jury actually gets it, we'll have it on the same 9x12 paper that everything else is.
Perfect.
And all exhibits go through Madam Court Reporter.
Oh, of course.
There she is.
So, jurors, I'm going to send you out for 5 minutes, okay?
Oh my God.
What the fuck? This is insanity. We're gonna be here. This is gonna be longer than the OJ. OJ, I'm not even playing.
Come on.
All right, so let's show you guys something here.
May I see those, Madam Court Reporter, please?
Why do you need to see anything, Bev?
Look at sister-in-law jail, giving you any dirty looks.
All right. So I thought you were going to cut them. Apparently, you probably don't have scissors. Let's get these so that they're acceptable to go to the jury. I mean, this just came in with the whole report on it.
I'm sorry?
This just came into evidence with the whole report, and that's not what you agreed to at sidebar.
Right. I mean, I guess we didn't have scissors, but what I was going to do, because it's folded, all I was going to show the jury was the part that got in.
But these are now in evidence.
Understand.
Okay, and that can't happen. So fix them.
How the
do we have scissors, Mr. Clerk? Thank you. So why don't you fix them, run them through a copy machine. All right, we'll take a 5-minute recess. And actually, this is probably a good time for me to say, you know, and it's not just the defense, it's not just the prosecution, but we're taking an awful lot of these jurors' times. We're taking days and weeks. Let's not squander it by, you know, repetitive evidence or taking time like this that we shouldn't need to take. Okay, let's move this case along.
This is a murder case.
All right, please.
Okay, here we go. Check this out. Day 5. That's day 6, but day 5 right before it. Day 5. Okay. Timestamp. $6.50.
Mr. Albert, Mrs. Albert, Brian, and Nicole.
And if anyone else was present in the home when you spoke.
When I was in there, I know Jen was in there, but we didn't speak to her because we already spoke to her. But we just spoke to Brian and Nicole right in the front room.
Now, you heard. Area that you were directed to, as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was found, you observed that in this photograph of Exhibit 28 as well.
Yes.
You could, using the laser pointer before you directed to his attention to where in this photograph that is.
Where's the crime scene tape? Right there. He identifies this area as being where Mr. Ogie was found, but guess what? He wasn't there yet. His vehicle wasn't there yet. He was already up off the ground. And he's using this for him to pinpoint that. Now, I want you to look. I see what I'm talking about here. You see this part? He's saying this is right where John is. I'll replay it. Where's the crime scene tape in this photo?
May I approach just to,
Yes.
if you could, just, speak up
Wait,
when you get
what?
to that point, and Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause it.
That's not true. Right here. That's when they're taking her. Karen. 6. That's not the side that he's on. 1, 2, 3. See? The fuck is going on?
Pause it right there. Now, the,
And
Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 41 back up again.
Exhibit 41.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward on this to about 40 minutes and 30 seconds in. Good, pause it right there. Now, Sergeant Good, what's up on the screen? Is that the point that you are referencing now as far as about to move your cruiser for that purpose?
this was early when we moved out of the way of the ambulance, I believe.
6:52. 6:52.
Oh, no, could be right.
Regardless, you recognize this the
Yes, sorry, if you just play forward, I'll know.
I'm sorry.
Just play forward, I guess.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, I'd like to play this through, so about 41 minutes and 12 seconds or so. But if you could just pause it real quick, I'm sorry. Sergeant, at some point when you move this cruiser, what if anything you're able to see in this footage of the front lawn area of 34th Fairview?
So my cruiser camera pans the front yard of 34th Fairview, and it shows the snow undisturbed. No footprints, any tracks, anything like that leading anywhere.
And if you could just speak up
Wait,
when you get
what?
to that point, and Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause it.
That's not true. That's not the side that he's on.
Pause it right there. Now, the area that you were speaking
That's a
about
lie.
before is-
Matt McCabe's vehicle's not there yet. They started taking pictures at 7:42 a.m. 6:52 a.m.
Is this sort of the portion of the video?
Yes.
And using the laser pointer,
It's a lie.
if you could direct the jury's attention to the portion of the yard that you were talking about in indication of no footprints or anything that you observed.
Okay.
You think you can see footprints?
If you could just
People, why would they be walking there? They're going to walk up the driveway. What the hell are you talking about? At 6:53, what time did you go? This was after you talked to them. Alan better caught that. Good, they're laughing. Good, they got him. He got him. Yes.
As well,
Thank God.
some photographs that were taken in the area of where Mr. O'Keefe found. Is that correct?
Yes.
Hey, Coach Ron.
Yes.
He says, now we have pictures of where you found Mr. O'Keefe. Now watch this. This is all fucking sick. This is so sick.
To show you what's been marked as Exhibit 8. First, just if you recognize it.
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That is 34 Fairview.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 8 up on the screen.
Exhibit 20. Here we come. 6:07. So it was before.
What's up on the screen? Is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed on scene that day?
Yes.
If I could ask you to flip forward in that book before you to Exhibit number 10.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if we could have Exhibit 10. Ms. Stockton, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you with Exhibit 10?
Yes.
And similarly, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That is a scene where our officers and the witnesses found Officer O'Keefe.
And if you could, using that laser point you have before you direct the jury's attention to where you would direct to where Mr. O'Keefe was found.
Objection, hearsay.
No, I'll allow it.
You're allowing hearsay? Okay.
Now, sir, if I could ask you to flip forward in that book just a little bit more to what's been marked as Exhibit 20A.
Okay.
So then if I could have that exhibit on the screen as well. And you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 20.
Yes, that's the curbing.
And as far as the curbing is concerned, how is it sort of cleared off in this particular area?
We'd kick it off with our shoe to clear it off so we could actually see it, make a mark of it.
And again, that area.
There you go. There you go. Kick it off with the shoe, make a mark of it. No crime scene tape in that photo. Where's the shoe? Where's the shoe? Where's the shoe that the CERT team would find? This is at 7:42 in the morning, right here, this picture, 7:42 a.m. This is the same part of the curb, the exact same spot. You guys, it's just a different angle, okay? And they're saying John's body was found in between here and the flagpole, all right? They put his shoe right here and cake it up with the snow. This is why this picture has to be taken down off of the Canton incident report. This is on the front page of the Canton incident report. This picture without the shoe. Then it would be, 9 a.m. would pass 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6:15 p.m. when the CERT team was done. Okay, this is the picture of, remember, if you guys are watching me, that's the curb. That's like they're trying to take a picture of the rounded out curb at 34 Fairview. Okay, that's what that they're trying to make to show. Okay, so that's the curb. This isn't like a spot on the street, or this is the spot that they're clearing is this curb. All right. This then should have the shoe. You would see the shoe that's not on John O'Keefe's body. It should be right there. Well, Lana, why would you say that? Because that's where it is when the CERT team takes their pictures, not realizing that Canton had taken this picture and put it already in earlier that day when he wrote his report up. And then they had to take that, this picture that was on top of the report that went with the front page of the report. They had to change out that picture.
That you were directed to, as far as where Mr. O'Keefe is found, you observed that in this photograph of Exhibit 28 as well?
Yes.
You could, using the laser pointer before you direct your attention to where in this photograph that is.
Where's the crime scene tape? Where's the crime scene tape in this photo?
I may
Now,
approach this to,
Yes.
Also, where are all the glass pieces? Where are all the glass pieces that were found 1 foot from the shoe that was left in there? You were supposed to use yellow evidence markers so that you can mark things. When you take a picture.
lastly, I'm just going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 27. Sergeant, do you recognize that?
I do.
Ms.
Here we
Gilman,
go.
please have 27 on the screen. And Sergeant Good, what's up on the screen and before you as Exhibit 27? Sorry. What's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 27?
Yes.
And if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at in this.
You're looking at dirt. That is not blood. That is a picture of the fucking dirt that was blown, and you're seeing the snow with the dirt.
We have the blood, and then
How do we
here is
know
the
that's
broken
blood?
drinking glass that was located.
Drinking glass located.
You're welcome.
May I approach just to retreat?
Yes.
Where is all the taillight? How people could seriously be in that room right now fucking deliberating? Deliberate my tits. Okay? This is called thorough note-taking. I treated it like I was a juror.
Can I have just a moment now?
Yes.
There's no fucking blood. That is dirt. Now, let's get into the good stuff, which is
Following your time on scene that morning, sir, where did you go?
Once we cleared 34 Fairview, I returned to the Camp Police Department.
And the items that you were talking about as far as the blood, which believed to be blood droplets in snow and a piece of a cocktail glass, what, if anything, did you or other officers do with regards to that?
Overruled.
Go ahead.
Detective Sergeant Lank transported those back to the police department.
Again, just one moment, Sharon.
Okay.
6:34. Okay.
I have nothing further for this witness, Sharon.
All right. Stianetti.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's do this shit, boo. Cross-examination. Here we go.
See the face sheet before they get to the narrative, correct?
Sure.
His accuracy. And look up at me when you're done. And you've had enough time to review it?
Yes.
Getting back to the location, which you said was important, what is the location listed in your very police report?
On the face sheet, it says 32, but in my narrative it's 34.
Oh, the face sheet is important, is it not?
Yes,
People see the face sheet before they get to the narrative, correct?
sure.
Is accuracy important?
Yes.
And the very first thing that's entered with regard to the location is inaccurate, right?
Say it again.
The very first entry with regard to the location on your police report on the face sheet is inaccurate. Would you agree with that?
I guess so, yes.
And with regard to the name down the bottom of that report, I left the report in front of you so you could look at it again. Would you read that silently to yourself and look up at me?
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory as to what name is listed?
Yes.
What name is that?
John O'Keefe.
No. I can have that back for a minute. Now, you decided that you wanted to go to the call, or you decided it would be a good thing for you to go to the call personally, correct?
Yes,
So you called Officer Kelly Deaver into dispatch,
I did.
and you did that because you wanted her to cover the desk for you so that you could personally respond to the call, correct?
Correct.
Responding to the call wasn't your duty assignment, but you made it your duty assignment, correct?
Correct.
And if you were going to leave, somebody had to cover.
Correct.
Right. So it's not in yet.
I see. With regard to your dash cam, sir, do you recognize the bottom video here as depicting your view as you were driving to the scene?
Sure.
And that appears to be a fair and accurate representation of what was shown to you on direct examination with regard to your dash cam?
Yes.
Continue.
This is a bunch of jabronis, just a bunch of jabronis. This is ridiculous. Look at the blanket. Look at the blanket. Look at where she's standing. Look at where she's standing. Look at right where she's standing. Seriously, 1, 2, 3 feet. Like she takes. She stepped over the curb.
She just shook out the blanket all over the place over there. Could have been up bringing that up. They could have had glass on it. They could have had shit on it.
Should have blood on.
Should have had blood on it.
It was. You just put a blanket on top of him, right? But then it ended up what? Just after they picked him up, this blanket got left there. She's just shaking it all over the place, right? John's blood. And then she's scraping off her car, but nobody has a problem with that. Nobody.
Would you agree with me, Sergeant Good, that you were arriving on scene
At 6:16? Does she seem like she is scraping off her car at 6:16? This is why I don't understand why Carrie Roberts wasn't cross-examined. Carrie Roberts, you're worried about there being snow on your car. Carrie Roberts at 6:16 here is scraping off her vehicle. Meanwhile, her best guy friend is basically, she found him dead.
AM on January 29th?
Yes.
And I'd ask you to review and compare your dash cam video with the top dash cam video for the next 30 seconds or a minute, please. I'll ask some questions after that.
Sure.
Look at this. Look at this. What could Carrie Roberts actually be listening to? She's getting snow off of her car. Look at this. And you don't think to ask these type of questions to Carrie fucking Roberts?
The top dash cam shows the exact same thing as the bottom dash cam, just from a different vantage point.
Yes.
Play for that 20 seconds. were you able to see that when people are moving, or when somebody's moving in the top version, they're also moving in the bottom version, just again from different vantage points?
Yes.
So did these both appear to be fair enough representations of the dash cams that were going on at that time?
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
Okay, I'd like to see Councilor Ziba for just 1 second on this.
Where are we
All
going?
right, so
with
right there, they
this?
got identification. He's identifying it. Right here, he moved to admit it, and she wants to sidebar due to him wanting to admit this.
Out of his house, correct?
Correct.
And did you see first responders working on John O'Keefe when you were there?
No.
He had already been loaded into the ambulance at that time?
Correct.
So you didn't see him actually being scooped up and put on a stretcher, correct?
I don't recall, no, Houston.
And with regard to the remainder of the time that you were on scene, up until all the way through 7:50 in the morning, did you ever see Brian Albert come out of his home?
No.
Did you ever see anyone come out of the Albert residence?
Other than John McCabe and Matt McCabe, no.
Were you aware when you entered the Albert residence that morning that John O'Keefe was found on his front lawn wearing only one shoe, black in color?
I was not aware of him missing a shoe, no.
While you were there, you were listening to the questions that Sergeant Lank was asking Brian Albert?
Yes.
Did you ever hear Sergeant Lank ask Brian Albert that morning if he knew where the other shoe was that was black in color?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why? How the fuck was that question sustained? How was that sustained?
While you were there,
Biased.
did you ever hear Sergeant Lank ask Brian Albert when he learned that John O'Keefe was lying on his front lawn?
Objection.
Sustained.
You
How
knew that
is-
Brian Albert, as a Boston police officer, is a first responder, correct?
Yes.
All police officers are first responders, correct?
Yes.
You know from your training that all police officers have to receive CPR and other necessary training to be first responders, correct?
Yes.
At any point in time, did you ask Brian Albert why you didn't come out of his house?
No.
Did Sergeant Lank in your presence ask him why you didn't come out of his house?
Objection.
Sustained.
After clearing the scene at 7:50 in the morning, did you go back to the station?
I did.
Do you know whether or not Kevin Albert was working that day?
I don't.
Did you see Kevin Albert that day?
I don't recall seeing him.
Did you speak with Kevin Albert that day?
No.
Now, since that day, it's been almost 2.5 years. You've continued working on the same police force as Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
At some point in time, you and Kevin Albert discussed the fact that you were one of the first responding officers to his brother's home for this tragic incident, correct?
Yes.
It's a very unique situation, correct?
Yes.
Many officers in the department were interested to know what you saw and heard that day, correct?
Sure.
At what point in time after January 29th did Kevin Albert broach the topic with you as to what had happened on January 29th?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Sure. I don't recall ever immediately talking to Kevin Albert about the incident, no.
Right. Well, you had said that you don't recall talking to him that day, but certainly within a couple of weeks, the two of you caught up, correct? Preserve and secure a crime scene?
Yes.
Why is that?
You don't want the crime scene to be contaminated.
And you also do not want, and you'd like to prevent the crime scene from also being manipulated. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And what steps were taken, either by you or in your presence, to close off and secure the crime scene at 34th Fairview?
We had crime scene tape up while we were there, and then we also had Officer Mulaney on the road.
And when you say you had Officer Mulaney on the road, you mean blocking off the road?
Correct.
Are you aware of something called the crime scene log?
No.
You recall being trained in the academy that when there is a crime scene that needs to be preserved, it is advisable to set up a log so that all personnel are required to sign in and sign out. Again, to prevent contamination and to prevent manipulation. Do you not recall that training?
I don't recall it, no.
With regard to the fact that it was actively snowing at the time, did you consider putting a tent around the area to prevent and minimize the environmental intrusions like the snow?
It would have been useless.
Did you utilize any heaters to assist in melting the snow in that area?
No.
And before you cleared the scene, or I should say when you cleared the scene, did you post an officer to guard the scene so that nobody could get in or out?
No.
How long was the road closed off for?
While we were there, so it was 2 hours.
And then after the 2 hours, there was nobody guarding the scene. Would you agree?
Yes, correct.
The road was not closed off.
No.
That crime scene was open to the public.
Correct.
So with regard to, a crime scene log, a tent, heaters, keeping an officer there to make sure nobody got in or out of that crime scene, you would agree none of those protocols were followed, correct?
I don't believe there's a protocol for a 10th in our policy.
Okay.
Excuse me?
So I guess leave the 10th out of it. None of
Okay.
those other protocols were followed, correct?
Correct.
And certainly a 10th is not put up in the.
Nope.
Correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to your police report. going back
Stay
to
there,
that,
stay there. Good job.
Your report clearly listed persons involved in the case, correct?
Correct.
And that police report is generated by computer software, correct? That's particular to police reports?
Correct.
And that's one of the categories that you
This
can
is
fill
so
in,
important right here.
Correct.
And would you agree with me that with regard to all of the persons involved listed in your police report, everybody's first name and last name was completely spelled out except for one? Would you agree with that?
I don't. I believe those names were entered by Detective Sergeant Lang.
Okay, but certainly the report has your name on it, correct?
Correct.
So you would review the report before submitting it in your name, correct?
Correct.
So regardless of who entered or didn't enter, my question remains, which is that with regard to the persons involved listed in that report, everybody's name, first and last, is spelled out except for one, correct?
Correct.
Whose name was not spelled out completely?
I don't know.
May I approach? Okay. Page 2, counsel. And I think you look at it silently and then look up at me when you're done. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Having reviewed that report, does that refresh your memory as to whose name was not completely spelled out?
Correct.
Who was that?
Brian Albert.
Did you omit Brian Albert's first name to mask the fact that he was involved?
No. No.
Do you know who Colin Albert is?
I know that he is Chris Albert's son.
And so therefore he'd be Brian Albert.
Okay, so hold on. Then go to. Day 6.
Albert's nephew?
Yes.
Anywhere in your report, do you mention that Colin Albert was present at 34 Fairview the night of January 28th going into January 29th?
No.
Day 6.
Yeah, huge here, huge exhibit.
Have you all agreed to the redactions?
May we approach justice to that?
Yes.
All right, great here.
They appear to be nearly identical, correct?
Correct, except I'm looking at the top right corner. One says 1/30/2022, and the next would be 10/25/2022.
That is the print date of the report, correct?
Okay, I don't know.
So regardless of when those two face sheets had been printed, ignore that. With regard to the information about the incident number and the date of the report and the date of the incident and the reporting officer, those appear to be identical, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to P for identification, which is the first report that you were shown, and you were shown that yesterday, and now you have it in front of you, there is a photo on the right side of that report, is there not?
There is.
Do you know what that photo is of?
It looks like the scene probably a couple days later when the snow had melted.
Okay. Does it look like a berm that was actually
Exposed?
uncovered by the officers on scene the very first day?
Yes, are we looking at Q?
No, at
P? Yes, P, yes, it looks like the berm, correct.
And then with regard to Q for identification, which again is the face sheet with the identical information, is there a different photo?
Yes.
What does that photo appear to depict, if you know?
It looks like the same area that Mr. O'Keefe possibly was found, I believe.
Those two documents, P for identification and Q for identification, those are actually your report, correct?
Correct. But can I explain?
Mr. Lally will, I'm sure, let you explain. At this point, I'm going to be asking the questions if you don't mind. Your Honor, I would offer into evidence as full exhibits both Q for identification. Just the face sheet.
Is there an objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, the objection sustained.
May we approach?
Okay, can I see
Is
those,
there
please?
is right there? That's
They're-
gonna get
these are coming in. This is a
appeal.
report, and the face
Appeal.
sheet is just. I'm gonna zoom in here for you.
This
guys.
is so
Okay.
important.
Whoopsies. Okay. What this is right up here. That's what he's referring to. Okay. And if you look at the report, see how it says his name, Officer Sean Good. Whoopsies. See that? Then what he had him identify yesterday was, do you see anything on here that's different? Well, Officer Higgins' address was Canton Police Department's address. Okay. That's the first thing. And then the second thing right here is Brian Albert's name was just the B, Albert. Everybody else had a full name. Okay. So that's what he had him point out yesterday. I just went ahead and redacted stuff. And so he wants to get into evidence this these face sheets, and Bev thinks that she doesn't have to, and it's like this is from a police report, and what he's going to testify to is that, listen, the face sheet is always the same, and then my report comes after it. Okay.
There's a narrative sheet and there's a face sheet.
Well, what he's going to know, the face sheet is just talking about, it's like an incident report. These are the people that are involved. So you have Karen Reed's name, then you have the events, where the location was, then the victim you have, and then you have what you would call witnesses or persons. Okay. This sheet, what he's saying is this sheet, that's the face sheet, the top sheet, and then this is where your reports go after it. As you can see, then you have, here's Good's report. There's the pages. Okay. The face, that beginning part was entered in, he's saying, by somebody else, not him. Okay. And so, but this is your report. Those 2 pages go on top of it, no matter what. And what he testified to is that, yeah, but I didn't talk to all of those people. I only talked to, and he gave his names. Well, that's very interesting, because if he would have went into the house at Fairview, when he says that he went in with Officer Lank, he would have met with Matt McCabe.
Yesterday, he testified to there being a face sheet and a narrative sheet. And remember on cross, they said, should
Yeah,
they be the
hold
same?
on.
United should be going to the reason that this needs to get in also is because the face sheet picture changed. Okay. And it changed because they had to get that berm picture off of there, because the CERT team took pictures the same day, 10 hours later in the same spot. And now there's a magical motherfucking shoe. The missing shoe of John O'Keefe is now right where you should be seeing it. And so it's proving that it's planted. This is the piece that I have been irate about, that wasn't talked about, that wasn't properly identified. And it should have come in cross. And even though Alan Jackson did a most miraculous job in the cross, this proves beyond any shadow of a doubt that there is this picture here, and Canton took it at 7:42. And then the CERT team, which is who they want when they want to talk about the CERT team coming over, and they wanted information on the CERT team report, and that they're looking for this. The CERT team then comes and they take a picture, the same fucking area. And there's now a fucking shoe there.
Damn, it's dark, you know? So, and they didn't start preserving, the whole purpose of when did you start trying to preserve this crime scene? Remember? And their pictures, none of their pictures.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the berm from that morning.
Okay. And Exhibit 20A is the photo that was in the first version of your report, which was P for identification, correct?
Yes.
I can take those back from you, sir. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the berm from that morning.
Okay. And Exhibit 20A is the photo that was in the first version of your report, which was P for identification, correct?
Yes.
I can take those back from you, sir. Can you sit down?
published the I'm sorry, with regard to the first photo that you identified, which was the piece of taillight that allegedly was found at 3430, that was a fair and accurate representation of that photo, correct?
Yes.
All right. May I offer that, Your Honor?
Okay, there's no objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right, they're going to show it on the screen now. Here we go. Let's see if we're money here.
Okay, and I'm sorry, the exhibit number was 42, thank you.
42.
May I publish 20A and 42 separately for the jury, Your Honor?
Okay.
Okay. 20A is, you testified, the photo of the berm that was included in the first version of your police report, which was piece for identification, correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's put up 42, please. No. I'm sorry. Where is 42?
Right here. I don't have it.
Oh, you have it. Yeah, no wonder. Sure. The exhibit sticker's upside down, but there we go. That is the photo of the piece of taillight allegedly found at 3430 that you have identified as exhibit 42, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, having seen those photos, one was included in P for identification, one was included in Q for identification, correct?
Yes.
Which you previously identified as your reports. Or report, I should say.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, so perfect. That's not his picture. How could you have this picture? This is the CERT team. All right, or how many days later? That picture didn't exist when you made the report in the morning. Okay? So, but that's what he changes it to.
Your Honor, I would offer the top portion of P and Q for identification as a full exhibit.
Okay, and there's an objection from the Commonwealth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, it will come in, when the jury actually gets it, we'll have it on the same 9x12 paper that everything else is.
Perfect.
And so the question is did the jury understand what
And
Yanetti's
all
doing
exhibits go through
here?
Madam Court.
Because you want to make it come together. So is this getting through?
So, jurors, I'm going to send you out for 5 minutes, okay?
Oh my God.
What the fuck? This unbelievable. So the jury can't have a chance to understand shit because this bitch during key
This is
parts-
insanity. We're going to be here. This is going to be longer than the OJ. OJ, I'm not even playing. All right, so let's show you guys something here.
Okay,
May
so
I see
here.
those, Madam Court Reporter, please?
Why do you see it?
Yes.
Okay. So then finally 15 minutes goes by, right? Here we go. Bringing the jury back in.
Thank you.
And with the court's permission, I'd like to display these one above the other.
Okay.
This is everything in the case. This is what should free Karen Reed and the leaf blowing video.
Sergeant Good, you have previously
Because
testified
this-
the details in these reports. You would agree that each of these reflects your report. It says reporting officer Sergeant Sean Good, correct?
Yes.
Each of these is page 1 of your report, correct?
Yes.
You've previously testified that you call that the face sheet of the report, correct?
Yes.
Each of these has the identical incident number and call number, correct?
Yes.
The identical date and time reported, correct?
Yes.
The identical report date and time, correct?
Yes.
And of course, the identical officer.
Yes.
Other than the print date of the face sheet of your report, one appears to be in January, one appears to be in October. The major change is the photo that's included on the face sheet, correct?
Yes. Can I explain why?
So that second photo with the piece of taillight that is included on the first page of your report, that photo is not from January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You never took a photo of a piece of taillight on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You never saw a piece of taillight at 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Boom. And so the jury would have to see and putting this in their little notebook to say, okay, to understand, okay. So now when the jurors are going out, remember you have all these people, we got to get this one person. Juror 69, listen, I'm giving you the time of day. If you're not going to listen to me though, if your already mind is made up, then I'm not even going to do this. Okay. But if your mind is not, hey, I think that she's guilty and this is why. Okay, well, this is why I think that she's innocent. And then I would probably back up and say, okay, let me take that back. This is why I believe I don't know, and none of us know. We weren't there. None of us were there. But in order for me to convict somebody, and if we have a hung jury, this is going to happen again. Okay. But our job was to come in here, and our job was to find, is this woman, there should be no hung jury. Did they present the evidence that we need to convict her based on the law? Okay. And so if we go and we look at our notebooks, everybody turn to whatever they took on day 6. Who took notes on day 6? Raise your hand. If you didn't take notes on day 6, shut your fucking mouth. Now, day 6. Who took notes? All right. You two, you're out. You don't say a fucking word. Day 6. It was about the reports. And now let's listen to it.
Did you personally switch the photo on the face sheet of your police report?
No.
Do you know who did?
So whoever updated the report, their supplemental, you add photos.
But in answer to my question, do you know the specific person from your department who altered the photo on the face sheet of your report?
I didn't take the supplemental report, so I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know who took the photo.
But given that this is your report, you're the reporting officer, you are responsible for the content of that report, are you not?
For my report, yes, not other officer supplementals to an investigation.
All right, but this is your report. This is the face sheet for the reporting officer, Sergeant Sean Good, is it not?
Yes, on the face sheet.
All right. Now, would you agree with me that someone reading this report and seeing that the date and time of the report is listed as January 29th of 2022 at 8:24 a.m., that's when you wrote it, correct?
That's when I logged in, yes.
Now, where the defense dropped the ball, I'll tell you what time I think the defense dropped the ball. You recall Sean Good to the stand as the defendant, okay? Sean Good comes back to the stand. In evidence, we didn't have the cert photos yet. Tully didn't testify yet. This person didn't testify yet. Now we have stuff in evidence that we can use, okay? So recalling Sean Good to the stand was a must by the defense. You recall him. He comes, takes the stand. Officer Good, when you first testified, it was how many days ago? Yeah, 25, 30 days ago. That's right. And a lot more evidence has come into this case. A lot more testimony has come into this case. Wouldn't you say after 25, 30 days? Yes. Okay. So, Officer Good, you recall your report that we had much testimony on, your report. When you testified on day 5, do you recall saying, do you recall being the one that took the photographs of this person using the leaf blower? Yes. And yes. Okay, perfect. Now, Canton was recused, so they were no longer a part of this. So after you put in your report, after that day, you guys were already recused. So who would be making any changes to their report or being able to get in and to add anything? Wouldn't they have their own supplemental reports? Supplemental 6, then 7, then 8. Why would somebody come in and under your report decide to start writing supplementals up? They wouldn't, right? In fact, if the CERT team took pictures, did they come and report to you? Did they give you those pictures? How did you possibly get your hands on a fucking picture that Tully took from over the DA's investigator, Tully? How the fuck did you get that picture that Officer Tully took? I'm going to wait. How did you possibly upload to your report pictures that Tully took on January 29th or the 1st or the 4th or whatever day, how did you get it so that in your possession? How is that possible? Why would they give that to you? You're done. It's over. Isn't it true, Mr. Good, that when you turned your report in to Trooper Proctor, and you turned in your photographs to Trooper Proctor, that him and Tully came and talked to you? Because your photo was a problem for them, wasn't it, Officer Good? Your photo captured the berm. And isn't it true that Mr. O'Keefe only had one shoe on? And when you guys were there, you guys didn't find a shoe, did you? And you were all up on that berm. You took pictures of that berm. You had a leaf blower. You're documenting everything. You were walking over that berm how many times and you don't see that there's a shoe right there? Your photograph, they didn't know existed when they planted the shoe at 6 o'clock when the CERT team took the photo on that 29th. And they told you to change the photo. And then I would show him the photo of the CERT team and where it was taken, which we have here and we'll show you. And I would show you your photo. Don't you think that your photo would have this Nike motherfucking shoe in it, Officer Good? Where is it? This is right here, right where the pole is. This is where the point of where the shoe should be. And you took a picture of it to signify where John's body was. That's why you took that picture. And that's what you testified to. And now in this photograph, do you see a shoe? And the answer is no, you don't, do you? But now when we put up this photograph, which is in the same fucking spot, just a different angle of the shot of the camera. It's the same spot. Okay, because why would they go take a picture of the berm up 10 feet or 20 yards to the right? It's all covered with snow everywhere. That's the only spot of the berm that has ever not been in the first day that was like that. Everything was covered with snow. And you testified here 20 days ago when you said that that's the area where you guys used your shoe and you guys took it off, right? That's the only spot that you did that in. And it was right where John's body was so that you could document to show how close it was to the berm, things like that, right? You wouldn't do this in an area that had nothing to do with the crime scene, would you? And so, Officer Good, is it your testimony here today that this area isn't the same area that the CERT team took their photograph, which then they gave to you to then put it into your report so that you could change the front cover? Because that's what gives away the fucking setup. And that's the problem. But how did the defense not catch this? Wouldn't you hammer this the fuck home down to the jurors' throats? I would deep throat the jury with this. And even if I was wrong, it's so compelling. This was missed. But this needed to be given to the jury just like this. You're recalling this piece of shit, and we're going to talk about it again. Remember, you were called at 5 o'clock in the morning. You knew that a Boston police officer was missing at 5 a.m. Didn't you, Officer Good?
Somebody reading that and seeing a photo of a piece of taillight might believe that that photo is from the same date that your writing the report, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You think it's misleading to include a photo on the face sheet of the report when the report is dated January 29th, 2022, and the photo is not from that day, it's from sometime later?
Objection.
Sustained.
How are these sustained? Ask how would we know
Is there
that?
anything on what is now marked Exhibit 44 on that face sheet that indicates the date and time that that photo on Exhibit 44 was taken?
No,
Is there anything on Exhibit 44, that face sheet of your report, that indicates that it applies to some supplemental report that was later filed?
no.
So that would mislead
I made a moment.
the reader of the report.
Nothing further, thank you.
All right, please take the exhibit down.
And guess who's
And we
reading?
need that exhibit, Mr. Yannetti.
Oh, yes, of course. We have two others as well.
Okay, the exhibits are to remain up here with the clerk.
With the clerk?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, go right ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. So Sergeant Bureau, turning back to some questions you were asked yesterday in regard to Christopher Albert and whether or not.
Okay, so I want to show now this, which is the pictures from the CERT team. All right, so all that's footprint. Footprints go all off that way. But okay. This is this fucking jabroni's report. See? That's just the day that it was printed. Okay. Time data report 129. Report date time. So the date, so that this can always be different. This was written up. Okay. 0608 0824. Okay. This incident report was written up 8/24. And that's the picture. Okay. So this picture was taken by 8/24. Understand? So that's how that works. I'll zoom in. So this is what the jury's looking at. So if I'm with the jurors right now, because I'm trying to explain to these fucking morons from Norfolk County that I don't know, can't get it through their skull that, listen, I'm not saying Karen Reed's innocent. I'm not saying she's guilty. I'm saying these fucks can all get fucked. Now, so then you have all this stuff with these reports. I'm not gonna, we get to, this is then you have your like narration, okay? And then, you know, your report's done. But, so let's see that. Then that changes. It changes to a photograph that was taken. Okay, so nobody knew that Good went ahead and like uploaded all that shit. So he does that report, and okay, this is the first crime scene photo taken by Canton Police. That's the one that you just saw. Okay, and he points that this is. See, remember how far away that actually is? And he points to like John O'Keefe's body being like over there. Okay. Crime scene tape, blowing. This is at 7:12. 7:12. That's just signifying that's 34 Fairview. That was like their photo. That's just the stupidest thing I've ever seen. Okay, yeah, right here. So they're trying to say that this is blood. This is dirt. This is, back out of these a little bit. Go like this. We're going to start talking about that in a minute. We're going to start talking about that in a minute. I just wanted to show you guys Bev again, in case you didn't know who Bev was. Look at her. That's the caption of a lifetime right there. That's when the McCabe, this is the picture that Good and them took as well. This is when the McCabe vehicle was there with their two only cars, like their missing cars, whereas Brian's work vehicle. Yeah, I'm just like, there's stuff that's missing. The Alberts just don't have two vehicles on that other side. All right, now here we go. This is exhibit 60. There's your fire hydrant over there. This would be how long later. Look at how melted it is, right? We're going to come back to that one. Here you go. Okay. We're going to come back to that. We'll come back to that. Here we go. Okay. This is trial day 9 when this exhibit is shown. That piece that was right next to the fire hydrant. Okay. I caught the footprints right away on that day. And they're all the way over here. So let's get to what I want to show. Yeah. Don't you think that piece would be very, very visible? Okay. Do you see right here? That section of it? That's the section of the curb that's going to be in these pictures that are coming up. Okay. And now from this angle, like wherever you're taking whenever you're taking a photograph, it depends on the angle, but that's that portion right here. Okay. That we're all going to see. That's where the shoe's going to be. How do I know that, Lana? Because remember, John O'Keefe's body is up over here. Why would you ever need to change that photo? Oh, here we go. All right, this is the report's cover page with a little photograph. That's what it was. And then it got changed. These are just the print dates. So when it printed on 1/30/2022, see that? It still had that. But when it printed off on 10/25/2022, it had that picture then. There, it's just zoomed in more. Boom. And then that's the picture. And I have a couple good angles. But this is the berm, like the curb, that they brushed all off. All right. And right here, see these patterns? Right here, right here. Pay attention to those patterns. This is one that's further away. And then over here is your fire hydrant. Like it's like flagpole. This is all bedding right here, all dirt. And then you just have a little area, one swipe of a lawnmower, a big walk behind lawnmower could get almost this patch that's from here to where it becomes the bed and the berm, like the curb. You would have just a little more, like it would just be like a little, like the only reason you would have to do a 2 passerby is because there would just be like a little bit that was not, it didn't get cut.
Good way of explaining how big it is.
Yeah, it's a walk behind lawnmower that's like a commercial one. That's the between the grass, which would be here, and then it starts to that's all the bed.
Oh.
All right, so then look at this picture. This was taken, so it says, we grabbed the breaking news, woman arrested in connection with the death of a Boston police officer. Okay. Yeah, sorry, I muted myself there for a minute. We're going to get into the shoes. Okay. I have a better one than that. All right. Okay, these are what they were showing the jury, remember? Okay. This is pushed up. This is the berm. Remember I said to pay attention to, okay, do you see this little area here? Okay. See this little area here? See these patterns over here? I said pay attention to that little area. Okay, so this is what the CERT team took. Okay, so this is actually the road. Okay, this is the berm, and it's pushed up. So like the sole of the shoe is up against, this is the berm. Okay. Now, remember how I told you to pay attention to this little area like that? See that little over there? How it had like a little break. Now watch. See this little area like this? There's more pictures. They're coming. No big shards. No nothing. Come back to that. Okay, this is the picture that they change it to. Right here. This is this picture that they change it to. This fucking horrible photo of just saying, here's this glass piece. Okay. Yeah, I'll show John's photos here in a second. But I want to get to this really good right there. There's a piece. This is good. This is what Good's testifying to. This is a cocktail. Is he saying this is the cocktail glass? This is blood. This is dirt. This is what they're saying is all blood and exhibit. This is their exhibits. Exhibit 27, this is blood. This is John O'Keefe's house. Come back to that. Okay, I want to show you something. You guys see there was all this snow that fell. This is a cop of Karen's car, okay? This is when people are coming, right? Karen's car sat there from 5 o'clock in the morning. Okay, this is well after all this time. How much snow fell from 5 o'clock in the morning until, take a look. This is when Patrick's friend was coming to pick them up. Or when Patrick got dropped off, the nephew. This is when Karen's brother came to pick up with the dad. Okay. And this had to be after like 12 o'clock. All right. So when they say all of this snow fell and we couldn't see any of these huge ass pieces, this is all lies. This car why isn't there any snow built like piling up on these cars? We all know when our cars sit outside, they get what? Thick ass snow on top of it. Carrie Roberts dropping off the O'Keefe parents. This is the weirdest thing I think I've ever seen in my life. I'm going to zoom in here for you guys to see these. Why the heck would somebody come by and do an only snow blow? Look at this. Around this vehicle, one line goes down. Like, see this? One line up, and then see like around, that's it. This is way at nighttime. So we know what time that snowblower came out. So you should be able to see that it was way earlier in the day. So then you have to think about from noon, when the snowblower guy came at noon, till when the CERT team, this is well after 6 o'clock at night. All right. So if I can still see the snow blowing guy's line, okay, that tells me that there wasn't that much snow that fell between 12 and 6, right? These people are fucking lying their tits off. This is called God-given. Nature is giving you evidence.
Mom.
That's right, yeah. So now let me show you guys. Lana, how can we believe you? Okay, well, here it is. Carrie Roberts dropping off. This is all taken. These are all the exhibits. Carrie Roberts. Then this is his vehicle, Paul. This is what Paul is on the stand. His mom. That's Paul. Karen's SUV and John's. Timestamp 4 hours, 41 minutes, and 30 seconds. And that's mid-morning he testified to. Okay, mid-morning. Then we see in the back, I got this for the purpose of to show a plow truck, and the plow truck guy is only spraying from behind, and he's not even actually dropping his plow. Okay. this is when oh yeah, this is when Carrie Roberts again brought the O'Keefe family over. So as you could see, nobody had. Let me see if I have the video. Perfect. This is the shovel. See, Karen's car is already gone. So this has been after Karen's car was taken, the murder mobile, the murder weapon. And then look at somebody miraculously decides to come over, okay, and bring a fucking snowblower, okay, and only does one path. Have you ever heard of such a thing? Snowblower. Path down around the vehicles and goes right here. And you could see the path. See, there's that person with that shovel, which is different than the person that came over to do this. See? Somebody came over and now they didn't bring a snowblower over. They came over to snowblow. So did John have the snowblower? They used John's snowblower. Why? That would be the last thing to be on my mind is that I need someone to come over and snowblow my, like, what the fuck? Like my brother just like that, the fuck? Look at that. Look at that. Snow blow one. It's right where they were. Because Karen Reed's vehicle left this little mark. That's what I thought it was, but it wasn't. It was like actually to the side of Karen's because there was like a drift or something. But right there, that snowblower starts. Right in that spot. And then see right there? Makes this path to just go around the cars over here. And I'll zoom in so you can see it. Who's the person that came over to do that? Okay. This is Officer Stephen Mulaney. This is who I think was telling the truth the entire time. This is a police officer. This is his report. At this time, Officer Seraph asked me to assist in getting witness information. I then spoke with McCabe, Jennifer, and asked McCabe who the victim was, and she identified the victim. McCabe then explained to me that a group of people had gone out to Waterfall in Canton earlier in the night. Jennifer stated that she and her husband left the bar at approximately 12 and went to her brother-in-law's house at 34 Fairview. He got it right. McCabe then told me that O'Keefe and his girlfriend Reed were invited to 34 Fairview Road, but never arrived. But never arrived. I asked McCabe if she possibly knew how long the victim had been where he was found. And she told me, and she told he was dropped off by Reed sometime between 12 and 1. Is that the most oxymoron of a statement? I asked McCabe if she possibly knew, and where he was found. So if they never arrived, right, then he's asking how long has the victim been in that spot where he was found, okay? And remember, this is all at the time that before they got all of their stories straight, right? Hey, I'm asking about where he is right here, where we found him. Think about it. Then McCabe then says, she told he was dropped off by Reed sometime between 12 and 1. McCabe then told, is this anything about her saying, oh my God, yes, they were here. They were right outside. I don't know. And then they just left. They never. This is what you want to see and believe, is this type of stuff. Then McCabe then told me that she was called by Reed at approximately 5, wondering if she knew where John was. At this time, Sergeant Good arrived on the scene, and the victim was transported to Good Samaritan shortly after. They waited on Fairview with that ambulance way too long. While talking to McCabe, Reed was hysterical and distraught and repeatedly screamed, "Is he dead?" and "That's my boyfriend." That's it. Now, trigger warning for this photo. I'm really interested in this photo because this was taken from inside, not outside. And Brian Albert testified that, yeah, that looked like his basement, but those aren't the way the doors were. Crazy. Do you guys see the fire hydrant? Do you guys see how it can't be like this part right here? If you're trying to say this is the burn part area, the fire hydrant, it's not it, because it was still, this is so many days later and there's still all of this snow there. That's where that glass piece was found. Fire hydrant, glass piece. You would have labeled all of these spots. If anybody can find me the video at where they try to show Karen's car turning from Washington onto Sherman. That's what I'm looking for right now. One second. Again, welcome to the transparency. Is there a BK hearing today? There is a BK hearing today. It's a scheduling hearing. So it's in 15 minutes. We still on verdict watch. Yes, we still on verdict watch. You know it. Let's see what's going on. That's not the one I wanted.
What does life look like after the trial?
Sandra Birchmore, right? So we've got her trial for the next week.
What if it's not the outcome that you're hoping?
Then, whatever prayer, for and anything else.
This is what it's like over there in Canton right now.
My mother.
Hey.
Shining, got a huge crowd out here.
Yep. Today's the day.
I got a good feeling. Thinking the jury wants tomorrow off. Have 4th of July next week.
Just like that. Everyone gets,
Independence Day.
yep,
Karen gets her
detune.
freedom.
No doubt. Hey, listen, I'm gonna go run this up to him real quick.
All right, bye.
He didn't get anything. I'll be right back. No. Hi.
How are you?
Good. How you doing? I got it.
Good. You like it?
Again, what is up, guys? I believe it was a trial scheduling hearing for BK. Yes, it is.
Where's your kid? He should be freaking out of his mind here for today.
Hmm.
Screenshot. So awesome. Oh my God. I love you guys. I love you guys.
There's Rita.
I'll wait for you to finish that.
What else you want to do?
Oh,
Wanna
okay,
go-
thank you.
Wanna go flip a car over and burn it? Start a fire? No?
Bye.
I don't know what else I got.
Defense prosecution permitted to
But
leave.
good job, bud.
Thank
Good job.
You're a little late. So cute.
Ain't that something? Ain't that something? Kids got a freaking big set of balls on them to go around with that sign, right? To say, hey, I don't care, right?
Michael Broch is an asshole.
Exactly.
Still working.
To have a 12-year-old tell him he's an asshole, that's next level. I think that's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
But that speaks to the entire movement.
Him,
Everybody has that feeling inside.
Jen McCabe, they're
I did see it down there in the back of someone's pickup truck. There's a guest book. I mean, it would be tucked. It could be tucked, and you'd never see it. That's the thing, right? It's not there. We'll find it. The guest book.
Oh.
I think it's in the back, maybe back of Erica's truck here.
You guys, this is crazy. Look at all those people down there. That is like 10 times the amount of people like at tailgates. Tailgating. Tailgating.
Yeah, find it if you find it. Yeah, I don't think I signed it. It was there. Someone must have grabbed it.
I did see someone signing it earlier, right?
We started that tailgate.
It can be tucked anywhere. You'd never see it, you know?
Thank you. Love it. Thanks, Turtle Boy.
No problem.
I just want to let you know, first time I ever heard about you was a couple of years ago. Hired an employee to sketching.
I read about it.
You had written about it.
I read it.
Yes, I did.
I would hope. What was that? I don't know.
Oh, wow. Turtle Boy just tweeted a picture of him and Dave Gargulero. He was there when Chris Albert killed Peter Berger in 1994. He was driving a truck and witnessed Chris smash into another car on 95 and drive off. He saved the life of the passenger, Peggy. He's a hero. He's down there supporting Karen Reed. While this is going on, I am going to be playing Shout out Aiden, who brought so much attention to this. Yep, absolutely. I mean, 100. Let's take a look. We'll be tuning into the Idaho 4. I have it on. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Live. We got nothing going on in Latah County yet. What's up, Julie? Julie Melvin. Thanks, Mary. I can't wait. What can't you wait for? The Dr. Moore case? Dr. Moore? Dr. Drake case? That's the case. I swear I'd never get into another case after the Delphi case. Oh, we don't. Yeah, we'll protect you over here. We don't mess with them. Much nicer on this side, breaking down details and being on the sidelines. Thanks to Lana. Oh, I love you, Julie. You know we love you. Just one of our faves. Told you I'm coming to ride the horsies. Yeah. Yeah. Can you guys believe it? Miss Kelly, I miss you too. But yeah, Turbo Boy spent over 2 months in jail because of these people trying to do Trump up charges on his ass too. Idaho for another investigation, right? Yeah, I have 2 cases in Idaho. The Dr. Moore Brian Drake case, and then obviously you guys all know about the Idaho 4 case, but I'm going to blow the Drake case out of the water. Wild. Oh my God, no verdict yet? Nope, no verdict yet. That's because I hate to say this, but I think Massachusetts needs to reform their schools and how they're teaching people over there in that area. They need to go take government class again. I don't know how hard it is to understand what reasonable doubt is. There's so much reasonable doubt in this case. I mean, that's why it's like almost like, where do you start? But I am going to reveal my my timeline today and what I think happened. And once I saw Higgins's text messages, him and Karen, and Higgins's text message to John at 12:20, and then you put that in with the 11:58 timestamp of the waterfall bar, it's pretty clear on what happened. And you know, our actions in life, they have a ripple effect. And you had 2 people that were at a really rocky part in their lives with their relationship. And playing games. I mean, I think John O'Keefe was playing games. Do you want Karen there that night? Do you not? Like, she was willing to just stay at home. And then like, wait, you're not coming over here? Like, well, what? I just asked you if you wanted to meet out. Like, it just, you know, that typical relationship bullshit with somebody that, you know, John O'Keefe took a lot on when he became a father to his niece and nephew. That changes your life. You're not able to like go and like, you know, just do whatever you want whenever you want, you know. So but it made those text messages is what made it make sense as to why Karen be like, you know what, I'm not going in there. I'm not dealing with this. So in 3 minutes, the Idaho hearing will start. So I'll be playing that here. So if all my mods could make it known that I'll be anybody that's at that other stream that I had set up, just tell them to come on in over here. It's just easier. 2 minutes. I mean, let's even say that we should have way more answers from a trial that lasted 10 weeks. That jury should have had way more answers. And so what this tells me is that you don't have the answers that you need to so it's not guilty. Because no, we're not, the option shouldn't be that this jury gets to stay hung. I'm sorry, but like, you flip a coin, like, 10 people are saying not guilty or 12 people, and one person wants to be the holdout. And off of what? Off of what? I'm even trying to argue with myself and try to say, okay, just because a police report was off by this, but that's just not what happened. These are inverted videos. Who did that? Who inverted the video? I'm sorry, and I have no problem saying this because I love the defense. But this case ended way too soon. Like, I am feeling let down. Like, wait for us. Like, no, recall some of those people. Mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. What's going on, Latah County? 12 or 101. Come on. We're waiting for you. Judge is always usually good about starting on time. Thank you there, Sherry. Sherry out there. Sherry's looking fine. Thank you for my Cash App. Cha-ching. Yes, over on this. So if one of my mods could write in there that we're doing the Idaho hearing over here, that'd be great. They were 100% framing Lucky or a plow guy, or who, you know what I mean? Oh, I did 2 times, Emma. Thank you so much.
Mom?
Let's go, Judge John Judge. What a name. All right, here we go. Starting. Let's do this.
All right. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Morning, everybody. Okay, let's get on the record, please. Thank you. We are now on the record. This is State versus Brian Koberger, CR 2922-2805. Present in the courtroom is Mr. Koberger, represented by Ms. Taylor, and Ms. Massad and Mr. Logston are participating over Zoom remotely. The state is represented by Mr. Thompson and Ms. Jennings, Latah County Prosecutor's Office, and Mr. Nye and Ms. Beatty are participating over Zoom remotely. So we're here for a scheduling order, and I think we're about 13 months from the arraignment, and I think at this point, this is my opinion, that we're getting to a point of diminishing returns, and I sent to council last Friday on a proposed scheduling order for a lot of things, deadlines, including setting the trial. And so I set this hearing so that we can discuss this and see kind of where everybody is. So let me start with the state. Thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. We've reviewed the court's proposed scheduling order with the attorney team, and we are agreeable to it. It makes sense that we do the trial in the summertime when high school is out across the street and when the university is out and the conflicting activities. And the schedule that Your Honor proposes is acceptable to the state. I would note just a minor detail that June 19th is also a legal holiday. The court specified July 4th that as a legal holiday, we wouldn't be able to hold trial, but
sure,
19th as well. Other than that, we have no objection to the court's proposal.
All right, thank you. I mean, as I went through all of this, I mean, there's going to be a lot of motions, a lot of hearings, a lot of work. There already has been a significant amount of work, as we all know. And when I tried to balance this out, I do think it was it's pretty fair, balanced, and I hope realistic. So, Ms. Taylor.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, first, I know the court has listed this as taking place in Latah County. We haven't been heard on our change of venue yet. That's to come
Totally
in
understand
August.
that.
So I don't want anybody thinking I'm agreeing to Latah County is all. The June of 2025, that's the time frame that we have been working towards. I am hopeful that we can come in there. We're working towards that date. I think it's reasonable to set that date. As the court's aware, mitigation is something that takes a significant amount of time. We've had that underway since the day we took this case. We continue to work that very hard. I spoke with our mitigation expert last night about this date. And there's a lot of work yet to be done, but we're still working towards that. So I think it's reasonable to set that. I just want the court to know that that's not finished at this point. That's very much ongoing and new things are coming out that we need to follow up. But with that said, I think it's reasonable to go ahead and pick the June of 2025 as a trial date at this time.
And by the way, I mean, I think you understand that, all council understand that, but this is a 3-month trial. So I was calculating 2 weeks to set the jury, then 8 weeks of trial, and then 2 weeks for mitigation and sentencing. And I mean, that's a guess, but I think it's enough time for all of those things to take care of. And obviously, the last 2 weeks would only be if Mr. Koberger was convicted. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I do want to bring up a couple of issues I have with some of the deadlines. I looked this over. Our team has talked about it. I've gone over this with Mr. Koberger. I do have a couple of concerns about the deadlines, and I'll just bring those up to the court for the court's consideration. As far as motions challenging the death penalty, and that's in right under motion practice letter A that the court has on its draft, we can have a lot of those filed by September 5th. I would note for the court that that's ahead of the state's final discovery date, and that's ahead of the state's deadline to produce its aggravation case that it will use. We can meet this September 5th deadline, but we're going to ask the court to give us a little leeway when there's something new that comes our way. If there's an amendment to a motion or a new motion that becomes relevant based on something new, with like a 2-week window after receiving something new to file that. But the bulk of it we can get in by the deadline that the court has asked here, and that's just not a problem.
Sure, I understand that. I mean, I looked at that. I wanted to have that early because, you know, it's a bigger question.
Yeah.
And I was aware of the Ross case. I think you had 16 motions in that case. So I wanted to sort of address those issues early.
Your Honor, we can definitely do that. We can address a lot of things early. We just don't want to be precluded from bringing an amended motion or a new motion if something new is filed that would have been relevant to something we've already filed.
I'm not going to prevent you from doing that.
Perfect, thank you.
And by the way, a lot of these deadlines, I mean, you can certainly do them earlier if you'd like to. I would encourage everybody to do that. Thank you.
Your Honor, then moving on, the motions in limine. Your Honor, then moving on, the motions in limine under letter C, the court has suggested February 13th as the date for that. I think in large part we can do some by then, but the exhibits that we'll exchange and witness lists that we'll exchange aren't due until after that. And again, I think there might be additional motions that would be relevant after those things have been exchanged. So if the court wanted to move the whole deadline so we had all of those motions in limine at once, I think that would be reasonable. But if the court wants to keep this deadline, as long as we have the ability to bring more motions in limine based on new filings, we'll be okay with that as well.
Sure. And I was also thinking about, you know, I guess experts, for example, I mean, they may have longer hearings that, you know, we're going to have to work through all of these things. I mean, this is just a structure.
Thank you. The court had listed March 14th as a trial brief date, and that is ahead of some of the other deadlines. recognizing that the trial is the innocence phase and the sentencing phase, if it happens, is the mitigation and aggravation. I would just say this is a fine deadline, but we won't be touching anything to do with our mitigation by then, if that's what the court anticipated.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
I think yeah, we had March 3rd for mitigation. I figured by then you would pretty much have that in hand.
We hope to. That brings me to the last point I wanted to talk about. The court has proposed setting a mutual exchange of aggravation and mitigation materials, and I'd ask the court to reconsider that. We will aim for our March 3rd deadline. That's our plan right now. If something changes that, then we'll come back and let the court know and talk to counsel. But would ask that the state's aggravation package be provided to us earlier than the same day as our mitigation. Should we get to that point, the state has the burden of establishing the statutory aggravators. There are some things I think I might be able to guess about how the state's going to try to present information, but I don't think I should have to guess. I think I should have that information well ahead of providing the mitigation that will be presented in response to any aggravating information that's presented by the state. So I'd ask the court to set the date for the state to produce its information much earlier than ours. The state filed its notice a year ago yesterday, and I have a lot of questions about what the state would intend to use to try to establish many of the statutory aggravators they've listed. I know I've heard the court talk about super due process in a capital case, and I think it's appropriate for us to be on notice and be provided discovery, to be provided a full range of what the state intends to use to establish those if we ever get to that point. And I think we need those ahead of our deadline for mitigation. So I'd ask the court to move that deadline up quite a bit earlier. And that's it.
Thank you very much. Mr. Thompson, do you have any issues about having the aggravation in advance for a period of time?
No, sir. As long as we will have the option, the ability to supplement that once we see whatever the defense plans to offer in the way of mitigation.
Well, I'm appreciating that, with these deadlines, that we're going to have supplement all the way along. I just don't want to be scrambling around a month before the trial. We're all going to be very, very busy. And the more we can resolve certain motions, supplements, whatever we need to do, I'm trying to do this sooner than later.
Yes, sir. And that's our preference as well.
And Ms. Taylor as well.
Yes, Your Honor.
But just to make sure, though, you have to do your job, and the state has to do its job, and I have to do my job. But I think this is a great step, okay, to set these deadlines and hearings so that we can move through this. It's going to take a while, but anything else we need to address today, Mr. Thompson?
I don't believe so. Thank you.
Ms. Taylor?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, well, it's very short, and I'm grateful that everybody is working together. Thank you.
All right, there you guys have it. They're going to be setting that June 2025 trial date in the Kohlberger case. I knew that it would be quick. I knew that it wasn't much. That's why, I haven't needed to say much about the Idaho 4 case. Santa got his ass handed to him back a couple weeks ago. Their whole team got literally upended. They have a lot of problems. The state went ahead and pulled a Karen Reed almost, and we have an issue with the evidence or the lack thereof. And the state has some problems. And that's all I'm going to say. Now let's go back over to all right. So when I say that the state of Idaho has a lot of problems on their hands. Main thing is the lack of evidence, the lack of connectivity of Brian Kober. And when I say the lack of evidence, I'm even going to use the words, these officers from Latah County, Moscow Police Department, they did a lot of fuckerage, just like what you saw with Canton. But then they included the FBI in on their fuckerage. And Cast is about to feel the wrath of, I think, none other than Cyray. And so, and if it comes out that data was purposely removed or not done right or blah, 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 all the stuff that's looking like it happened, the FBI is going to be in some shit. It's not good. There's going to be a lot of cases that are out there that I think you're going to have, they're going to start writing up the appeals because Cast is shit. The people that are testifying to it are shit. It's not accurate. It's not, it's bad. It's bad, 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 bad. So that's why when we get to this Karen Reed case and I saw that Cy's software was used and what Guerrero testified to, I immediately hit up Cy and said, hey, I just want to know the facts of this. This is this guy's testimony. If you have time, let me know what you think. Because it's a learning. Like, here, use it make a video for me. Make a video for me. Put it all out there for everybody, you know? But you guys, this case is a mess. Karen Reed's case is a mess. Idaho Ford's is a mess. And it's all coming down to these cases wouldn't be messes if the people that were actually running these cases weren't complete fucking idiots. Okay? The incompetency, it's there. Trust me. When everyone says like it's not a conspiracy, well then fine. But there is a word conspiracy and it holds its own charge in the world of the law. And you get charged with conspiracy and you do time in fucking prison for just conspiracy, whether or not you do a damn thing after that. Even if something doesn't come forward and evolve, conspiracy is a goddamn charge. Okay? So I don't need to be a theorist. The word conspiracy is a crime. You cannot collude with others to try to ruin somebody's life. That is a crime. Okay? That is fact. All right? I don't theorize with shit. Everybody always asks me what my theories. I don't give theories. I eliminate things. I show you guys timelines and I say, this is absolutely impossible because of this. Or, hey, they can't rule this out. Or, hey, they have a problem here. Or this is pretty bad. In the Brian Kober case, what really pisses me off is the fact that the lack of evidence when you want to say that a guy committed 4 stabbings, blood everywhere, and that there's no
trace anywhere. There was nothing in his car. There's nothing in his apartment. There's nothing in his parents' place. There's nothing in his office. And he wasn't connected to any of these victims in any way, shape, or form. Now, serial killers aren't connected to their victims either. So I'm not sitting here saying that Brian Kober is innocent. I'm not sitting here saying that Brian Kober is guilty. I'm saying something is completely off about the Brian Kober case. It smells all the way to fucking Lake Erie, all right? Just like the Karen Reed case, it smells all the way to the Boston Seaport. Brian Kohlberger, or anybody for that matter who actually committed the crime against the Idaho 4, in my personal opinion, they should never gotten caught. So how do we have somebody in custody? That's what you need to ask yourselves. And I kept saying, how did you get to Brian Kohlberger? How did you get to Brian Kohlberger? And the defense is asking the same thing now. How long later? You can't just go, here, FBI, here, this is the tip we gave you. This is the name, and then work backwards to make it all fit so that it's this person. It's not how it works. Okay. The Idaho 4 case is going to take down a lot of people. Canton is going to take down a lot of people. This case right here, Karen Reed case, because it's connected to this Sandra Birchmore case, because it's connected by the people that worked the case. That's how I found the case of Dr. Moore and Dr. Drake was from the Idaho 4 case, because of the same investigator, Gary Tolson. All of these new technology and advancements, and to catch people with phones, and it's digital, everything, you can follow everything because of your phones and whatnot. It's awesome, right? It's awesome. But it also works the other way. It can also work to catch the bad police officers of the world, right? Except for in this case, where they want to say, oh, wait, the data is shit. The data, oh, wait, we're convicting people left and right every single day on digital evidence. And then here, when you get to the Karen Reed case, digital evidence just goes out the door. What's wrong with the world? No, I'm sorry, but that doesn't work like that. No. You know what? I use the word fundamentals all the time. Canton may not be used to solving homicides because I don't have homicides all the time. But in any case, your fundamentals don't change. If you're going to be working a case that would be an R, or a case that's a stolen bike, okay? That stuff, like when you go and you shoot a basketball, whether it's a layup, okay, or it's a short jumper from the block, or whether it's a 3-pointer, the way that you shoot the ball to shoot a little baby jumper to when you go and shoot a 3-pointer, you guys, it's the same form, it's the same shot. You're just using more leg power, okay? The way that you're dribbling, how you learn how to dribble, how you learn how to protect the ball, your fundamentals, how you learn how to pivot. You're taught the fundamentals of an investigation, and you are always going to use those fundamentals, whether you are investigating a purse snatching, okay, or a homicide. There are fundamentals.
Can you imagine that nobody knows what happened to John O'Keefe, and you don't think to ask the neighbors around the area if they heard anything last night? No canvassing was done in this case. That's 101. No photographs were taken with any officer's cell phone devices, but yet in the Sally Port, we see the person that drove in the vehicle most certainly took a front picture of Karen Reed's plate. They all talk about that Karen Reed's car had a cracked taillight, right? Hey, so the CERT team, what are we looking for? We're looking for cracked taillight pieces. We're looking for cracked taillight pieces on the 29th, at 5:30, between 5:30 and 6:15. Okay, well, do you have a picture of like this cracked? I mean, how much? How much of it's cracked? What should they, who doesn't take a picture of that? How many officers or even okay, we're all nosy people, right? How come Carrie Roberts wouldn't take a picture of this jagged edge just sticking out and someone's about to get cut up from it? How about Jen McCabe? How about Barros? How about Proctor? How about Bukaki? Nobody takes a picture of this murder mobile. Amy Cave never served on a jury before, but I do know somebody that has, and they're having a hard time understanding that. Do they not? Okay, they're having a hard time understanding this during the voir dire process. The two sides are picking people that they want on this jury. Okay. And you want to have a balance of people that seem like they're alert with it, common sense, and that they have some educational background, or that you're asking them questions. You're asking them questions and they're answering your questions. And so with the person that I know that was on a jury says that when we determined that the case was messed up from the beginning with lack of chain, the custody of chain of all the events of the evidence, and that officers weren't doing certain things, it was a botched investigation. Whether we thought that person was innocent or guilty kind of went out the door because of that. We couldn't even get to this person being innocent or guilty because we felt that everything that we had was unreliable. And in that sense, that's where that, we don't know this person, but we can't convict somebody off of stuff that's unreliable. And that's what you have in the Karen Reed case. You have all of this unreliable evidence. Statements. You have inconsistent statements. Every single person that testified, except for people that never talked to the grand jury and never were questioned, they all have inconsistent statements. The evidence, that's not how you collect it. Solo, you guys want to test people's blood, that was John O'Keefe's blood off of taking it from Solo red cups. Do you understand that could affect what was... That's not what you do. And why don't we do that? Because it could be contaminated. You know how it, and then the clothing. John O'Keefe's clothing has multiple people or multiple DNAs that came up. It was one of the items had up to 5 mixtures. 5. None of the clothing was sent to be processed. A woman who failed her test did the swabbings and sent it. And only swabbed, I mean, and then, but that clothing didn't get turned over to her until March 14th. John should have no blood on him anywhere. Why are his clothes have all this blood stains on them? His pants. Why would John's pants have blood on them? John's knees didn't have blood on them. John's body didn't have blood on them. Where was John's blood? Back of his head, his arm, face. How does blood get on the bottoms of your jeans? How does blood get on? You have a gray hoodie sweatshirt and then another shirt, okay? So how does blood get on the shirt that's covered? Meaning the orange one. How does blood get on that? None of John's, like, it wasn't like he was shot and it was in the back and it's bleeding through like a wound. There was no nurse that testified. Who's the person that took Karen's blood for her test? We have a doctor that was in there, and I'm just laughing the whole time because this guy, he's like, I didn't do that. I didn't order that. I have no idea what you're talking about. I mean, what are these people really truly doing in that room? Because when you go through all of this stuff, it's like we couldn't convict anybody here. It's not just Karen Reed. Nobody can be convicted off of this, off of what they have. And that's what should be happening in interviews right now. These jurors should be talking to the mainstream media that's sitting them down and saying, you know, why don't you have any, you know, whatever the questions are going to be. We don't believe that we could get anybody on this. That's why it's not guilty because of the case, because of what y'all did. Okay. Or better yet, maybe what you didn't do, you know? Why was Karen Reed ever charged with murder in the first place? So to me, it sounds like you have a really ignorant human being in that deliberating room right now. And when I say ignorant, I really truly mean ignorant. Because I don't care if you think Karen Reed did it. Even Jennifer Coffindaffer out there, great, awesome, you think she did it, awesome, great. You still couldn't say guilty. Just like if I thought somebody else did it. Just like if it was Jennifer McCabe on the stand. I couldn't convict Jennifer McCabe. If I was in that room and it was Jennifer McCabe, I couldn't say guilty. I couldn't say guilty if it was Brian Albert. I couldn't say guilty if it was Higgins. I would be in a deliberating room with other people and I would be saying not guilty. Well, why, Lana? Because of the case. That's why. Because Bev Canone didn't let them go and get things that they tried to preserve. Now, what do I think happened? Then there's Hector the projector. On January 28th, they were texting back and forth after the little blow up. Karen Reed had to get her water heater. It wasn't working properly. And she knew a guy that had done it in the past. So she was communicating with him. In her text message said that she was communicating with Carrie Roberts. She had a shitty day. She asked John if she wanted to meet up and grab a drink. And he acts like a little girl and blows it out of proportion, saying, "Oh, you're going to go announce to everybody, Karen, that you're going to drink." I thought that was very, very strange, but very, very telling on who John O'Keefe was as a person to me. He's that guy. So then he says that because at the same time that he's saying that to Karen, he's literally making plans with Mike Camarino to get hammered. Also, in those text messages that none of us see, is John O'Keefe writes to Karen Reed and says that he has just, within an hour, Karen, I'm just now getting sober. Wait, what? So you got banged up on Thursday night? You know what I mean? You got hammered. So there was this, John O'Keefe wasn't even sober yet. And he writes it in there. Yeah. John O'Keefe was gaslighting Karen. Okay. So anyways, she was just going to stay home. He's like, well, wait a second. It's going to be a bad storm. Why aren't you coming here for the weekend? Like, no one's driving anywhere. No one's going out, Karen. No one's doing anything. It's like, what are you talking about? You're sitting here making plans to go out. If you look at the text messages, he actually was already at the bar before, and he acted like he wasn't at the bar yet with Karen. Now, she waited on the plumber guy. He comes over. He gets super pissed about that. Like, can't believe that you wouldn't use me in my pop, whatever, blah, blah. He wants her to, well, what are you doing? I'm counting on you for a ride. Are you kidding me? Why are you counting on Karen Reed for a ride when you are literally at McCarthy's and your house is 4 minutes away and you're with your friend? Like, talk about dramatic. I'm counting on you for a ride. That's dramatic. John O'Keefe, kind of dramatic there. Like, weird. Like, that's dramatic. Why are you're not, what do you mean you're counting on her for a ride? Call an Uber. Or when Mike has to leave, even if he has to like leave before you want to, then you're getting a ride home with Mike. That's who you want to go out with. Like, very weird. So you go out with Mike, and then that's when Karen texts like, well, why can't basically Mike can't drop you off at home? And so Karen then shows up and we see everything on the screen, right? And Karen, like a lot of people, they don't air their shit out in public. So you wouldn't think that there was anything that happened that morning. Karen gets in there. She gives him a hug, kiss, right? Just like 90% of Americans, non-Americans do with their relationships in front of other people. Now, they have their drinks there. Mike has to leave, like he said, because something happened with his son. Then they go over to the waterfall bar. At the waterfall bar, remember, they're hanging out with fake, pretentious people. Fake people. These are your fake friends. Karen Reed had been texting Higgins because John O'Keefe did what he did to her in Aruba. So in a way, she was trying to get back at him, I think, with like, here, let's see how you like it. Oh, but there's nothing going on with me and Higgins. I just kissed him, but that doesn't mean anything. And that's a way to say, just like you told me that a kiss like that, it wasn't like kiss like that, Karen. It was just a peck, or like, that's like my friend, like who I knew, but try to like compare things. Anyways, if John O'Keefe knew that truly happened, all right, you have to ask yourself, it's just one of two ways. Either John knows about the whole Higgins thing or John doesn't. And what version does he know? Does he think that Higgins has the hots for his girl, or does he think that Karen was just trying to make a statement with what he did to her in Aruba, right? At the end of the waterfall bar, though, they're like, you don't see them interacting until right at the end, and you could see it's like Higgins is coming out. John does like this dancing thing, like, and Higgins looks like he's pointing, he's like saying to come. There's only a couple other people that he could be talking to, but it looked really kind of weird. Brian Albert kind of grabbed his arm saying like, let's go, whatever. But at 12:14, they talked to Jennifer McCabe. At 12:18, they talked to Jennifer McCabe. At 12:20, though, Higgins texts John and says, "Where are you?" Or "Are you?" Or "Get over here." Whatever his little text was. At 12:20. Yeah, the Rocky yes. Yeah, it's kind of what it looked like. All right. So that 12:20 text is literally right before John O'Keefe would start physically moving with his phone. Now, in the car, I believe that Higgins told Brian Albert that Karen Reed was hitting him up because they were at the hillside, they were drinking. I think Higgins would say like, man, I don't know what's going on. Like I've had the weirdest week, a week ago. Dude, O'Keefe's woman, she sought out my number. She texted me. She came over. It was just, I don't know what's going on. Like, and John's he's not like he's my boy or whatever, but it's really wonky, whatever. The reason I think that they would have had that conversation is because there would be no other reason to lie to the cops if you're Brian Albert to act like you don't know who Karen is. You act like you don't know who she is. But at 12:20, when Higgins texts to say, why all of a sudden is Higgins concerned where John is? So much so that why doesn't Higgins text Karen Reed in the morning once you found out that there was an issue with John, something happened? If you truly didn't know anything about this, why wouldn't you text Karen and say, oh my God, what the hell is going on? Brian Albert just called me, and then call her on the phone. This is somebody that you just had over your house and that you've been texting with, and that you seriously have the hots for and want to have a relationship with. If you didn't know truly anything that happened because you thought that they left, there is no way in hell that is not something that you would do. Just like I don't think it's possible that Carrie Roberts is going to call hospitals and the police department, but not call John's phone. Because I would think that maybe they're just not answering that batshit crazy woman's phone call, meaning Sugar Tits Karen Reed, right? I'm going to call Mike. Mike will answer me. Or John will answer me. I'm going to call John. Come on. You do that all the time with your friends. Okay, I'm going to call because I get why they're not talking to you, but I'm their good friend. They're going to answer my call. None of these people's actions align with what stereotypical true friends would do if they were in fact in the dark about something. I'm going to call John. I'm going to text John. I'm going to call Karen. I'm going to text Karen. Like, what the fuck? So I believe that the lifestyles that the McCabe's live, the lifestyles that Brian Albert and his wife live, Chris and his wife live, I believe that their lifestyles and what they do, whether it's wife swapping, whether it's swinging, whether it's a lifestyle that they have, okay? Because the word pervert is a very interesting word to use versus saying just like you cocksucking motherfucker, like something like that, or you piece of shit, or but pervert. That's interesting. That's a different kind of word. I said to myself before ever hearing and seeing the Higgins text, I said, Karen Reed, why you're okay. If he gets out of the car because you say, I don't know if we were invited. I don't even know if this is the right house. I don't know if we're invited. You go in, make sure it's fine. I don't want to be here if Higgins is here, whatever. So you go in, if it's fine, if it's cool, if it's not weird, whatever, if we're invited, whatever that dialect would have been, then I'll come in. You know what I mean? They just, wave me in. Right? Right. So you'd be sitting there waiting, right? Waiting. And then they don't come out. They don't call. But are you texting them? Are you calling them? And none of that was happening during that time period of 12:21 until after the last movement of John's phone, which was 12:31 and 52 seconds. So that didn't make sense to me. Without the Higgins text messages, I said to myself, why wouldn't Karen go at least call him? They never showed when these 53 calls were happening. When did we ever see up on a screen? When was Karen's first call to John that he didn't answer? And it was all after the 12:33, which means that's after she's already off and drove away. So I would need to, if it's me or you or anybody else sitting there, there's no way in hell that I don't do this. All right, I'm waiting. That should take all of what? Max of 5 minutes. I'm not giving you anything more than 5 minutes, right? 5 minutes. Okay. After 5 minutes, I'm calling or I'm texting you. Like, hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? Hey, are things good? Hey, should I come in there? Where are those text messages? Where are those text messages? They're not there. That's not there. Like in the voice recordings. It's because I don't think that she was ever planning on going inside there. Not because she hit him, okay? She was never planning on going inside there because they were either just picking something up or she was literally dropping him off and leaving, because in the car or right outside before like they actually departed, she was saying, no, I'm not, no, so-and-so's here. Like, I don't want to go in there, John. Jennifer said something weird to me. She's talking about like, come with me, you're coming with me. She has like this surprise for me. I don't know. These people are fucking weird, John. I want to fucking go home. I don't feel fucking good. Whatever. I don't want to go do whatever it's going to be. Okay. And why I'm saying that is because in the back of her mind, she doesn't want there to be a scene. She doesn't want a public scene. Right? This is the same girl that just waltzed into the bar and hugged John and was happy-go-lucky like nothing was wrong. Meanwhile, John acted like a complete fucking piece of shit at 9 o'clock that morning. Right? So she doesn't want there to be a public... Who would? I wouldn't. I'm not going in. I'm not going to get ambushed. I'm not going to get like, no. But if you actually think about it, she waits till she gets home, and then that's when the messaging starts. That's when the messaging starts. And then so, but this is the thing. This is what I don't get is that you were planning on leaving, and I think that she was going to leave, and then she was on the couch and she kind of like fell asleep, and then she woke up, okay, well, where is he? And then started calling him a bunch of times. You have to remember they're also drinking, right? Everyone's drunk. But it's a think about, you can't call the police. Your boyfriend's a police officer. He's hanging out with all police officers. What do you do? What do you do? She doesn't text and drive. I completely understand that. Totally fine. Totally fine. You should call and text before you're leaving. Before you're leaving, you should call and text. Hey, John, I'm leaving. If that was what you were going to do. If you were truly waiting there, waiting for him to do what? If you weren't going to go in anyways, are you waiting for him because he said, okay, just give me a minute. I have a couple words I want to say, and then I'll be right out. And so you waited 8 minutes, he didn't come out, and you're like, fuck this, I'm leaving. I'm trying to play all this out in your head because for me, that's the part that I wasn't getting, right? Then I wanted to find the video that shows that, in fact, Karen made a left instead of a right to go to. So when I did my whole Excel spreadsheet and I didn't know anything about this case, and I never knew that she spoke to Dateline or wherever channel she spoke to for like 7 minutes, I said to myself, I don't think Karen went to 34 Fairview. I said, I don't believe that Karen went to 34 Fairview. And people were like, what are you talking about? She went to, yeah, you're just joining in now. I was like, then none of this makes any sense to me. Because I don't understand what she's so pissed off about. Because Karen left John there. You're a fucking pervert. You're fucking some other woman. Think about that. You're fucking some other woman. You're a fucking pervert. Their behavior was nothing like that at the Waterfall Bar, at McCarthy's. And you can't sit here and say like Jen's like, here, you're coming with me. And they walk out. Cole Keiths is testify to that. Like, yeah, like that Jen wanted her to ride with, and that Matt and John would ride together. That Matt and John would ride together. Why the fuck? Why do you need Karen to drive with you? And that Matt and John are going to drive together. So in what vehicle? Because if she leaves with you, were you planning on leaving with Karen, and Karen was going to drive Jen, and then Matt was going to drive think about all of this. John gets out of the car. Higgins just had texted at 12:20 and says, what he says. Where are you? And take a look. Where is it? Oh boy. Gonna use Hector. Here. Okay. Here's my timeline. Ready? Watch. This is what I made back in August of 2023. That's when Karen arrived. This is off the waterfall bar when they try to say that all those people got there at 9 o'clock at the other place. Now, McCarthy's cam 9:15, McCarthy's cam 9:20, McCarthy's cam 9:33, McCarthy's cam 9:57, waterfall camera them walking in at 10, which was Brian Higgins and Brian Albert. 10:22, McCarthy's cam, 10:29, McCarthy's cam, 10:40 is McCarthy's cam, them leaving. And then at 10:54, getting into the waterfall bar. And I said, what the fuck did they do for 14 minutes as to why they didn't get? And that's when they said, they said that this clock was fast or slow 12 minutes. Maybe they meant to say slow 12 minutes, but something is definitely up. And I caught that because I said, well, that's crazy. And during testimony, we heard that I had it as being slow. Or I'm sorry, I had it as being fast 10 minutes. So that would actually be like 10:30. So that's interesting to me still. Then 12:10 waterfall bar camera has again, that was so here them leaving. But Jen's phone, 154 steps from 12:10 to 12:19. It's just during that time period. 12:11 to 12:21. John's phone, 170. Okay. Because his phone starts to re-register for his next steps, you'll see. John's phone text is at 12:14. John's phone, they call each other. The Canton Library, 12:15, has an SUV, and I want to take a look at the way that it's turning. Okay. It's very, very interesting that car looks like it is not going the way that it should go. That would be what they're saying is the SUV of Karen. Then they have the Temple camera. Again, there's no license plate. You're just, hey, that's supposed to just be her car. I question that. Now Jen's phone, 12:18. That's when it pings and it says off of Life 360 app. That's when she arrives at her sister's house at 34 Fairview. John's phone, again, they register a phone call. of them text or on the phone together at 12:18. Then remember, that's when at 12:19 he puts into the Waze. Then here, 12:21. Then you got the Higgins 12:20 text. Because this is all stuff that came out during the trial. This whole thing was done before the trial started. And then John's phone, 80 steps between 12:21 and 12:24. And this is off of your health data. And the Waze, they tried to say that wasn't until 12:21, but actually there was 3 different clocks on an iPhone, and this is off of the 1 clock, which actually times up perfectly because it is where they were at 138 Dedham. That is a 2-minute drive, which would be exactly 12:21 then. It lines up perfectly. That's what Alan Jackson's talking about there. Hopefully this is helping people. To see it this way. Then John's phone, their health data. So this is what I wanted the defense to do, like they did in the Murdoch murders, and you have an investigator on your team that does this and can testify to this in court. And I think if this would have been shown to the jury, right? If you're seeing this, because you're saying, hey, we took everybody's data and we put it on a master Excel spreadsheet based off of their health data. And when you look at it like this, it just becomes way more clear. So John gets out of the car, 80 steps, and inside that same time frame, John's phone goes up and down 3 sets of stairs. Then you have Nagel's statement, which is that when he pulls up, he doesn't see anybody in the vehicle other than Karen Reed, which you didn't see him laying on the ground. You didn't see Karen blast into him. Okay, so where's John? Well, he's in the house. That's where John is. He's in the house. 12:24 to 12:31. John's phone, the health, no flights of stairs, no movement whatsoever. 12:25 to 12:35. Jennifer McCabe, and this is where I have Jennifer McCabe lying. And I don't know why this was not more of a point of, this is how you would have combated Jennifer's statements. Mr. So-and-so, we hired you to take Jennifer McCabe's health data and plan it on a Excel spreadsheet. Is that what we paid you to do? Yep. And this is what you do, blah, blah. So they go and they get to this point of testifying. Okay. And we plotted all of John's movements as well, right? Okay. Yep. Now the jury would have known what Jen testified to, that she was up and down, back and forth from going over to the window to keep checking out where this car is keep moving, right? I got this car. I'm watching this car. Well, this is why they testified. Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel testified that that Jennifer McCabe plugged her phone in to charge it. Do you want to know why they testified to that? Because 12:25 to 12:35, Jennifer's phone, but also her watch. That's great that her phone was plugged in, but her watch doesn't move either. Okay, so it was great you guys want to say that until you guys want to look at the watch data, but it's because Jennifer McCabe couldn't be running back and forth and standing and taking steps during that time because she's not moving. She's not moving. So she couldn't be doing what she's saying she's doing at that time. Okay, she would have to be sitting in a spot, literally staring out the window the whole time, not moving. During that time, though, John O'Keefe's phone, same thing. And then his phone begins to move again. So 1229, 1229. This is this infamous butt dial. So during the time that she's sitting still, not moving for 10 minutes, is when this call happens, but it's answered. And that's when she says that she didn't talk to John, but that it was a butt dial. So, okay. Versus, remember what Alan Jackson said is, was somebody calling so they could try to find the phone? Which, see, Jen's phone, John's phone, 1229. Then at 1231, Jen's phone texts John. And it also at 1231, John's phone miraculously starts moving again, 36 steps. $12:35, then what happens? Jen's watch after those 10 minutes. Okay. So Jen's calling to find the phone. And somebody went off hunting for it. And they found it and they walked it back 36 steps to who? Jen McCabe, if you ask me. But then 12:35 to 12:45, Jen's watch, once that's when it starts moving. And now think about this. Now there's other things that we know about. At 12:30 on the dot, Karen Reed, no later than 12:30, because she only has 6 minutes to make it to get on Wi-Fi, on John's Wi-Fi at 12:36. Okay, so we found that out from the trial. So at 12:36, this is where the Wi-Fi would be. But in order for that to happen, she would have had to leave no later than 12:30. And that's even, because it's at least a 6-minute drive. So I'm even going to give her 12:28 to 12:30. Okay. And so if John got out of the vehicle, like I believe he did, at 12:21, she would have had to leave at 12:28. And at 12:28, Nagel and all of them are there. Like, what? Like, you all supposedly doing what? What were they doing? It's staring out the window, watching this. What were they all doing? Staring and watching what? A huge fight between John. Were you sitting down and actually watching a fight outside the house in the front of the yard between Higgins and John O'Keefe? Or were you? So then here you have 12:30. Like I said, 148 steps from 12:35 to 12:45. And this is when she's saying at 12:45, remember, that's when she saw the SUV drive away. Are you sure that the car that you didn't see drive away there, Jen McCabe, was actually Higgins's vehicle? Because it was not the SUV of, because guess who's where? Karen Reed's been home since 12:36. Then guess who keeps on texting? 12:40, John's phone gets a text. 12:41, John's phone gets a text. That's from, what's her name? This is because I didn't have Karen's anything. So none of this has Karen's information on it. This is from Jen McCabe. John's phone and Jen's phone, they're text. 12:40, and you got these butt dials and stuff like that. 12:43, John's phone record that she tried to call. 12:45, Jen's phone, text. 12:46, John's phone. 12:47, John's phone. 12:50, John's phone records. And now between 12:50 and 2:27, there's actually stuff that we could pump in there, which is 2:23, there's a deleted screenshot. 2:25, there's a deleted screenshot. There's text messaging going on. Okay. But there is no activity that's going on with Karen after 12:50 until she wakes up at 4:30 in the morning. Karen's last text messages were at 1:06 and 1:07, and she also tried calling her parents at that time. And then here, remember, because I didn't have Carrie Roberts anything, Carrie Roberts calls the police station at 4:53. Lunch is over. It's 2:15.
You want to do it on here so it doesn't get the wood.
Oh, did you watch the video I sent you? I don't know what video you sent me. I believe what Sean said yesterday was true when he said that John O'Keefe knew that Colin Albert was slinging whatever he was slinging. Had a video of it. I believe you have three people with unrelated motives why they would want to beat the shit out of John O'Keefe, or say, hey dude, you're going to be quiet, or hey, what's going on? Why are you calling and reporting my, what's going on here? Like, let's see if we can handle this. But if you have John O'Keefe giving up information and saying that Colin's doing X, Y, and Z, so you have Colin that would be pissed off him. Well, Brian Albert's not going to be too happy about that. And then you have Higgins over here where then Karen over here doesn't know shit. She just wanted to piss off John and didn't realize that these guys, who the hell these people were and what type of crap they have no problem getting themselves into and easily getting themselves out of. Based off of the swipe card of Higgins, remember, just because you use somebody's swipe card, technically, that's the card that goes in there. I mean, that wasn't until 1:27 in the morning. Canton Police Department, from where 34 Fairview is literally right down the road. Higgins said that he left at 12:45, 1 o'clock. Well, we have a big problem here. Higgins, you couldn't have left at 12:45, 1 o'clock and got into the Canton Police Department at 12:27. It literally takes 4 minutes to get there. I mean, I have no idea what the fuck this jury's doing. Absolutely none. But the only thing that I'm hoping for is that they're putting all of this together like this, because it was just so much information and it was overload that because this is wild. This is absolutely wild. And if you have one that's holding out, under what? Okay, you have, these are supposed to be people that were handpicked for various reasons to be on this jury. Those other 10, 11 people, those 11 people need to figure out why this person is holding out. Okay. There's a motive behind that. And I am just praying that one of the people in there is digging in for information as to why that there's this holdout. Getting to the bottom of any type of personal relationship that this person could have possibly had. Like, who do you know in this? What's your problem here? You look like a fool as you're explaining this to all, 11 of us as we're sitting here, and you're trying to tell us why you're not going to budge on your, guilty to go into not guilty. Because then I have a ton of questions for you because you don't make any rational sense to me whatsoever. So I'm going to question the shit out of you. It seems like you have some personal skin in the game. Can you imagine if the judge gets questioned? They're like, hey, so the jury wants to know if they can waterboard juror number 69.
Literally, it's been 52 seconds, but the timer is recording 3 seconds so far. Like what I did with your video on the cover. It's been a minute. It's been only before I think it's every 30 seconds.
Let's see what we got.
Is a second.
We're going to waterboard everybody. If you guys think that this timeline is wild, you want to know what the timeline is that will blow your brains away? Is what Brian Albert's phone records look like, and what the call logs are for Brian Higgins and Brian Albert, because the FBI got those. Okay, they just didn't get the physical phones to be able to mirror them. Okay, so the phone records, hold on, let me show you. See this? 7:43. We're taking Mike's car, so I'm relying on you for a ride home if he leaves. When you actually compare that to what the video shows, (7:30), 7:37. See that? So McCarthy's camera at 7:37. That's when John O'Keefe and Mike Camarena walk in at 7:37. Then they say that McCarthy's camera was off 10 or 12 minutes, 10 minutes. But I had it as that it was fast, 10 minutes. And so if that's the case, then they truly walked in at 7:27. Or if it's slow 10 minutes, then that would be 7:47. And I think the reason that they were saying that is because of these text messages, which would cover for this, to show that John wasn't there yet. We're taking Mike's car. like we're taking Mike's car. No, you already took it. Okay. So, but let me show you. Okay. Brian Higgins and Brian Albert don't talk until 7:20. Then there's another phone call at 7:30, 7:56. Now remember what was going on at 7:20, 7:30, 7:56. What's going on there with like good. All right. Then there is no phone calls between 7:56 and 9:40 on his phone. Then basically after Lank comes over at 9 o'clock, he calls his brother Kevin Albert at 9:40. $9:50, it's Ken Berkowitz. 9:54, Ken Berkowitz. 11:30, which was at 10:30, Proctor. 10:55, 10:30, that's Jen McCabe and Proctor. Then Brian Albert at 11:30, when he's arriving at Jen's house, calls Jen. Then when it's all said and done at 12:20, when he's basically going to leave and Proctor left, 12:20, calls Jen. 7 minutes on that second one. 2:01, calls his brother Kevin Albert, detective. 3:24, Brian Higgins. You know what's going on at 3:24? That's right after the decision that was made that they are towing Karen's vehicle.
There's a whole line.
Then they talk again at 6:12, which is right when the CERT team is taking pictures of where everything's at in the lawn of the Alberts. And at 6:35, Brian Higgins again. And again, that's, I think Brian Higgins was outside there as one of the people in the plain clothes. Then the next morning, or that night again, I'm sorry, Kevin Albert was called again that night. I have to go back and listen to February 1st, 8:04, 1:48, 8:48. This was all said in court. If you took the notes, this is just wild to me. All right, I found the video I want. Thank you, Murky. Day 24 has the video that I want. Ready? This is the video I want to see what they're saying where Karen Reed's turning. Let's check it out.
Of the video from the Canton Public Library, which is marked as Exhibit 110.
Yes.
Here we go. Let's take a look.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, from the first video. And from the time on the video, I'd ask you to go to about 12:15.
I'm sorry, 15 or 15?
15, 1-5. Now, again, for orientation purposes, Lieutenant, if you could, using the laser pointer, just describe to the jury sort of what we're looking at here directionality-wise and what you observe in this video.
The main street in the video is Washington Street. The Waterfall Bar and Grill would be off to the right-hand side, and Temple Beth Abraham would be off to the left. The intersecting road we're looking at here is Sherman Ave, I believe.
And if one were to take that right, if you're coming from the right of the street to the left of the street on Washington Street heading towards Sherman, and you were to take that right on Sherman, where does that take you?
You would head towards the neighborhood that 1 Meadows Ave resides.
Now, were you also able, over the course of the investigation, did you have occasions to look at surveillance video from the Waterfall Bar and Grill itself?
Yes.
And from that video, were you able to determine a time at which Mr. O'Keefe was leaving from that establishment?
Yes.
And what if any observations as far as time, or what if any observations that you made as far as what Mr. O'Keefe was doing or had with him when he left?
When he left shortly after midnight, he was holding what appears to be a clear glass container.
And does you recall which hand he was holding it?
Is right.
And specifically, that was about 12:11 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, I'm going to ask you to press play here and then pause again at 12:15:58.
Here we come.
Now, looking up at the screen now, we're paused at 12:15:58. Lieutenant, what anything do you observe?
I observed a large black SUV here on Washington Street.
A large black SUV that you observed, that consistent with what you observed at the defense table?
Yes.
And if you could, try the jury as far as when I asked Ms. Gilman to press play, what is that vehicle going to do?
It's going to continue north on Washington Street through the intersection on Sherman and continue north on Washington Street.
Let's watch.
And what, if anything, is sort of in that directionality as it continues off the screen to the left?
Be heading towards Temple Beth Abraham.
Gilman, if you could.
Did you guys see that? Did you guys just see that? Did you guys see this white truck just appear? Okay. Watch this.
Continue north on Washington Street through the intersection on Sherman and continue north on Washington Street.
And,
watch this
what, if anything,
shit.
is sort of in that directionality as it continues off the screen to the left?
Be heading towards Temple Beth Abraham.
Here we go. Did you see that?
Wait, that went straight.
Now, with respect,
Is this supposed to turn?
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish portions of the Temple video.
Yes.
And just as a continuing, I'm my intention would be to sort of go back and forth if that's all right with the board.
Okay, yes.
Continue north on Washington Street through the intersection on Sherman and continue north on Washington Street.
Get it going
What, if
viral.
anything, sort of in that directionality, as it continues, off
Get this going viral.
Be heading towards Temple Beth Abraham.
I knew it.
I'm gonna-
I catch it there. Look at boom. Watch.
So when you pause it there.
Where the fuck
Wait,
that
went
come
straight.
from?
With respect,
Is this supposed to turn?
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish.
See this? See this? 53. Okay, here's Karen's car. They're saying it's Karen's car. Pay attention over here, though. Where is this bus coming from?
Here on Washington Street.
A large black SUV that you observed, that consistent with what you've observed of the defendant's vehicle?
Yes.
And if you could, describe to the jury as far as when I asked Ms. Stillman, press play, what is that vehicle going?
It's going to continue north on Washington Street through the intersection on Sherman and continue north on Washington Street.
And what, if anything, is sort of in that directionality as it continues off the screen to the left?
Be heading towards Temple Beth Abraham.
Stillman, if you could.
Boom!
Stillman, you can pause it there.
Boom! Boom! Oh! You see that?
It's not. Okay, put your finger in it since it's your finger. Now super. Yes.
Hey, you gotta text Little.
Hold on, I'm doing a video. Text her what?
They cut this video. The Canton Library video is cut.
Okay. I can text Little, I can text Alan, I can email John.
Wait, that went straight.
Now, with respect,
Is this supposed to turn?
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could,
No, your mom. Your mom.
looking up at the screen now where it's paused at 12:15:58, Lieutenant, what, if anything, do you observe there?
I observe a large black SUV here on Washington Street.
A large black SUV that you observed, that consistent with what you've observed of the defendant's vehicle?
Yes.
And if you could, describe to the jury as far as when I asked Ms. Stillman, press play, what is that vehicle going?
It's going to continue north on Washington Street through the intersection on Sherman and continue north on Washington Street.
And what, if anything, is sort of in that directionality as it continues off the screen to the left?
Be heading towards Temple Beth Abraham.
Stillman, if you could.
This has nothing to do with that. The
Stillman, you can pause it there.
you see how it was
Wait, that went
12:17?
Now,
You see
With
12:17?
respect,
Is this supposed to turn?
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish portion.
Continue north on Washington Street through the intersection on Sherman and continue north on Washington Street.
And what, if anything, is sort of in that directionality as it continues off the screen to the left?
Be heading towards Temple Beth Abraham.
Stillman, if you could.
12, 16, 51. See that? There's 50.
Stillman, you can pause it there.
There's 50.
Wait, that went straight.
Now, with
8
respect,
seconds missing. Is this supposed to turn?
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish portions of the Temple video,
Yes.
and just as a continuing, my intention would be to sort of go back and forth if that's all right with the court.
Okay, yes.
Wait, which one do you think is gonna be? No, we need to look at choices.
I have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Literally, it is that one.
Oh God, go back up there. Again, brake lights fully working because this is at 12:15, guys. What fucking vehicle is that?
Stillman, you can pause it there.
How come that one's red?
What type of vehicle is this? Why would this vehicle be out at 12:17 at night? What kind of vehicle is that? The bus. What's the bus? Senior Center Trans. It's 50 seconds is missing. 57 seconds, actually. Now,
I know. All the patients full of them.
there's no hotels around there.
Looks like a lobster. Yeah.
Think.
A mermaid. A mermaid folded in half. Oh yeah. It is. It's its little horns right there. Let's see. Do you not think that's its horns?
Okay, let's see. Wait, that went straight.
Now, with respect,
Is this supposed to turn?
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish portions of the temple video.
Yes.
And just as a continuing, my intention would be to sort of go back and forth if that's all right with the court.
Okay, yes.
Not potentially.
I have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Continue north on Washington Street through the intersection on Sherman and continue north on Washington Street.
And what, if anything, is sort of in that directionality as it continues off the screen to the left?
Be heading towards Temple Beth Abraham.
Gentlemen, if you could. Ms. Gilman, you can pause it there.
Wait, that went straight.
Now, with respect,
Is this supposed to turn?
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish portions of the temple video.
Yes.
And just as a continuing, my intention would be to sort of go back and forth if that's all right with the court.
Okay, yes.
That
Get a
part.
screenshot of that.
When it spins.
I have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Oh God, go back up there. Again, brake lights fully working because this is at 12:15, guys. They're on their way to the 34 Fairview house. Okay, here we go.
If you could pause there, thank you. I have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Oh God, go back up there. Again, brake lights fully working because this is at 12:15, guys. They're on their way to the 34 Fairview house. He's gonna play the 12 to 12:32 slide. Okay, here we go.
If you could pause there, thank you. Again, for orientation purposes, Lieutenant, if you could describe using the laser pointer there as far as what we're looking at in this particular camera angle and shot, and as far as the roadways that you.
This is an exterior camera from Temple Beth Abraham at 1301 Washington Street. Where it's paused now at 1201, I believe is the timestamp. You see a vehicle here. That vehicle is traveling on Washington Street. We are now on the other side of Washington Street looking at it than we were from the library. So the south and towards the waterfall and the library would be off to the left. North would be off to the right.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could fast forward to 1217. If you could pause it. Now, as far as the time concerns, the video from the prior video from the library was about 12:15 a.m. when you saw the vehicle consistent with the defendants pass by that location.
Yes.
And so as far as this time that's up here now, approximately 12:17 or so, or somewhere within that minute between 12:17 and 12:18, is that consistent with the time it would take to travel from where the library is on Washington Street to where the temple is on Washington Street?
Yes.
And from this particular time period around 12:17, between the minutes of 12:17 and 12:18, what, if anything, did you observe with reference to of significance with reference to this investigation on this portion of this?
At approximately 12:17 and 56 seconds, you'll see a large black SUV travel from left to right on the screen, which would, again would be northbound.
And again, left to right on the screen, just for orientation purposes, what is in the direction from left to right on the screen as far as of any significance to this?
As you continue north on Washington Street, you would, I believe the next intersection on the left is Dedham Street, which one could take to get to 34 Fairview Road.
Is Ms. Gilman, if you could, and I would ask you again, positive 12:17.
So this camera is not motion activated, right? Take a look. No motion's happening, right? So this is a non-motion activated camera. Just let all you guys know out there. Oh, here we come. Who's this? Not them? Okay. Would love to know whose car that is. Oh, not them? Okay. There it
And
is.
again, Lieutenant, directing your attention to the screen, and if you could use.
Idaho 4, this is what we're talking about.
What, if anything, of significance you observe in this portion of the video at 12:17:56 from the temple?
A large black SUV traveling northbound on Washington Street.
And the large black SUV, is that consistent with the large black SUV that you observed in the prior video, exhibit 110 from the Canton Public Library?
Yes.
Is that also consistent with what you observed as far as your personal observations of the defendant's vehicle? And from that, and Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward to about 5:11 a.m. and pause it there.
Now this is the 5. All right. I want you guys to check out this little thing that plows the sidewalks. Okay. Look at the little thing that plows the sidewalks. It was in the Sally Port. Five o'clock camera. 5:11.
Now, Lieutenant, from this portion of this video from the Canton Public Library, what, if anything, of significance did you observe in this portion of the video relevant to this
Thank you.
You observe a large black SUV take a left from Sherman Street onto Washington Street, heading south.
And as far as the directionality from this portion of the video, and Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward to about 5:11 a.m. and pause it there.
Look at the street. Look at the street. Already had passed by, so 511, like there's, it's clear. God, what the fuck? Now this is the 5 o'clock camera. 511.
Now, Lieutenant, from this portion of this video from the Canton Public Library, what, if anything, of significance did you observe in this portion of the video relevant to this investigation?
You observe a large black SUV take a left from Sherman Street onto Washington Street, heading south.
And as far as the directionality from where that vehicle came from and the directionality where that vehicle is headed toward, what, if any, of the locations of significance are located in those areas?
So again, Sherman Street or Ave goes straight to One Meadows. So if one were to travel from Meadows Ave, the residence of John O'Keefe, to this location here, you would come down Sherman and you could take a left on the Washington Street to head south.
And as far as south on Washington Street, again, off to the right of the screen, what, if any, locations of significance in this case are located in that direction?
The Waterfall Bar and Grill.
Now, as far as the black SUV that you observe in this video, is that consistent with the black SUV you observed in the Temple video from 12:17 a.m.?
Yes.
Is it also consistent with the black SUV that you observed in the library video from 12:15 a.m.?
Yes.
And is it also consistent with the
Wait for the
defendant's black
booms.
SUV?
Wait for the booms.
Yes.
Now, with reference to, are you familiar with Mr. O'Keefe's home having ring cameras affixed to it?
Yes.
And are you familiar with a video from those ring cameras depicting the defendant backing the black SUV out of Mr. O'Keefe's garage at approximately 5:07 a.m.?
Yes.
And from that, as far as distance or time it would take to travel from Mr. O'Keefe's residence to this intersection covered by the Canton Public Library, from 5:07 to 5:11, now depicted on the screen, is that consistent with the time it would take to drive that, particularly given the conditions?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could please press play. Ms. Gilman, if you could pause that. A.m.
Yes.
And is it also consistent with the
Wait for the
defendant's black
booms.
SUV?
Wait for the booms.
Yes.
Now, with reference to, are you familiar with Mr. O'Keefe's home having ring cameras affixed to it?
Yes.
And are you familiar with a Gilman, if you could pause that. Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could fast forward to about 5 minutes, I'm sorry, 15 and 30 seconds. Pause there, please. Now, Lieutenant, between these timeframes of 5:11 a.m. and 5:15 a.m., at any point in time, do you observe the black SUV traveling back in the other direction?
Yes.
And specifically around 5:15 and 51 seconds, what, if anything, did you observe on this video of significance or relevance to this investigation?
A large black SUV will appear on the screen on the right-hand side and travel to the left-hand side, which again would be traveling north on Washington Street.
Now, as far as, again, directionality, north on Washington Street to the left of the street will be towards the Temple, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as the operation, as far as directionality is concerned, what you observed in this area from 5:15 a.m., is that consistent with what you observed on the Canton Public Library video earlier at 12:15 a.m.?
Yes.
And again, as far as the black SUV that you observe in this, it's consistent with all the other black SUVs you observe in the video in the sense, right?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
Do you guys see the little 4x4, that little side-by-side thing that's plowing the frickin', I want to know where that was. I want to know where that was. See that little thing? Where was that?
The pause there. And Lieutenant, if you could, using the laser pointer you have before you, direct the jury's attention to where you observe the black SUV.
Here on Washington Street near the intersection.
Again, using that laser pointer, if you could just indicate to the jury as far as directionality where this vehicle is going to head on.
North would be to the left-hand side of the screen, towards Temple Beth Abraham.
So if you could press play again. If you could pause there. Ms. Gilman.
Where the fuck does that car just come? Like, this truck.
And Lieutenant, if you could, using the laser pointer you have before you, direct the jury's attention to where you observe the black SUV.
Here on Washington Street near the intersection.
Again, using that laser pointer, if you could just indicate to the jury as far as directionality where this vehicle is going to head on.
North would be to the left-hand side of the screen, towards Temple Beth Abraham.
So if you could press play again. If you could pause there, Ms. Gilman, you can take this.
What? These. A truck just can't appear in the middle of the screen from nowhere, you guys. Okay? This is unfucking believable.
And Lieutenant, if you could, using the laser pointer you have before you, direct the jury's attention to where you observe the black SUV.
Here on Washington Street near the intersection.
Again, using that laser pointer, if you could just indicate to the jury as far as directionality where this vehicle is going to head on.
North would be to the left-hand side of the screen, towards Temple Beth Abraham.
So if you could press play again.
55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 58, 1609.
If you could pause there, Ms. Gilman, you can.
$16 seconds. These are motion activated. You guys, this video shows Karen's vehicle at 5. If they're trying to say that's her vehicle, right? At 5:15 in the morning. If it's going back to John's, it should be making a right. Okay, a right. By going straight, you're going the way that they're trying to show that she went to 34 Fairview that night. Okay?
You can take this. Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for the Temple Beth Abraham video again. Your Honor, may I have just one moment?
Yes.
All right, so just so you guys know, they're at 5:15, like that. Remember, Karen goes out looking for him first. Now she's coming back to the house.
For the record, this is from the Temple Beth Abraham video. This is from the period of 5:10 a.m. to 5:20 a.m., which is the second video listed down within those. Now, Trooper, with regards to this video, at some point around 5:18 a.m., what, if anything, did you observe of significance or relevance to this investigation from that period?
A large black SUV traveled left to right on the screen.
And again, as far as directionality, where would that vehicle be coming from? Where would that vehicle be heading?
The left side of the screen would be in the direction of.
That's consistent. You guys,
Gentlemen, if you could, please press up right now.
everything looks good though, doesn't it? Everything looks good there.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that. Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back on. Now, Your Honor, if I can step along.
Sure. You guys from that video, you tell me what year, make, and model the car was.
In the course of your investigation, are you familiar with what time it was that the defendant, approximately what time it was that the defendant arrived at Mr. McCabe's home?
5:35 approximately.
And Mr. McCabe's home is located on Country Lane, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, from the directionality of that vehicle in the 5:18 a.m. Video, as far as timing is concerned, 5:18 to about 5:35 or so, is that consistent with the time it would take to drive from that area of the Temple Beth Abraham to Ms. McCabe's residence on Country Lane?
No, not if you were to drive directly there.
And so to that point, as far as what about that time doesn't match up? Is it short, too long, or something?
It'll take you much quicker to get there. It's about 1.5 miles from Temple Beth Abraham to Country Lane. You would continue north on Washington Street and just take a left into the Country Lane neighborhood. So the time to travel, 1.5 miles.
And from sort of the distance between either that Temple video and either 34 Fairview Road or Country Lane, were you able to find, locate, or retrieve any surveillance video in those areas that would capture the vehicle?
No.
Now, as far as you had mentioned earlier in your testimony when we were talking about the earlier 12:17 a.m. Portion from the Temple Beth Abraham video, the directionality of that black SUV, both in the 12:17 and 5:18, where is Fairview Road in relation to the directionality of the SUV that you observed?
That SUV could take a left onto Dem Street and then a left on Cedar Crest to enter down to Fairview Road.
And from your knowledge of the area as far as travel is concerned, would from 5:18 to about 5:35 or so, would that allow for sufficient time to go from where it's viewable on the Temple Beth Abraham video for the vehicle to then travel to 34 Fairview Road and then travel to 12 Country Lane?
Yes.
What time frame are we looking at in this slide, sir?
6:03 to 6:57 a.m.
And again, using ways that one could direct the jury's attention to which antenna the defense cell phone is connected to it. Does it recognize what's maybe now up on the screen?
Yes.
And again, what do you recognize this?
It is a map that I created using the information from the call detail records of CSLI from that account.
And from what time period of all detail records are we looking at in this particular purpose?
Just to clear up any doubt about what was found, and the last sentence reads, "The sneaker and 3 pieces of plastic were secured as evidence," correct?
Objection.
Boom.
Overruled. I don't know. It's the objection.
Form.
What?
I'll allow it.
Is that what it says?
Yes.
Okay. Then yesterday, you were asked to open these 2 evidence envelopes.
0.20. 0.20. Last from Mr. Exhibit 131. And again, Lieutenant, do you recognize what's up on the screen? Is it 131?
Yes.
Do you recognize that?
That is a photograph that I took at 34 Fairview that depicts a red piece of plastic.
Live here. Okay.
Again, I'm making a big assumption here at your request.
Okay.
So yeah, that's what it appears to me by looking at the bag.
And by the way, Lieutenant, this isn't a trick question. I'm not asking you to assume anything. You were there and you recovered the pieces. And you described recovering 3 items of evidence. There's a line from, as a straight line from that cell tower down to this location. What is that location?
It's denoted on this exhibit as 34
This is so
Fairview
amazing.
Road.
This is so
And you
amazing.
see a legend indicating scale, how far that is.
I see numbers and miles written on there.
Does that appear to be reflective of the, given your understanding and your experience with this location or these locations, does that appear to be a relatively accurate delineation of the distance between the cell tower and that location, and that address?
I don't know the distance between the cell tower and the address off the top of my head.
Would you agree that it's around 2 miles?
It's roughly 2 miles.
Okay. Then I'm going to ask you to take a look at the same proximity, cell tower on the top of the screen, and then the address at 12 Country Lane. You see those 2 items denoted on the map?
Yes.
And do you see the approximate distance between those 2 items?
See it on the map?
All right. And does it appear to you that the distance from 12 Country Lane, looks like it's less than half the
Fireworks
distance
later.
to 34 Fairview?
No, right now, later. And kids can't
I
do
wouldn't
that. I
characterize
have
it
to
as
help
it
you.
appears to be less than half.
How would you characterize it?
My understanding of that area, I would say it's at least a mile between those two locations, as the crow flies.
Okay, meaning between the cell tower and 12 Countryside.
Yeah,
Right,
yes,
and it indicates approximately a mile, right?
it does indicate that.
Okay. And the other location indicates approximately 2.4 miles, right?
It does indicate that.
All right, so would you agree that mile is less than half of 2.4 miles?
I would agree a mile is less than half than 2.4. It's not illegal.
You don't get sanctioned for it. You don't get your pay docked because you don't get a search warrant based on an affidavit, correct?
Correct.
So there's no real sanction in seeking it if you in good faith believe that there's a reason to seek it, correct?
Outside of the time that it takes to offer it and put it together and go to the court, yes, there's no sanction.
Of course, but in a homicide investigation, you're not going to fail to do certain investigative tasks because it takes time. You're going to do what is necessary for the investigation, correct? Yes. You indicated that you did not believe there was information sufficient that y'all had at the very initial stages of the investigation to seek a search warrant or to ask for consent, correct?
Yes.
But you did know the following. In the initial moments of the beginning of the investigation, you were aware that John O'Keefe had been invited to a party inside a home, correct?
Yes.
You knew that that home was located at 34 Fairview.
Yes.
You also knew that John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview, correct?
We believe so, yes.
You also knew at the time that he had been, for want of a better phrase, partying with the individuals who were inside the home, correct? Expected to meet at the house.
They were at a bar previous to that, yes.
You're aware that a drinking glass was found in the yard attendant to or close to, adjacent to where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found.
Yes.
That drinking glass had been broken, correct?
Yes.
You're aware that drinking glasses are commonly found inside homes, right?
As well as bars.
As well as bars, right? But at that point, you didn't know. It's just a broken glass, correct?
It's a broken glass, correct.
You also know that he was found without coat on.
Yes.
Are coats normally worn outside or inside?
It's user's choice.
Fair enough. 18 degrees, you would expect that if someone was outside, they'd have a coat on, correct?
I'm the kind of person that wears shorts throughout the year. I'll often go
This
without
guy
a
is so
jacket.
argumentative.
The true Bostonian.
Yes, sir.
Breaking news. A local resident has filed a lawsuit against the Canton police chief seeking more than $200,000 for a pedestrian accident last February in which he was struck by the chief's SUV in a crosswalk. Michael Seabury, who was 67 years old at the time, is seeking $211,000 to cover current and future medical expenses related to the February 16th accident involving Canton Police Chief Helena Rafferty. Rafferty admitted to hitting Barry while off duty and driving home about 6:30 p.m. in her unmarked town-issued Ford Explorer. She said she paid a fine for failing to yield to a pedestrian in a crosswalk. Yet Rafferty, who was 56 at the time, did not say how much she paid, but the civil infraction carries a fine of up to $200. Rafferty did not immediately respond to an email Wednesday morning from the Sun. Barry, who was wearing a reflective vest, was walking with a cane on South Street and had just entered the crosswalk at Creek Street when he was struck. And they renewed her for a year. They ended up renewing her. I think she blew or something like that. That makes me, it's so sick. Gross. Chris Albert, go suck a dick. Ooh, hot mic, man, is that a hot mic? The Massachusetts State Police presence here at Norfolk Superior Court has increased. Usually the media has been able to walk alongside hashtag Karen Reed and her defense team, but so far no more. Holy shit, they're walking in the middle of the street.
He didn't have any coat, gloves, scarf, nothing like that.
Correct.
He had no winter gear on whatsoever, correct?
Correct.
Under ordinary circumstances, and you may be the exception, but under ordinary circumstances, if someone was out in 18-degree weather, you might expect they would have some winter garb on, correct?
Objection.
You certainly would expect that if someone took their coat, their glove, their hat, their winter gear off, you might leave it inside the house, right? Rather than outside the house.
Objection.
I'll let you answer that, Detective Lieutenant.
It's probably predicated on where you take it off.
Right.
And your relationship to the location.
Right. Reasonable assumption might be the winter gear might be inside the house.
Objection.
Is that a reasonable assumption, Detective Lieutenant?
No, Your Honor.
It's not reasonable that he would have a jacket inside the house? You wouldn't just assume that?
Well, using the term the house. You talking about any house? 34 Fairview?
Correct.
No, it's not reasonable.
All right. You didn't think it was reasonable at the time
Still don't.
to even ask, would he have had a jacket off inside the house? And I'm talking about at the time, the initial stages of the investigation.
Who am I asking this question to?
This is amazing.
So I'm asking if you believe it was reasonable, if a man is found 30 feet outside the front door of a home and he's got no winter gear on whatsoever, that perhaps he came from inside the home, not having donned his winter gear.
Objection.
Can you answer that, Detective Lieutenant?
It's not reasonable, given other information I had.
You also know that he didn't have a shoe on, correct?
Yes.
Where might you look for the shoe if you didn't find it out by his body initially?
Well, the question's not accurate to the facts we had at the time.
Well, the facts you had at the initial stages, I'm talking about just after 6:37, 7:30 in the morning, when the investigation was beginning. During those times, you didn't have any information about where the other shoe was, except he just didn't have a shoe on at the hospital, correct?
We didn't know there was a shoe not accounted for until after noontime.
What?
So when you did find out that there was a shoe unaccounted for, one place to look might be outside.
This is lies. Galaga. Galaga. I've been playing it all morning. Good. This man is saying we did not know that he was missing a shoe until, see, right there, Alan said, what do you mean you didn't know? Explain that to me. Everybody knew. This is a lie right here. We didn't know he was missing a shoe until when?
Facts we had at the time.
Well, the facts you had at the initial stages, I'm talking about just after 6:37, 7:30 in the morning, when the investigation was beginning. During those times, you didn't have any information about where the other shoe was, except he just didn't have a shoe on at the hospital, correct?
We didn't know there was a shoe not accounted for until after noontime.
What?
So when you did find out that there was a shoe unaccounted for, one place to look might be outside, correct?
Yes.
And another place to look might be inside the home, correct?
We looked at the former and we located it there.
You also are aware that a body is being dragged by the shoulders, could easily lose a shoe.
Objection.
Have you ever experienced a homicide in which a body is dragged and you're aware of a shoe being pulled off while the body's being dragged?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I don't have experience with that.
Certainly not outside the realm of possibility as a professional investigator.
It's possible.
You're also aware that, at least initially, it appeared from accounts that John O'Keefe may have been involved in a physical altercation, correct?
Possible.
As a matter of fact, that was reported by one of your subordinates, Yuri Buchanan, to the medical examiner's office, right?
As a possibility, yes.
As a possibility. And you're aware that your other subordinate, Trooper Proctor, according to certain information he had gotten from first responders, also believed that a physical altercation was possible, right? As well.
It was possible, yes.
Okay. And you also knew that the house would be a normal location to have other individuals who might have been involved in that physical altercation.
Objection.
Can you answer that, Detective Lieutenant?
An altercation could take place anywhere.
Exactly.
And people can often travel from the location of the altercation miles away to another location.
Or they could travel 30 feet outside as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. In the early morning hours of, well, let's say the hours following your Massachusetts State Police initiation or engagement in this investigation, you became aware of Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
That name was bantied about as a potential witness in the investigation, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that Brian Higgins indicated that he saw a tall, dark-haired man enter the home after he arrived, correct?
I'm not aware of that.
And the reason you're not aware of it, Lieutenant Tully, is because nobody bothered to interview Brian Higgins February 10th, right?
Objection.
So in that form, that needs to stay.
When was Brian Higgins first interviewed?
February 7th?
7th, 10th,
Th-
yeah, in February, not January 29th, certainly.
Correct.
Although he was known to be inside the house, correct?
Yes.
So had you known that, had you had the information, for instance, that Brian Higgins admitted to having seen a tall, dark-haired man walk in the house, that might change the complexion of your investigation at that time.
Objection.
Can you answer that, Detective Lieutenant?
In the off chance that Mr. Higgins presumably had said something like that, I would certainly need more information describing this person. I would ask a series of questions to.
In the off chance it happened, the jury knows it happened because Brian Higgins testified before this motherfucker. So what is this juror doing? There is 100% a holdout here, and it's one juror. I'm telling you, it's one person. This is not a room of 6 not guilties and 6 guilties. That's not what we're dealing with. That is illogical. We are dealing with a human piece of garbage. That's what we're dealing with. And I can't wait, hung jury or not, these jurors are going to be able to tell the world what the hell happened in that war room, and I'm here for it. And I think people are going to stand up and speak out and say, yeah, this person said blah, 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 blah. That's what's going to happen. This is sick. And you know what? It's par for the course because it's just as sick as Norfolk County. Norfolk County is trash. Trash. And the only way you clean up trash is you take it out. You take out the trash. Ridiculous. Anybody with a fucking brain cell, one, and watch this shit like those jurors all sat there and watched this. This is disgusting. People should be ashamed of yourselves. And trust me, it ain't the whole jury. So like, we can't be all, it is, I'm telling you, and we're going to hear about it. It's going to be one person. And if it's more than one person, Trashville, not just trash up in Norfolk County, it's Trashville. You got a bunch of fucking hoodlum criminals running your little town. Just people are like, man, we love your verbiage. I bet it's the foreman. I mean, honestly, H-Bag, the leadership though, Bev's the leadership, right? All these sustain. Right here, and the off chance that Higgins said that. Higgins said it right in this courtroom. The off chance that Higgins said that. That's exactly what he said. He testified to it. All these people are going down. These are the people that I want to see go down. Like this guy right here. I wouldn't let a stripper piss on him if he was on fire. I'd pay a stripper to not piss on him. This guy right here has no business being in charge and having an ounce of power. Norfolk County put it right up with Beaver County in Pennsylvania. And all your little fucking bald heads. Me, Mr. Penis Head. Never seen so many bald heads take the stand. This is disgusting. And I'm pissed that Norfolk County didn't have a black person on the jury. Racist motherfuckers. This is disgusting.
Narrow it down to make sure that this person was John O'Keefe.
Right, exactly. That would just be a normal part of the investigation. You just take evidence A and link it to evidence B to evidence C. That would be the normal way to do an investigation.
We would normally follow the evidence, correct?
Yeah, normally.
But in point of fact, nobody did seek a warrant to go inside the house, correct?
Correct.
Nobody did seek to have a forensic team go inside the house and look.
Correct.
And nobody asked for consent.
Correct.
I want to ask you about the Sallyport video, if I could. Did you obtain a copy of any video surveillance footage from Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. If you can, tell me which footage you obtained and where. And there's several videos, Lieutenant, that it can be confusing. So if you could be as detailed as possible, explain what footage you gathered and when you gathered.
Most recently, and the date escapes me, but it's within the last couple of months, I had contacted Chief Helena Rafferty of the Canton Police Department and asked her to burn another copy or create another copy of the Sallyport video during a certain time period on January 29th to ensure that the video that we had received previously was all of the records responsive to that request.
And you found out that the video that you received earlier was not, in fact, completely responsive because there was a video left out, right?
I didn't do a one-to-one comparison. I just had made the request.
Ultimately, you did receive a video of the interior of the Sallyport, correct?
Yes.
And can you tell me, did you look at that? Did you review that video?
Quickly, not the whole thing.
Okay. Was there anything of note about that interior video? By the way, let me ask you another question, Lieutenant Sullivan, just to clarify. There's a very grainy, dark, almost black of the interior, correct? You've seen that one?
Yes.
Or excerpts of it?
Yes.
And that video is missing some pretty significant time frames throughout the video?
I didn't review the whole thing, but I'm aware of that video existed.
Fair enough. Then there's another video that's really clear, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm asking you about the clear video. Did you make any notes about anything unusual about that video?
No. But again, I didn't really review it.
You didn't review it with any detail?
Correct.
Did you make a note that that video was inverted?
I did not.
Did you make a note about the timestamp on the video either being correct and properly positioned or inverted?
No.
Did you give that video to Trooper Proctor?
I believe I gave it to Sergeant Buchanan.
Sergeant Buchanan, and then what did Sergeant Buchanan do with it?
Reviewed it.
Okay. Is that somehow uploaded onto the Massachusetts State Police computer system somehow for safekeeping?
No, we'll hold it within the DA's office on that server. It's not touching the MSP.
Okay, so it is uploaded on some sort of server. Sallyport video, if I could.
Somewhere, yes.
Did Chief Rafferty give it to you on a thumb drive or a disk, or how was it physically provided?
I don't know. I didn't receive it. She dropped it off at the office. I remember a thumb drive.
You remember a thumb drive, all right. And then it's uploaded onto the system, and the case officer would have access to that system.
Yes.
Okay. And in this case, that would be Trooper Proctor.
Yes.
Did you notify Trooper Proctor, when I say immediately, reasonably quickly, after you received or after you got notice that the video had been dropped off by Chief Rafferty?
I informed Sergeant Buchanan.
Okay. And do you know, as you sit here, you may not, as you sit here, do you know if Sergeant Buchanan reasonably quickly informed Trooper Proctor that that video exists?
I don't know when or where that notification was made.
As you sit here now, you are aware that Trooper Proctor is aware of that video and had access to it?
Yes.
Yesterday, there was some testimony about taillight pieces that were found at the location, correct?
Yes.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor to go get that video.
That would have been a task for Sergeant Buchanan or Trooper Proctor or someone else from the unit.
So the reason you don't know is because you didn't personally do it.
Correct.
Yesterday, you testified that it's obviously your responsibility as the not just the chief of the unit, but as the evidence officer to maintain and protect the integrity of the physical evidence that's found under your supervision, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that you took
Pointer on the desk up for you. If I could ask, first of all, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 111?
Yes.
Will you recognize that?
The front of 34 Fairview Road in Canton and the flagpole I previously mentioned.
Right here.
And, if you could, using laser pointers, direct your attention to what anything significant to observe.
So this picture was taken to memorialize this piece of red plastic here.
And so I was going to like Exhibit 114. Lastly, from this group, Exhibit 131. And again, Lieutenant, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 131?
Yes.
Will you recognize that?
That is.
All right, so this is where it goes to the shoe, and then after the shoe.
What any comparison did you do visually with the sneaker that you observed in this photograph with respect to the sneaker that was recovered from the Good Samaritan? About Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan?
They matched both in make and model size. The shoe that was recovered by the troopers at the hospital was a right sneaker. This one found was the left, or a left.
Gentlemen, if I could have photograph 127. And again, sir, do you recognize what's up there as 127?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in that photo.
A clear piece of plastic.
Now, with respect to this clear piece of plastic, what, if anything, did you observe or did you note of significance as far as the surface of that particular piece of clear plastic?
I noticed that its curvature and shape of the sneaker, a piece of clear plastic consistent with clear lens of a motor vehicle was located.
Right. So in your lexicon, a piece means singular, does it not?
Yes,
If you meant pieces, you would have written pieces. You're educated, correct?
allegedly.
So clearly, from this report that was memorialized on February 10th, you indicated that a piece of clear plastic was located consistent with clear lens from a motor vehicle, right?
That's what it says.
Okay. Then
This is what the jury is looking for. This was the CERT report, but it came from Tully. And so if they didn't put that together, that Tully was the person that was documenting everything that CERT did, then they're a bunch of fucking morons over there. Okay, Norfolk County morons. I can't believe that anybody makes any fucking money in that town, okay, with about fucking morons, all right? But this is the guy who has anything to do with the CERT report. So when they want to say, where's the CERT report? Oh my God, where's the CERT report? How do you have a question like that so early on? Like, did you look through the shit to find the CERT report? Think about that. That's a really interesting question to ask. So early on, did you not go through all the material? Because there's a shit ton of material. This is the guy that did all the documenting for the CERT team, for HERA.
Then, well, it's not just what it says, it's what you wrote.
Correct.
Correct. Then the next sentence, which is the sentence you were about to read, go ahead and read that for me as well.
Several feet south of the clear plastic, a second piece of red plastic was located.
Okay. Simple math. According to your report written on February 10th, a piece of red plastic was found first. Then a piece of clear plastic was found. Then a piece of red plastic was found thereafter, correct? According to that report.
Yes.
Then you go on in the following paragraph to reiterate, just to clear up any doubt about what was found. And the last sentence reads, the sneaker and 3 pieces of plastic were secured as evidence, correct?
Objection.
Boom.
Overruled, I don't know. It's the objection.
Form.
What?
I'll allow it.
Is that what it says?
Yes.
Okay. Then yesterday, you were asked to open these 2 evidence envelopes. Correct?
Yes.
The evidence bags.
Yes.
Should I take a look?
Oh, of course, yes. May I approach you?
Yes.
Sorry. 7571.
You motherfuckers. Mofos. Bunch of stunads.
Those are the bags that you opened yesterday, correct?
Yes.
You indicated yesterday in front of the jury, you didn't indicate, you pulled out 2 pieces of clear plastic, did you not?
I did.
That was in bag, I want to say that was in bag 570. Why don't we do this? Can you please open, with the court's permission, can you please open bag 570? I'm sorry, evidence, exhibit 570 in that bag, and just look inside.
I didn't bring gloves with me, Your Honor.
I think there might be some on the stand.
Oh,
Thank
no,
you.
you don't have gloves. Son of a... Oh, shit. I don't have gloves with me, Dumb fucking asshole. Dude, this is so good. You just can't. It's just that good. It's just that good. Let's you pull
Attorney
out them
Jackson, could
pieces.
you just repeat your request again, make sure I have it correct?
Of course, Lieutenant. Let's start with 570.
Okay.
I don't remember which one it is, so if you could just open it and look inside and describe for us which items are inside that bag.
So
570, the description is pieces of red hard plastic taillight cover contained inside this bag.
Look down in there, tell me, do you see red plastics?
Yes.
Okay. Yesterday, you pulled out two pieces and indicated that was what was contained in the bag, correct?
Correct.
Take another closer look.
As I take a closer look, there are two pieces and there is a very small fragment that remains in the bag.
Pull that fragment out as well. I'm sure that's what it is. Okay, you can go ahead and replace that. So in total, Lieutenant Tully, how many pieces of red plastic are in that bag?
As we sit here today, there are 3.
Thank you. Go ahead and close that. And we can open up the second bag. I'll go ahead and the first permission, may I approach?
Yes.
She believed Karen was still intoxicated in the morning and told Carrie she did not remember last night. Karen stated, quote unquote, "I was so drunk, I don't even remember going to your sister's last night." Jennifer's sister lives at 34 Fairview Road. Carrie followed Karen's black.
The troopers at the hospital was a right sneaker. This one found was the left, or a left.
Ms. Yeoman, if I could have photograph 127. And again, sir, do you recognize what's up there at 127?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in that photo.
A clear piece of plastic.
Let's see how many pieces he opens up. Those would have been seen right there that day.
I'll come up to seek introducing those as the next exhibit.
All right, Mr. Jackson, they're coming in.
No objection. Thank you.
570.
Seek introducing those as the next exhibit.
All right, Mr. Jackson, they're coming in.
No objection.
Yes.
If you could, just with your finger or in some way delineate to the jury where you observe that.
So you can see it as you look through it, you can see almost bubbling of it. And as you run your finger along, you can feel indentations along there, as well as the ridges that are along the top end here that appear on both pieces.
Lieutenant, if you could place those items back in the bag. And Your Honor, I'm also seeking to introduce them as the next exhibit.
Objection.
This is 571.
Your Honor, my pointer on the desk for you. If I could ask, first of all, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 111?
Yes.
What do you recognize that?
The front of 34 Fairview Road in Canton and the flagpole I previously mentioned.
Right here.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, significance you observe.
So this picture was taken to memorialize this piece of red plastic here.
And this gonna in reference to geographic location from the call detail.
So once I place the antenna on a map, I will look at where the other antennas are, and I can make a general determination that the cell phone was closer to that antenna than other antennas. Again, there's the caveat, and I'll say it up front, is that there are other mechanisms.
As far as the surface of that particular piece of clear plastic.
I noticed that it's curvature in shape, and there are raised.
Also, guys.
Process as far as the
efficiency test is given on a semi-annual basis, so twice a year, by an outside
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. let's take a look. Cops are yelling at people outside the courthouse steps right now. Court is resuming. I'm hearing that it's they're calling it for the day. No jury, no verdict in 15 hours, and they're calling it for the day. That's what I'm hearing. Yeah, this is what I heard they were done for the day. We'll find out. No verdict We'll see.
When it's back in session, you may be seated.
Okay, the jury indicates they want to go home. All right, but I'd like to see counsel at sidebar, please.
I've never heard the jury wants to go home. I've never heard of this ever in my fucking entire life, that the jury wants to go home. That Bev is just like, the jury wants to go home. Like, why is she saying it like that? I've never heard in my entire life the jury wants to go home. The jury's wanted to go home since day one. The jury. How do you think that makes Karen or even the O'Keefe family? The jury wants to go home. How about the jury's? Hey, the jury's asking if they can stay until like 7:00 tonight. Is that okay with you guys?
Jim.
I just think it should just be that Bev shouldn't announce it like that. You know, Bev should be saying, well, we've come to the end of the today and there's not a verdict yet. We'll see everybody back here tomorrow.
Yeah.
To be saying it like that is very, very, like, she's a fucking, who voted for this broad? I hope when Karen Reed's found not guilty, she blows a kiss to fucking Paul. I don't think that Bev should be saying it like that. I think that Bev should just be saying that.
Rise to the jury.
Another day, another dollar. Look at Paul. What is, like, he's like, is he happy? Paul, they don't care.
Jimmy? Hey, jurors.
We all appreciate how hard you've been working, and I understand you'd like to stop for the day, so we will certainly do that. We appreciate everything you're doing. I do have to give you those same precautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Clear your heads. We'll see you tomorrow.
Good, all rise. Hurry up.
How about turn the AC off? You know what? Maybe they're over here thinking like,
Be seated.
hey, they
All right, we'll see everybody tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rise, please.
make them a little less comfortable.
Hey there, Karen Reed, trial watchers. You know what a lot of the trials we cover remind me? It's the
You guys, I could see if this was close. I could see if this was close. I could see if this was one of those cases where this is close. You know what I mean? This isn't a case of this is close. This is not close. This is a horribly, horribly investigated crime or accident. And as a result of that, it's that, and that's a best case scenario to say. Then you want to look at, like Alan Jackson said, the magic hair, the butt dials, like, you know, but I said it best with my sports analogies all the time. You don't go by players, you buy the refs, you know? Runaway jury. You're losing me, my jury. So many people have so many things on the line to lose at this. How much is that verdict worth for you for that time? I mean, that this isn't close though. So the jury wants to go home. Thanks, Bev. Like, I mean, let's see. There is a holdout. Unbelievable. Reasonable doubt everywhere. This is crazy. Yeah, there's a holdout. You're losing me, my jury. Bev should not even be saying that. The jury wants to go home. What do you mean they want to go home? What, they want to beat traffic? They lied because they were told their asses were covered. Perjury is perjury, though, regardless of what the outcome of this case is. Perjury is perjury, guys. So they can think that their asses are covered. They're not covered at all. Colin committed perjury. Like, hands down, we have proof of it. Have proof of it. Doesn't matter what the result of this case is. I can't believe that they had an hours for lunch, keep working, stay late. This is a joke, right? I mean, I can tell you that if they're going through the evidence, so if they're still, working through stuff, you're going to start getting that feeling of that, hey, it's not like we're not. Somebody has to know if they're at a standstill, especially if somebody's not deliberating. So, especially if somebody's just like that. I don't care. I'm not going to pay attention to what you have to show me. I don't care what you want to show me here. I don't, but if they're playing the game, because they don't want to make it seem like there was a holdout, okay, you can't make it look that way. If you want to think about it, there's no way that somebody's in there. You can't make it seem like it's that way. So you're going to have to play the game. And that would be interesting. because it's going to be harder to pick out for the jurors in there to pick out who the actual holdout is. You know, think about this. Think about you have a room of 12 people and one of them's a killer, one of them's the victim, one of them's a cop, and everybody else is, you know, witnesses, but you're playing that game where you have to guess who's who. It's because if they're doing this all stealth style, think about it, because you'd have to do it like that. Otherwise, you're going to be called out, like, to say this person is the reason that Karen Reed isn't. I'd be calling, yeah, juror number 5 was not going to let us. Juror number 5 did this. Juror number 5 did that. Like, there's nothing they can do and say whatever they want after this. You could say whatever you want about these jurors. So all I care about is that somebody opens up their mouth when this is all said and done and starts calling people out. And I think that because we have a lot of eyes on this and because there's a lot of boots on the ground, that'll something's that it can get out. This is just sick. But I think whoever's holding out is selling it that they're not holding out. Bev wants to beat traffic. Bev's making it seem like it's the jury. So as long as they come back not guilty, let them have as much time as they need. This is one of those cases, though, guys, that you don't need this type of time, okay? This isn't, hey, we need to make sure that we get this right because it's, oh, my God, like, no. No. You have engineers that came in there and told you, I don't care what else you have. I can tell you that those injuries in her vehicle is not a result of any of this. These are like the feds. These are people that do our military. The feds hired those people to come in here and do that. And you're going to be in a deliberating room and you're saying you think that Alan Jackson and Little picked jurors that you think that couldn't get it because they knew what case they were going with, right? I think so. I think somebody was smiling at Karen Reed and Yannetti at a certain point and making it seem like that, okay, yep, because you're seeing like the juror, you know, okay, it can't be that person. It can't be this person. It can't be number 12. It can't be 16. It can't be 3. It can't be, I mean, who could this person be? And I see somebody played games. I see that's what would be going through my mind is that somebody played us because we turned over this case to them because that's how confident we were that, hey, we got all these jurors looking at us, like following every word that we're saying, nodding their heads with us. And then we give you the case and then this is what happens. That means somebody was lying. Somebody was lying when they're nodding their heads, when they're just like in disgust of Proctor or what. And I wouldn't be surprised if it was a female. But it's going to be a wrap for us over here. We'll be back in the morning. This is bad. I think perjury, as much as people say it's a hard thing to prove, it's kind of not. I mean, you just have to go. Why it's hard to do it is because the person has to prosecute you for perjury. So, like, do you think the Commonwealth cares that Colin committed perjury? You get what I'm saying? It's only when it goes against, like, so that's why it sucks with perjury. That's why you have corrupt motherfuckers like that. But you think Lally is going to charge Colin with perjury? He helped him make his case, you know? But you can bet your bottom dollar if it was somebody else that didn't help make their case. Like, that's why I think that's funny that The only person that can bring that charge on is not like the police come and arrest you for perjury. Is not how that works. Sorry. So it's just sad. It's sad that this is our it's sad that this is our system and that one person could make it be like this. You know, I don't think that there should be such a thing as a hung jury anymore. I think that if there was a vote of 11-1, it should come on now. Because then think about it. Why aren't people going and buying more jurors? Let's do it. Oh, hung jury. Oh, hung jury. It's it's absolutely crazy. Let's see. Now try to go and buy 12 jurors. Try to go and buy like. You can have your vote, but it's not like the United States of America gets their president because it's a unanimous decision. No, it's majority, right? The Commonwealth didn't make their case. It's that simple. It's not guilty. Anybody in there that's making it more complicated than that has an agenda. Adios.